Chapter 1. The Card Drawing System of All Realms. In the vast expanse of the Zhongshuan immortal domain, there exist 3,000 Dao domains, an endless boundary sea, the mysterious and unknown primordial forbidden zones, along with the unspeakable realms where peerless powers merely graze. Even the mightiest beings, endowed with extraordinary divine abilities, may not necessarily emerge from the unspeakable realms. In the eastern extreme, Dao domain, lies the Jiuxiao sacred land, a place steeped in a legacy that has endured for millennia, having weathered countless epochs. Even the Longxing clan dares not easily offend this colossal entity. Within the boundless Zhongshuan immortal domain, the Jiuxiao sacred land stands as a preeminent institution of longevity, boasting extraordinary foundational strength, ranking among the foremost of the numerous Longxing clans. Within the Jiuxiao sacred land, celestial light twinkles, ethereal mountains float, shrouded in auspicious brilliance and vibrant clouds, manifesting countless extraordinary phenomena. 10 divine dragon pillars of the heavens stand lifelike, exuding boundless dragon aura that yearns to devour the firmament. Within the 100,000 mountain ranges, countless immortal birds and auspicious beasts emit low, melodious calls. Ancient vines and celestial trees stretch into the clouds, their Tao rhythms intertwining, with an abundance of spiritual energy suffusing the atmosphere. Inside a resplendent palace, Xuanqiu slowly opens his drowsy eyes, surveying his surroundings with a bewildered expression. He is strikingly handsome, clad in azure robes, exuding an air of purity and ethereality, his clear, water-like eyes flickering with a faint golden glimmer. His brows reveal an unmistakable scholarly aura, and he appears both refined and elegant, exuding a dashing charm. However, surprisingly, he is enveloped by a shroud of filthy dark energy, and a clear wound is visible at his heart, from which a trickle of dark, golden blood drips to the ground. At this moment, feeling the pain, Xuanqiu suddenly reacts. Have I traversed to another realm? Where is this place? He murmurs to himself. With these confusions swirling in his mind, Xuanqiu begins to search through the memories of the original owner, gradually piecing together the truth. He finds himself in a vast world of fantasy, specifically within the Jiuxiao sacred land of the eastern extreme Dao domain. In this fantastical world, the strong are revered, while the weak are fated to be lambs, akin to mere weeds, at the mercy of others. As Xuanqiu inspects his internal condition, panic grips him, and a glimmer of determined light ignites in his eyes. The original owner's fate is truly tragic, having been killed by having his heart ripped out. Upon his arrival, Xuanqiu has directly seized the body of the original owner, who met a woeful end. Even more terrifying is the fact that a form of dreadful demonic energy has been implanted within this body. This is the primary reason for the demise of the original owner. That unknown demonic energy continues to swirl within Zhuangzi's Xintian divine sea, gnawing at his spiritual essence. Once at the pinnacle of the Dao platform's 9th level, his cultivation has repeatedly plummeted, leaving him utterly powerless to halt the descent. Have I just crossed over, only to become a complete waste? Xuanqiu wears a bitter smile, letting out a long sigh. This hellish beginning is quite disheartening. In the realm of the immortal domain, cultivation is divided into 9 mortal paths: awakening, spirit drawing, foundation establishment, divine sea, Dao platform, heavenly mansion, sacred repository, Xin palace, and the cycle of life and death. This is a world of survival of the fittest without formidable cultivation. One is destined to become the lowest rung of the food chain. The law of the dark forest applies to any world. This is an unchangeable rule in reality. After having his heart ripped out, it is ironically the small heart that was born with him that saves his life. However, that demonic energy, while he cultivates, leads him to go astray, causing him to fall from the 5th level of Dao foundation to the divine sea realm. It can only be said that he is a child of misfortune, having not received the script of a protagonist. Ding dong! Congratulations, host! You have traversed to the immortal domain. The card drawing system of all realms is about to commence. Binding in progress. 10.20.50.90.95.100. Loading successful. Ding dong. Congratulations, host. You have successfully bound the card drawing system of all realms. A sudden mechanical voice reverberates in Zhuang's mind. He cannot help but exclaim, "A system? A golden finger?" A glimmer of ecstatic joy dances in his clear golden eyes, and Zhuang's body trembles in surprise. Through the remnants of the original owner's memories, it seems that his heart was ripped out, leading to his downfall and untimely demise, which has now inadvertently benefited Xuanqiu. From the previous panic, Xuanqiu regains his composure, never having expected to awaken a system in such dire circumstances. This is undoubtedly a golden finger, a lifeline he must grasp. Following this, the system's cold, mechanical voice continues. Ding dong! Congratulations, host, you have received a beginner's gift package. System, what functions do you possess? Xuanqiu manages to suppress his excitement, cautiously inquiring. In response, the system states, the card drawing system of all realms can assist the host in drawing cards to obtain imperial weapons, treasures, physiques, and cultivation techniques, aiding the host in becoming the strongest in the Zhongshuan immortal domain. Every day, you may draw cards for yellow-grade treasures every 5 days. You may draw for mysterious-grade treasures every half-month. You may draw for earth-grade treasures every month. You may draw for heaven-grade treasures every 2 months. You may draw for supreme-grade treasures every 4 months. You may draw for emperor-grade treasures every 6 months. You may draw for grand Dao-grade treasures and every year. You may draw for chaos-grade treasures. The protagonist will rely on the card drawing system of all realms to acquire corresponding treasures. The system responds in a mechanical tone. Yet, such an answer ignites a tempest of astonishment within Xuanqiu. Goodness, this is incredible. The realms of all heavens, what a level of existence. Even the Zhongshuan immortal domain is but a speck of dust in comparison, hardly worthy of mention. And he can fully rely on the treasures drawn to ascend to the heavens, becoming an immortal, indestructible super being. Xuanqiu is utterly shocked, gasping in awe, and solemnly declares, "Open the beginner's gift package." A flicker of anticipation appears on his flawless visage. Ding dong! The beginner's gift package is opening. Opening successful. Boom! Suddenly, a jolt reverberates through his mind. In Zhuang's consciousness, 5 vividly colored cards materialize, their backs adorned with the treasures of the realms. These cards seem to originate from the very portal of the realms. If it weren't for the tangible reality of his traversal, he might even feel he were participating in a card game. Everything feels like a dream, surreal and unfathomable. These 5 radiant cards emit hues of 9-colored light, releasing a certain magical essence. He vaguely senses that the treasures within will transform his understanding. Xuanqiu slowly opens his eyes, his expression filled with tension. His gaze fixated on the 5 dazzling cards as he extends his right hand towards one of them. Chapter 2. Acquiring the Pangu Jade Essence. As Xuanqiu unveils one of the golden cards, the mechanical voice of the system resonates in his mind. Ding dong! Congratulations, host! You have obtained the Earth-grade spiritual item, the century-old Pangu Jade Essence. Pangu Jade Essence. Xuanqiu gazes at the treasure in his palm, bewilderment mingling with excitement. It is important to note that the Pangu Jade Essence is still a primordial treasure from the ancient world, a part of Pangu's very being. The legend of Pangu creating the heavens and the earth hails from the distant ancient history, and as a deity of his era, Pangu's significance is unmistakable. Upon Pangu's demise, his body transformed into innate divine objects, nurturing the entire world. Staring at the white liquid in his palm, Xuanqiu is left utterly astonished. He never anticipated that a mere earth-grade spiritual item would originate from the primordial world. Though it may be but a century-old Pangu Jade Essence, it is far superior to the common Pangu Jade Essence of the ancient era, sufficient to heal his injuries and propel him back onto the path of cultivation. With this century-old Pangu Jade Essence, my damaged heart may yet be restored. His heart must be a precious companion treasure otherwise. How could it have attracted the malice of others? Without a moment's hesitation, Xuanqiu consumes the century-old Pangu Jade Essence. Soon, a warm current surges through his body, soothing his wounds, and the visible injuries begin to heal gradually. His damaged heart resumes a normal rhythm, halting the flow of golden blood. A golden character chi flickers in the center of his 7-orifice heart, and Xuanxu suddenly perceives boundless strength coursing through his bones and organs. What he does not realize is that the heart of Xuanxi that was previously removed had only 5 orifices, but now, after being tempered by the Panga Jade essence, it has regrown into a 7-orifice Xuanxi sacred heart. Pale, golden runes emerge from the Xuanxi sacred heart, ultimately spreading throughout the meridians and bones of his limbs. Truly, this is the innate treasure of the primordial world, possessing such marvelous effects. Xuanxu gasps in amazement, yet a shadow of sorrow crosses his face. The demonic energy that still lingers around him remains unscathed, like a parasite, gnawing at his consciousness. Next, Xuanxu prepares to unveil the second card. Ding dong! Congratulations, host, you have obtained the supreme grade cultivation technique, the 9 Deaths Profound Art. An ancient and mysterious script transforms into streams of dark light, surging into his mind, imbued with an enigmatic energy wave. The supreme scripture created by the Master of the Divine Tomb? Legend has it that the Master of the Divine Tomb endured 9 lives and deaths, achieving an immortal state, becoming a mythic emperor, gazing down from the heavens. Zhuangzi's complexion flushes with excitement that I am the realm of Tsangxian. Alongside numerous venerable sects and illustrious families of longevity, there exist many mysterious and unfathomable superpowers. Among them, the Divine Tomb stands as a unique entity, one of the legendary 7 Forbidden Lands. They are isolated from the world, indifferent to worldly affairs. Whenever the celestial domain faces dire calamities, the formidable beings of the Divine Tomb emerge to resist the impending disaster. They are the guardians of the celestial realm. Hence, they bear another title, known as the Wall Facers. The Master of the Divine Tomb, in particular, is the foremost among these Wall Facers, unconcerned with the entanglements of mortal existence, solely seeking the tranquility of heaven and earth. If I were to cultivate the 9 Deaths mysterious art, I would surely dispel that terrifying demonic aura. Xiansu contemplated deeply within. Before his transmigration, the original owner of this body had already perished once. Should Xiansu cultivate the 9 Deaths mysterious art once more, it would undoubtedly yield unforeseen effects. After a moment of contemplation, he grasped some of the essential principles. The dark demonic energy that enveloped him began to dissipate at a visibly rapid pace under the influence of the 9 Deaths mysterious art. Xianzu's eyes cleared, and the faint golden hue within them was no longer tainted by darkness. His cultivation no longer plummeted but gradually stabilized at the pinnacle of the 9th layer of foundation establishment. The supreme divine scripture can only be regarded as a supreme grade treasure. I wonder who created this extraordinary card drawing system. After a brief moment of reflection, Xiansu prepared to unveil 2 golden cards. Ding dong! Congratulations, host, you have acquired the Emperor-level technique, 8 parts Divine Fist. Ding dong! Congratulations, host, you have acquired the Supreme Grade Divine Weapon, Sun Chaser. 8 parts Divine Fist. Created by the Supreme Dragon Emperor, harnessing the power of the 8 celestial divisions, possessing immense strength. When cultivated to the ultimate level, it can pierce through the universe's stars. Xiansu gazed in astonishment at the information regarding the 8 parts Divine Fist, his expression pale with disbelief. He had initially thought that the 9 Deaths mysterious art was already astonishingly powerful, but in this moment, the 8 parts Divine Fist shattered his previous understanding. The 9 Heavens Sacred Land possessed a total of 9 dragon veins. The leader of the 9 Heavens Sacred Land personally ventured to Longzhou Mountain to retrieve the 9 dragon veins. The reasons behind this remain unknown. Yet, Xiansu could undoubtedly utilize the abundant dragon energy to cultivate the 8 parts Divine Fist. It seemed tailor-made for him. Xiansu meticulously examined the supreme grade divine weapon, Sun Chaser, feeling an unparalleled sharpness and murderous intent emanating from it. In the instant he closed his eyes, vivid images of the brutal battlefield of Wanjiang flooded his mind, where the human warriors surged forth, clashing fiercely with the demonic race. The sky-piercing sword is one of the ancient divine swords, which fell from grace and was divided into Sun Chaser, Moon Runner, and Star Seeker. Within them undoubtedly lies a heart-wrenching history. The intertwining fates within this matter were far beyond Xianzu's current capacity to comprehend. The resplendent radiance of the celestial sun flowed slowly along the blade, unleashing a terrifying aura of sword intent without reservation. If I were to gather the three small swords and forge the sky-piercing sword, it could very well become a chaos-level imperial weapon. Xianzu's heart surged with fervor as greedy desires took root within him. The transformation occurred with such rapidity that he could scarcely react. Mere moments ago, he had been a struggling transmigrator now. Thanks to the system's generous rewards, he felt as though he had already reached the pinnacle of existence. Pandora's Jade Essence, 9 Deaths Mysterious Art, 8 Parts Divine Fist, Supreme Divine Weapon Sun Chaser. These treasures far exceed my wildest imagination, even among the Xian Divine clan. Such cultivation resources are not readily available. Mentioning the Xian Divine clan, the depths of his calm, golden eyes rippled once more, revealing a hint of anger. Whether in the Nine Heavens Sacred Land or the Tsang Xian realm, there will soon be a place for me, Xian Su. As for the debts owed to this body by the Xian Divine clan, I shall represent you in reclaiming them. I am merely curious about what this final card will reveal. The Yedo Unveiled card, surrounded by a kaleidoscope of radiant hues, shimmered with extraordinary brilliance. A profound longing flickered in Xianzu's eyes. This last card promised to surpass all previous treasures. As for the extent of its power, Xianzu dared not even imagine. With boundless anticipation and uncertainty, he extended his hand to unveil the colorful card. Chapter 3. The Fusion of the Xuanqi Sacred Body Dao. Ding dong! Congratulations to the host for acquiring the Dao-level physique, the Xuanqi Sacred Body Dao. Will you fuse it? The Xuanqi Sacred Body Dao. How can this be? In Xuanqi's mind, there was a void, and he found himself gasping for breath, that he was not unfamiliar with the concept of a Sacred Body Dao. It represented an extraordinary physique. The fusion of the human race's sacred body and the innate Dao is what is referred to as the innate Sacred Body Dao. However, as a transmigrator, this was the first time he had heard of the Xuanqi Sacred Body Dao. Could it be that there are also powerful beings with sacred body bloodlines among the Xian Divine clan? Otherwise, the system would certainly not issue such a reward. Who says the human race lacks great emperors? The 9 sacred bodies pierced the heavens from within the rising sun sword. Xuanqi witnessed that terrifying scene. The Sacred Body Dao was evaluated by the system as a Dao-level physique. If it were the legendary, peerless, immortal body, it would surely be rated as a Chaos-level physique. Xuanqi understood that the 5th treasure was extraordinary, but he never anticipated it would be to such an extent. Truly, it is the crowning jewel among the 5 great treasures. The Xuanqi Sacred Body Dao. This is the very foundation of my standing in the immortal domain. I, Xuanqi, shall tread upon all beings and be invincible in the world. Faintly, a trace of indomitable battle intent arose in Xuanqi's heart, as if he embodied the form of a youthful supreme. Fuse it quickly, Xuanqi exclaimed with exhilaration. As his words fell, the Xuanqi Sacred Body Dao erupted with a dazzling brilliance, merging seamlessly with his physical form. In an instant, an ancient and mysterious vast aura surged forth from within Xuanqi, while the golden Xuanqi Sacred Heart beat rapidly. 0.5 beams of light shot forth from the azure firmament, soaring into the sky. And that magnificent power coursed directly into Xuanqi's body. Boom! Boom, 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 boom! 6 resounding beast roars reverberated through the heavens, and at the same time, their ethereal forms materialized. Zhuke, Xuanqi, Qinglong, Qilin, Kuinping. Above Xuanqi, a deep blue Kuinping glided slowly, emitting a faint low cry. In the 9 heavens, it seemed as if resplendent, immortal light cascaded down upon Xuanqi's body. The manifestations of divine beasts, the supreme immortal light, and the sounds of the Dao intertwined, converging into radiant 9-colored beams that enveloped Xuanqi. The 6 extraordinary beasts circled around Xuanqi, exhaling clouds and mist, as vast and mysterious laws and divine powers surged into his body. Above his head, a series of grand celestial gates suddenly swung open. The aura of chaos rushed forth. Innate sacred demons emerged one after another, observing the Xuanqi Sacred Body Dao, all bowing in reverence. Such an overwhelming and magnificent spectacle was akin to a youthful supreme descending upon the world. The nine heavens' sacred land trembled instantly. Moreover, this astonishing phenomenon caused a frenzy throughout various regions of the eastern extreme Dao domain. Qinglong, Baihu Xuanwu, Zhuke, Kunping, Qilin, the six divine beast manifestations. Such a grand display. Could it be that another prodigious supreme has emerged among the four divine clans? That direction, could it be the nine heavens' sacred land? Has another astonishing talent arisen within their sacred grounds? Yet it remains uncertain whether that individual is a direct disciple or an ancient prodigy sealed away for many years. Numerous powerful figures within the eastern extreme Dao domain engaged in mental communication, their gazes inevitably turning toward the nine heavens' sacred land. The manifestations of divine beasts still lingered, and many who had reached a bottleneck sat cross-legged, absorbing the sounds of the Dao, only to discover their bottlenecks loosening. Meanwhile, young cultivators of lower cultivation levels, with just a slight comprehension, soared into the sky, leaping from the open aperture realm to the building chi realm, crossing three major realms in one leap. Among the many disciples within the nine heavens sacred land, the effects of comprehension were even more pronounced, as numerous individuals grasped their own unique Dao arts, breaking through one after another. Suddenly, a refined figure clad in azure robes appeared in the sky above the nine heavens sacred land, standing with hands clasped behind his back, that we pay our respects to the Master. Numerous elders and disciples bowed to the azure-clad figure in the sky. His gaze was profound, his demeanor extraordinary, as he slowly spoke. The outer sect disciple Xuanxu. Xuanxu? That waste of a divine son. Absolutely impossible. How could he evoke such a phenomenon? He had long been stripped of his title as the divine son by the Xian divine clan. It was only out of pity that our sacred land allowed him to occupy a place here. Many disciples voiced their skepticism, their eyes filled with disdain. Regardless of one's previous status or cultivation level, once one falls from grace, countless cold glances and harsh words will come flooding in, piercing through the remnants of one's self-esteem. This is the cruel reality. The expressions of the elders within the sacred land also bore traces of doubt. Tai's expression turned cold, and the crowd below fell silent, afraid to speak. The origins of the Xian divine clan remain mysterious, and the conflicts among clans are a common occurrence. Xuanxu, as the legitimate descendant of the Xian divine clan, had also become one of its victims. Out of goodwill, at the request of a friend, he had arranged for Xuanxu to be sheltered in the outer mountains of the sacred land, ensuring his safety. The Xian divine clan is indeed an intriguing race. I wonder what the old ones in their clan will think. A smirk unbiddenly crept across Tai's lips, just as he was preparing to head to the outer mountains. Several hearty laughs echoed in the skies above the nine heavens sacred land. I never expected that in this era, our nine heavens sacred land would produce a prodigious supreme. In the forbidden area of the nine heavens sacred land, several figures emerged from black coffins, their joy boundless, surrounded by a deathly aura, their eyes ablaze with fervor and excitement. The Grand Elder has also emerged due to such a phenomenon. The elders and disciples of the nine heavens sacred land swallowed hard, gasping in astonishment. Does a prodigious supreme truly possess such influence? Among prodigies, there exists a distinct hierarchy. Ordinary prodigies, peerless prodigies, supreme prodigies, forbidden prodigies, and prodigious supremes. The terror of a prodigious supreme is evident. Who is that child? And where is he? An elder in tattered robes danced with glee, resembling a mad beggar. These grand elders had been in slumber within the forbidden area, awakening only in the face of calamity befalling the nine heavens sacred land. Otherwise, they would not easily rouse. Yet now, they emerged one after another for a prodigious supreme they had never met. Tai pays his respects to the esteemed ancestors. Tai spoke respectfully and asked the master of the nine heavens sacred land. Tai's expression now bore a hint of panic. The aura emanating from these over 10 ancestors almost caused him to lose his footing. Having lived for so long, one should maintain a certain decorum. An ancient figure stepped through the void, the sounds of the Tao resonating throughout the heavens, bringing a sense of tranquility. The elder wore a robe of azure, exuding an aura of immortal elegance. Where his gaze fell, a crimson sun slowly rose, marking the source of the phenomenon. The ancestors have emerged. At this moment, the composed demeanor of Tai, the master of the nine heavens, could no longer be maintained. His astonished gaze fixed upon the white-haired elder. Meanwhile, the over 10 tattered-robed elders contained their emotions, respectfully gazing at the ancestor of the nine heavens. Chapter 4. The Shock of the Grand Elders and the Ancestor of the Nine Heavens. The ancestor of the nine heavens glanced around, sensing the violent energy fluctuations, and furrowed his brow. What is the identity of that child, and why is he merely an outer sect disciple? Upon hearing the elder's inquiry, Master Tai respectfully smiled at him, reporting to the elder, that child hails from the Xian divine clan among the 4 great heavenly clans and possesses the Xuanqi heart. However, it is regrettable that he had his Xuanqi heart plundered before being taken in by our nine heavens sacred land. The ancestor of the nine heavens nodded lightly, and the grand elders finally understood. So, the nine heavens sacred land has stumbled upon a great treasure. If the Xian divine clan were to learn of this, the old men in their clan would surely be cursing wildly. Since the Xian divine clan has made its choice, we need not show mercy. The ancestor of the nine heavens revealed a sinister smile. The existence of the sacred body Dao is not something everyone can possess. Furthermore, he had captured a trace of the extremely rare Xuanqi power from the earlier fluctuations. The Xuanqi sacred body Dao. Only with such a physique can the ancestor of the nine heavens validate his conjecture. And within that resplendent palace, Xuanqiu, the person at the center of it all, remained oblivious to the commotion outside. What he needed to do next was to break through. The spirits of the 6 divine beasts fortified his foundation. Solidifying his cultivation at the pinnacle of the building Qi realm, he sat cross-legged upon the river of spiritual energy, as boundless spiritual energy flowed toward him, that on his chest, a character for Qi emerged. And as he fused with the sacred body Dao, his body resembled crystal, appearing clear and pure. With every gesture, immense spiritual energy surged forth. With this as my focal point, the divine sea manifests. A spark of spiritual power coalesced at Xuanqiu's fingertips, sending the entire river of spiritual energy into a frenzy. Within the Xintian divine sea, tumultuous waves surged violently, an overwhelming torrent. The area of the Xintian divine sea continuously expanded, seemingly boundless. 3,000 miles, 4,000 miles, 5,000 miles, 8,000 miles, 10,000 miles, a vast divine sea spanning 10,000 miles. Truly, the Xuanqi sacred body Dao is remarkable. The expanse of the Xintian divine sea signifies the innate potential of cultivators. A broader area suggests an even more astonishing talent in the practitioner. The mythical expanse of 1,000 miles of divine sea exists solely in legends, undoubtedly leaving a profound and vibrant mark in the annals of the immortal realm's history. Associated with remarkable individuals, Xuanqiu, sensing the boundless spiritual energy within and the vast divine sea, revealed a smile of contentment. A flourishing Dao platform emerged from the Xintian divine sea, its golden radiance illuminating the surface of the sea, creating several golden rainbows. The reconstructed Dao platform, no longer fractured as before, had become even more robust. That in a moment, his cultivation would inevitably return to its peak state, reaching the pinnacle of the 9 heavens of the Dao platform. With that in mind, he aspired to ascend further. The desire for strength had never waned in Xuanqiu's heart. It was the manifestation of an indomitable will, invincible in spirit, invincible within oneself, invincible against the myriad of heaven and earth. The realm following the Dao platform is the celestial sanctuary, where one resonates with the cosmic principles. That it is far from a mere understanding of the spiritual energies of heaven and earth. It is a profound comprehension of the Dao Boom. The ethereal silhouettes of 6 divine beasts soared from the Xintian divine sea, emitting a cacophony of beastly roars. Xuanqiu himself was seated amidst these divine beasts. As chains of order surged forth from his body, simultaneously, he harnessed the Panga jade essence within, activating the 9 deaths profound art. The white light of the jade essence intertwined with the dark brilliance of the profound art, both converging towards the radiance of the 6 divine beasts. The golden Xuanqi sacred heart rippled with mysterious pale, golden runes, emanating an ancient and distant aura. Crack! In that instant, his cultivation surged directly into the celestial sanctuary. Yet, this was not the end. A towering beam of light shot into the heavens, and nine-colored radiance, akin to a jade ribbon, materialized in the skies above the Holy Land. The celestial sanctuary has long been associated with the manifestation of divine appearances. In an instant, Xuanxu displayed 6 distinct divine manifestations. Each divine beast embodied one aspect, with the most unique being the Kunping traversing heaven and earth, and the Qilin roaring at the firmament. This boundless light propelled Xingce's cultivation to unprecedented heights. Was he truly the abandoned scion of the Xianxin clan? The overwhelming light of his breakthrough and the astonishing celestial phenomena naturally attracted the attention of the 9 heavens ancestors and others. They had arrived outside the palace, their eyes fixated intently on the ethereal figure. Indeed, it was the Swanky's sacred body Dao. My suspicion has proven to be correct. The 9 heavens ancestor observed the massive character for Qi and smiled enigmatically with his hands clasped behind his back. He laughed heartily, fearing that the ancient relics of the Xianxin clan were now filled with regret. Moreover, they would have to endure the terrifying wrath upon that individual's return. Tai, you have made an excellent choice. The 9 heavens sect master, Tai, nodded with a smile, grateful for having retained Xuanxu. Otherwise, the entire Holy Land would have missed such an opportunity as the sacred body Dao. The 6 divine manifestations blazed like radiant suns, exuding immense heat, all of which Xuanxu absorbed without reservation. Look, the 7th divine manifestation is emerging, a disciple of the Holy Land exclaimed in astonishment. Generally speaking, cultivators of the celestial sanctuary capable of manifesting 2 or more divine appearances are already considered formidable. A majestic gate of light burst open, as if tearing through space itself. The celestial mystic gate, bathed in the radiance of the laws, Xuanxu embraced this baptism. Meanwhile, disciples below, noticing the anomaly of the celestial mystic gate, attentively engaged in their own comprehension, unwilling to miss even the slightest detail. Soon after, a surge of chaotic demonic energy emerged, the dark magical glow standing in stark contrast to the radiant essence of the celestial mystic gate. The chaotic blue lotus, the celestial mystic gate, and the previous 6 divine beasts, I have now cultivated 8 divine manifestations. Floating in the void, Xuanxu contemplated thoughtfully. The celestial sanctuary's 9 manifestations are my ultimate pursuit. A flash of brilliance crossed his eyes as he gazed at the character for Qi in his palm, and the desire within him surged uncontrollably. Bang! A thunderous sound reverberated through the sky. And the figure clad in azure, graceful and composed, remained unperturbed. The golden character for Qi erupted with unparalleled brilliance, illuminating the cosmos and obscuring the vast heavens. The power of the sacred body Dao flowed endlessly, activating Xuanxu's mechanisms, yet was fiercely suppressed by some force within the heavens and earth. Xuanxu retreated, bloodied, his battle intent undiminished. His long, dark hair became increasingly disheveled, and the pristine azure attire bore streaks of crimson blood. A colossal hand, forged from the will of the heavenly Dao and radiating the essence of numerous laws, descended upon that azure-clad figure. This strike was not merely a suppression, it was a true obliteration. The murderous intent of the heavenly Dao. This youth's bloodline originates from the Xianxin clan. The 9 heavens ancestor finally comprehended why the golden character for Qi bore a certain restriction. This is the seal of the heavenly Dao. An ancient punishment for the sinful lineage. Chapter 5. The heavenly tribulation descends. The earth-shattering thunderstorm, with serpentine lightning dancing, echoed throughout the firmament. And Xuanxu, garbed in azure, treading the void, bore an expression of unyielding determination upon his flawless visage. The golden character for Qi radiated endless divine light, enveloping Xuanxu within its embrace. The bloodline of the Xianxin clan is perhaps not as simple as it seems. That Xuanxu's complexion grew slightly pale as he cautiously regarded the fearsome thunderstorm dragon. Perhaps his impending doom was not due to internal clan strife, but rather entangled with some secret of his own bloodline. This is a bloodline that even the heavenly Dao seeks to annihilate. Where is the sun? A resonant sword chant reverberated in the ears of the onlookers, as boundless murderous intent permeated the heavens and earth. Many cultivators sensed this solemn sword intent, trembling involuntarily. What manner of weapon is this? It surely surpasses ordinary Dao weapons. A disciple gasped in astonishment. I in the immortal realm. Weapons are classified into several grades. Yellow-level Dao weapons, Shin-level Dao weapons, Earth-level Dao weapons, Heaven-level Dao weapons, King-level Divine weapons, Emperor-level Divine weapons, Saint-level Divine weapons, and Supreme-level Divine weapons. Beyond that lies the unparalleled Divine weapon, the treasures of each longevity family. The rank of this sword clearly exceeds that of a Dao weapon, likely belonging to a Supreme-level Divine weapon. An elder proficient in weapon refinement proclaimed, his eyes gleaming with a certain yearning. This supreme-level divine sword harbors a force he has long coveted, for his divine consciousness perceives that this supreme-level divine weapon is not complete. It may even ascend to a higher echelon. Xuanxu stepped into the void, wielding the sun-vanquishing sword, striking with grace, his golden eyes erupting with fierce murderous intent, akin to the piercing edge of the sun-vanquishing sword itself. Ancient and profound runes materialized along the blade, and several sword cries resonated as if ancient deities were chanting. The thunderstorm dragon in the heavens, its beastly eyes alight with fierce brilliance, charged forth like a bolt of lightning, aiming to annihilate the human prodigy below. Yet Xuanxu moved like a phantom, elusive and spectral, executing a sun-vanquishing sword technique that illuminated the celestial vault, the celestial mystic gate, the chaotic blue lotus, the supreme chi. An aura both ancient and profound erupted from Xuanxu's being. Amidst the rampaging lightning and calamity, the 9 divine manifestations shone brilliantly like radiant suns. This overwhelming power was infused into the sun-vanquishing sword. A colossal figure emerged, striving to pierce the heavens. With a gentle fist, he shattered the thunderstorm dragon into mere dust, dissipating into the ether. The azure sky returned to clarity once more, and Xuanxu's cultivation finally stabilized at the 3rd layer of the celestial sanctuary. Unbelievable! He has actually reached the celestial sanctuary with 9 manifestations. Such a prodigy is rarely seen throughout history. Do you think he will be directly appointed as the Dao child by the sect master? If so, the expressions of those several holy sons may not be pleasant. The disciples below were astonished by Xuanxu's performance, jesting and grinning. Meanwhile, the venerable elders and the 9 heavens ancestor gazed with excitement at the azure-clad figure in the void. The legendary 9 manifestations of the celestial sanctuary. Our holy land has produced a supreme prodigy, potentially possessing the qualifications of a true immortal. Even the 9 heavens ancestor, who typically exudes an air of celestial grace, could not contain his exuberance, laughing heartily. The other venerable elders beamed with fervent desire to take him as a direct disciple, wishing to impart all their knowledge to him. The 9 heavens sect master, Tai, gazed deeply at the azure figure, silently reflecting. Old friend, your gift to me is truly monumental. In the vast, chaotic void, an ancient figure smiled, having never taken his eyes off Xuanxu from the beginning. The young master is truly extraordinary. The other disciples gasped. I never imagined Xuanxu's talent would be so defiant, perhaps far surpassing that of Chu Wuxuan, who possesses the rare, innate, indestructible sword body. Not necessarily. Xuanxu's talent is indeed exceptional, but in terms of cultivation level, he may not even compare to Chu Wuxuan, let alone those several holy sons. Chu Wuxuan is not only the first holy son of the 9 heavens holy land, but also possesses the exceedingly rare, innate, indestructible sword body. The title of Dao Child is selected from among the holy sons and holy maidens, a process rife with bloodshed and treachery. The Dao Child is destined to be the next sect master of the 9 heavens. Within the embrace of 100,000 mountains, ethereal mist swirled, an auspicious radiance illuminated the heavens, as the esteemed sons and daughters of the saints reveled in their dominion. Upon learning that Xuanxu had unveiled 9 divine manifestations, they could no longer remain seated. Particularly, the recent spectacle of a resplendent sword light that cleaved the celestial dragon instilled a heavy pressure, making it difficult for them to breathe. Was Xuanxu's talent truly so formidable? Even the ancestors proclaimed him to possess the potential of a true immortal. Could it be that the age of great strife was upon them, with the celestial realm now graced by the saintly body Dao? Regardless, I shall retreat to cultivate in solitude, hoping his strength does not exceed the bounds of reason. The 9 divine manifestations were but a legend, and only the progeny of the ancient emperors could attain such a status. Is this truly the one and only saintly body Dao of all eternity? Within a solitary void Dao mountain, a man clad in azure robes sat, surrounded by a haze of primordial purple energy. A glimmer of cold malice flickered in his eyes. How could this be? The resentment of the ancient demons was sufficient to cause his demise. How had events escalated to such a degree? This seated figure, the seventh saint's son, Mu Feng, realized that not only was Xuanxu alive, but he had also awakened the saintly body Dao. How infuriating! The Xian God clan had extracted the heart of Xuanxi to eliminate Xuanxu. A plan that had seemed flawless, yet had encountered unforeseen complications. Unexpectedly, he was rescued to the Nine Heavens sacred land. Meanwhile, the original conspirators sought to plant the seeds of ancient demon resentment within Xuanxu. To Xuanxu, this was a doomed situation. Mu Feng could not fathom the opponent's means to overturn the tide. However, the subsequent developments were no longer within his control, that a sense of unwillingness stirred within Mu Feng. As a cold, killing intent enveloped him, that he cast a jealous glance at the 9 divine manifestations in the sky before turning to leave. Inside a resplendent palace, Xuanxu absorbed the energy for a moment. Feeling completely at ease, light as a celestial being, that a thread of profound Dao rhythm lingered around him. As he sensed a transformation within, with the divine sounds of the great Dao resonating throughout his being. His golden blood pulsated with an overwhelming life force, and the emerging patterns were inscribed with the character Qi, exuding an indescribable mystique. Indeed, the saintly body Dao was unparalleled throughout the ages. Among the 3,000 physiques, only the top-ranked chaos body and eternal body could rival it. Yet, the Xuanxi sacred heart within Xuanxu was even more formidable. Within his 5 organs lay an inexhaustible power of blood vitality. A direct effect of the Xuanxi sacred heart, the AT that moment, a dozen figures entered, their faces filled with admiration for Xuanxu, the saintly body Dao, and moreover, one possessing the Xuanxi sacred heart. Remarkable, Xuanxu bowed before the ancestors. Chapter 6, Master, the Great Sword Immortal Xian Mingxin. The 9 Heavens ancestor and the elders appraised the once-deposed son of the Xian God clan. Among the 4 divine clans, those granted the title of son were all exceptional talents, at least deemed as so-called taboo prodigies. Yet, the Xian God clan had relinquished such a talent to the 9 Heavens sacred land, which was truly laughable. The 9 Heavens ancestor squinted his murky old eyes, scrutinizing Xuanxu closely. From the mouth of the sect leader Tai, he learned the backstory of Xuanxu's fall from grace, which involved the factional struggles among the 6 royal houses within the Xian God clan. This unfortunate child had undoubtedly become a victim of the conflict between the 2 factions. The Night King house was ultimately petty and could not tolerate such a prodigy, that if the Xian God clan had 2 supreme beings, who in the vast celestial Xian realm could contend with them? Alas, they had missed such an extraordinary opportunity. The 9 Heavens ancestor's expression softened, his weathered face etched with the marks of time. Child, do not worry, as long as you are a disciple of my sacred land, the Xian God clan shall not dare to harm you. Xuanxu expressed his gratitude for the ancestor's protection. Just then, an elder with gray hair and eyes embodying the duality of yin and yang spoke. The Xuanxi sacred body Dao is indeed among the best of the 3,000 physiques. Senior brother, it would be fitting to designate Xuanxu as the 8th saint's son, commensurate with his status. The elder's dual-hued eyes shimmered with a hint of chaos, captivating those lacking in resolve, potentially ensnaring their hearts. His calling the 9 Heavens ancestor senior brother indicated his high standing, suggesting he was an ancient being who had survived countless epochs, wielding considerable influence within the sacred land. Xuanxu gazed at the elder, sensing an unusual feeling emanating from him, a resonance from his bloodline. Could it be that this esteemed elder of the 9 Heavens sacred land had some profound connection to the Xian God clan? Xuanxu furrowed his brow, suppressing such questions in his heart. The 9 Heavens ancestor surveyed the palace and stated solemnly, "Junior brother's words are indeed wise, and the palace of Yuqian Peak is rather simple. Child, you shall move into the Bo Palace starting tomorrow." The sect leader Tai, standing at the back, smiled awkwardly upon hearing this. Aside from Xuanxu, he had the lowest standing that it was primarily due to his old friend's entrustment of Xuanxu that he had found himself in such a predicament as a fallen individual. This could not be held against him. The Bo Palace was a place of serene cultivation for the esteemed elders of the Nine Heavens sacred land, a privilege not afforded to those saintly sons and daughters. These elders undoubtedly intended to nurture Xuanxu as a disciple of the Nine Heavens. However, the position of the disciple was not merely a matter of titles and words. It required the individual's strength to compete and vie for it. The disciple of the Nine Heavens must stand out among the saintly sons and daughters. Yet, at present, the Nine Heavens ancestor and several esteemed elders faced a dilemma. Who among them possessed the qualifications to be the master of this Xuanqi sacred body Dao? An outstanding disciple would invariably require a master of unparalleled caliber. These ancient beings had not taken disciples for tens of thousands of years, but upon encountering a saintly body Dao, they were all moved by the desire to nurture talent. After all, this was a veritable young supreme being. However, the Nine Heavens ancestors' words left the others at a loss, unsure of how to respond. Among those present, I believe the one most qualified to be Xuanxu's master is none other than Mingchen. All eyes turned to the elder in gray robes with the dual-hued eyes, no longer contesting the matter. Just as Suingsu was engulfed in confusion, the golden divine blood of his meridians grew restless. And the clan emblem of the Xian god clan on his chest radiated colorful divine light, flickering in and out of visibility. The gray-robed elder raised his wrinkled hand, revealing a clan emblem identical to Xuanxu's. He smiled gently at Xuanxu. My original name is Xian Mingchen, and I belong to the Xian god clan just like you. However, here, we are divided by sect rather than bloodline. The floodgates of memory were suddenly opened in Xuanxu's mind, as fragments of recollection enveloped him. When his original self was still a son, he had been privy to many secrets within the clan. The name Xian Mingchen was one he had encountered in scrolls, the great sword immortal Xian Mingchen. Unbeknownst to him, the great sword immortal of the Xian god clan had not remained within the clan's forbidden grounds, but had instead become a revered elder of the Nine Heavens sacred land. Disciple Xuanxu pays his respects to master. Xian Mingchen chuckled heartily upon seeing this. You are quite straightforward. I appreciate your character. It suits my taste. With that, he declared, as such, I shall present you with a welcoming gift. Lest these old fellows accuse me of being petty. With a casual flick of his sleeve, 12 mysterious and profound sword symbols materialized before the assembly, casting deep shadows of brilliance. One elder, sensing the pressure of the sword path emanating from them, gasped in astonishment. You old fool truly has a grand style, generously giving away your life savings. How bold! The 12 dark sword symbols merged into Xuanxu's brow, imbuing his divine Si with enigmatic sword shadows. Xian Mingchen patiently explained, I have devoted my life to the sword, knowing from the moment I grasped it that I would become the foremost in the sword path. An invincible sword intent radiated from within him, influencing Xuanxu to the point where he nearly lost his balance. The Xinshu Sword Classic, also known as the Xianyin Sword Classic, though possessing the power of an imperial scripture, could indeed reach the level of an unparalleled sword technique once you master the 12 Xianyin swords. Each of the 12 swords possesses a distinct effect. The way of heaven and earth is mine. Heavenly thunder guides my sword. All things become my sword. Heaven and earth allow my passage. All beings are mine to annihilate. Polarity bounces my sword. Dazzling colors annihilate. Sword Scorpion moves freely. Frosty cold reflects 1,000 autumns. Yearly decay and flourishing. Sword Demon arises from the heart. All phenomena of chaos are annihilated. Thank you, Master. Xuanxu sensed the 12 sword symbols merging with his divine Si, potentially leading to the legendary realm of swords. The Nine Heavens ancestor ultimately declared, since there are no objections, Xuanxu shall be the 8th saint son of our Nine Heavens sacred land. Yet in the next moment, the ancestor's gentle demeanor turned stern. Should there be any dissenters, Suingsu, use your fist to demonstrate what true principles are that I shall heed the ancestor's command. The Nine Heavens ancestor tacitly allowed Suingsu to retaliate. Should trouble come knocking, there would be no need for mercy. Strike with full force. Thus, among the 7 saintly sons, there was indeed one with whom Xuanxu shared an irreconcilable enmity. However, he now sought to take a long view, pondering what kind of power could compel a saintly son to engage in such despicable acts. The Nine Heavens ancestor and the esteemed elders took their leave, leaving behind this master-disciple pair. Chapter 7. The confrontation among the saintly sons. In the days to come, Xuanxu devoted himself to the profound study of the Xuanxu Sword Sutra within the Baiyu Palace. His cultivation did not falter. Having already reached the realm of the sixth heaven of Tianfu, since taking on disciples, the great sword immortal Xinming Qinzi had grown increasingly fond of this particular disciple, yet he gradually began to sense something amiss. "What, my disciple? You have completely comprehended the 12 swords of Xianin within the Xuanxu Sword Sutra. Is this the terrifying aspect of the sacred body Dao?" Even the venerable sword immortal's expression darkened. It is worth noting that he had spent a century deciphering these intricacies, while in just half a month, Xuanxu had fused the 12 swords of Xianin. Yet he felt something was still lacking. This is because you have only grasped the techniques but have not perceived the underlying intent. It is akin to a person lacking the 3 souls and 7 spirits, resembling nothing more than a walking corpse. Xinming Qin's words illuminated Xuanxu's understanding, allowing him to recognize his own shortcomings. This was not entirely Xuanxu's fault. After all, his practical experience was scarce, much like a flower sheltered within a greenhouse. Only through relentless battles could the fighting spirit within him be awakened, enabling him to comprehend his own supreme sword intent. Ding, ding, ding. Please proceed to the library pavilion to draw a card. The cold, emotionless voice of the system echoed in his ears, though the system may be delayed. It would never be absent. "Master, I wish to visit the library pavilion. Did I take my leave?" Xinming Qin silently nodded, watching as Xuanxu transformed into a streak of purple light and vanished from sight. He muttered to himself, "The 6 great royal houses within the Xianxin clan are embroiled in constant conflict. Even Xuanxu, who possesses the sacred heart of Xuanxi, cannot escape unscathed. The ambition of the Night King's house is far from trivial." The library pavilion of the 9 skies sacred land comprises 9 levels, with the 1st to 4th levels available for outer disciples, the 5th to 7th for inner disciples, and the 8th and 9th levels accessible only to the holy sons. It is rumored that a 10th level exists within the library pavilion, though few have ventured there. Even the first holy son, Chu Wuxuan, returned empty-handed, having stopped at the 9th level. Consequently, many dismiss this as mere deception by the elders, believing there to be no 10th level at all. Dressed in white robes, Xuanxu bore an air of tranquility that he stood upon the supreme, divine sword, soaring through the skies, taking in the entirety of the 9 skies sacred land. The sacred land was divided into 8 sacred mountains for inner disciples and 7 celestial peaks for outer disciples. He had previously resided on one of the 7 celestial peaks, the Yutian Peak. The 7 celestial peaks encircled the 8 sacred mountains, shrouded in mist and clouds, where numerous cranes danced between the heavens. The Baiyu Palace stood as the pinnacle of the 9 skies sacred land, akin to the apex of a pyramid, while the library pavilion was situated atop the Xuanxiao Peak. From a distance, an ancient, towering edifice pierced the clouds, coming into Xuanxu's view. That was indeed the library pavilion of the 9 skies sacred land. Today's library pavilion was bustling with activity, and the nearby martial arts square was teeming with people. Every 6 months, the Yutian Peak held a Tiani festival, where the top 10 participants would have the opportunity to enter the 8 sacred mountains and become followers of one of the holy sons. Thus, outer disciples were fiercely vying to leap through the Dragon Gate. The 7th sacred mountain, known for its enchanting brilliance, was responsible for hosting this Tiani festival. Just then, a figure like a shooting star glided gracefully toward the crowd. Who was this individual? Previously, Xuanxu had been brought to Yutian Peak by the esteemed Taichi Jinren, and having lived in seclusion, it was understandable that others could not recognize him. Only the few outer disciples who had cared for Xuanxu had a passing acquaintance with him. "Young Master Xuanxu?" One of the outer disciples from Yutian Peak recognized the former identity of the discarded divine son and exclaimed with excitement. This disciple had been among those who looked after Xuanxu's daily needs. Xuanxu concealed his chilly demeanor and smiled warmly. "Daoji, how is the esteemed Peak Master faring?" Chun Daoji, startled, replied with a smile, "Master was quite worried about you earlier, but upon hearing that you went to Baiyu Palace." He felt reassured. He discreetly scrutinized Xuanxu, realizing that this young master did not look down upon someone as insignificant as himself, despite his elevated status. Just as Chen Daoji was about to continue speaking, a formidable man in blue interrupting from the main stage. "Xuanxu, my junior brother, how have you fared? Are you accustomed to life in Baiyu Palace?" Xuanqu responded. Baiyu Palace is far superior to the enchanting brilliance of senior brother Mufeng. Upon hearing this, Mufeng could not help but let out a cold laugh. Then my junior brother should be careful not to be sent away again, as in the past within the Xianxin clan. Xuanqu scoffed. There is no need for senior brother to worry about that. Mufeng, having achieved fame long ago, suppressed his inner fury and turned to Xuanqu, inquiring, "What brings you here, junior brother?" To his surprise, Xuanqu showed no inclination to grant him any favor. "Do I owe you an answer?" Mufeng's face turned a shade of green and white with anger, his clenched fists trembling with barely contained rage. The gray-haired elder behind him advised, "A moment's restraint can prevent great turmoil. Holy Son, please remain calm, that if that is the case, junior brother, please make yourself comfortable, that I must preside over the Tiani festival." Xuanqu cast a surprised glance at the 8th Holy Son, having intended to provoke Mufeng with his disrespectful words. According to the usual narrative, Mufeng would be infuriated, eager to swallow him whole. This was not following the script, truly a patient individual. Mufeng's venomous gaze bore down on the outer disciples led by Qin Daoji. Inwardly mocking Xuanqu, "If I cannot deal with your sacred body Dao, then surely I can handle them." Sensing Qin Daoji's pleading gaze, Xuanqu spoke, "My 8th sacred mountain will soon be established. Daoji, remember to select a few capable disciples from Yutian Peak." Very well. At that moment, Mufeng could no longer contain himself, his eyes gleaming with malice. "Junior brother, the rules for outer disciples entering the sacred mountains must not be disregarded. Do you intend to set a precedent?" A chilling wind swept through the venue, enveloping all outer disciples. The Xuanqu's expression remained impassive as he waved his sleeve, dispelling the cold, ominous energy that I have already explained the situation to the great sword immortal. Does my senior brother have anything further to say? The crowd had long been aware that the great sword immortal had taken Xuanqu as his personal disciple, and now hearing it spoken by Xuanqu himself left them astounded. They could not help but inwardly lament. Having connections is indeed advantageous. Many outer disciples envied those from Yutian Peak, able to swiftly cling to this formidable tree of support, as if one person attaining Dao would elevate all around them. Xuanqu had always been a person who repaid kindness. The peak master of Yutian Peak had treated him with great affection, and he would undoubtedly offer protection in return to AS for Mufeng, who had repeatedly sought to trouble him. There was no need for him to show any mercy. The Night King's house of the Xianxin clan had pierced his heart, while Mufeng's ancient grievances had destroyed his foundation. Such enmity could not go unavenged. "Today I shall witness the power of your sacred body Dao, Xuanqu. The soldier may be killed but must not be humiliated." In the end, Mufeng could not restrain himself and launched a ruthless attack on Xuanqu. Chapter 8. Yasha, one of the 8 parts. The 9 Skies sacred land has never opposed fair competition among disciples, yet when it comes to conflicts involving factions, they would merely turn a blind eye. Had it not been for a series of subsequent opportunities, Xuanqu, whose foundation had been destroyed that day, might have already become a lifeless corpse, lacking the prestige to sit high among the renowned. Let alone becoming the 8th holy son of the 9 Skies sacred land and the foremost disciple of the great sword immortal Xianming Chenzi, a sanctuary of eternal life that has stood for millennia. The 9 Skies sacred land bears a complex web of power struggles, adhering to the principle of inclusion rather than the exclusivity of the so-called eternal life aristocracy. That Mufeng's identity is not merely that of a holy son of the 9 Skies sacred land. He also hails from the Mushi clan among the 4 great divine clans. This is the foundation of his audacity to challenge Xuanqu. After all, this 8th holy son is no longer the divine son of the Xianxin clan, but rather a discarded pawn. "Junior brother Xuanqu, may I inquire how my Hongming Dao body compares to your sacred heart Dao?" Mufeng stepped forward with an imposing aura, launching a fierce assault, the purple chi eastward fist aimed directly at Xuanqu's face. Among the 3,000 physiques, there exist spiritual bodies, Dao bodies, sacred bodies, and immortal bodies. As for the legendary chaos body and eternal body, they are likely possessed only by the immortal Dao lineage and aristocratic families. From birth, Mufeng was marked by extraordinary phenomena, endowed with the seeds of the Hongming Dao. Having failed to secure the position of divine son within the Mushi clan, he came to the 9 Skies sacred land, becoming one of its holy sons. However, not long ago, a group informed him that he could return to the Mushi clan, With the position of divine sun within reach, the sole condition for this was to eliminate Xuanxu. Yet he had not anticipated the resilience of this young man. The ancient malevolent energy had failed to extinguish Xuanxu's life. At this moment, Mu Feng pondered the myriad circumstances, a flicker of malevolence flashing in the depths of his gaze. Should he inadvertently slay his opponent, the higher-ups of the Nine Heavens Sacred Land would hardly utter a word, attributing it to their eighth saint son's inadequacy. Alas, he had miscalculated. Before him stood a sacred body of unparalleled prowess. A Dao that was rare throughout history. That as Xuanxu faced the purple Qi rising fist, he did not immediately summon the within him. Instead, his fingers subtly moved, forming a sword seal that a deep, ethereal sword light flickered at his fingertips, accompanied by a hint of dark divine thunder. With a fierce shout, a rift was torn in the azure sky, and the ominous lightning transformed into countless sword lights, shattering the incoming purple Qi. This was the Tianlai Daoi from the 12 Swords of Xianyin. The elder who had previously stood behind Mu Feng now revealed a glimmer of brilliance in his aged eyes. The so-called Tianlai Daoi required the practitioner to comprehend the power of heaven and earth, to grasp a fragment of divine thunder and merge it with their swordsmanship. Upon seeing his purple Qi thwarted, Mu Feng's brow furrowed in distress, and he remarked, "The great sword immortal is indeed generous, imparting the secret of 12 swords of Xianyin to you. Brother Mu Feng, if all 12 swords of Xianyin are unleashed, how many moves do you believe you can withstand?" Xuanxu dispelled the palm thunder in his hand, and the vast, distant sky returned to clarity. It was his first time truly sensing the terror of the 12 swords of Xianyin. "Just you? How audacious!" The great sword immortal, Xian Mingchen, had cultivated for many years to comprehend the 12 swords of Xian Yin. That Mu Feng could hardly believe that Xuanxu could fathom the remaining 11 swords in such a short span of time. Yet in the next moment, Xuanxu did not remain passive as before. He chose to strike first, aiming to conclude the battle in one fell swoop. That a bizarre, dark magic energy enveloped his entire right arm. Covered in purple-black dragon scales, behind Xuanxu, a terrifying shadow emerged, instilling a sense of dread in all who beheld it. The outer disciples present were struck with fear at the sight of that horrific phantom beast. Mu Feng's eyelids twitched. He was utterly oblivious to the origin of that beastly apparition, that he had heard that Xuanxu had comprehended the power of Tianfu Jiuxiang, and he could ascertain that this did not belong to any of the 9 forms. The fearsome beast had a green face and sharp fangs, wielding the scythe of death, viciously lunging towards Mu Feng. "You vile creature, dare not be so audacious." A layer of Hongmeng gold body enveloped Mu Feng, rendering his physical form extraordinarily robust. That scythe of death could not breach his defenses. The Hongmeng Dao fist surged like waves crashing upon the shore, the essence of the purple Qi rising fist more pronounced than before. Xuanxu maintained a calm demeanor, his purple-black dragon arm radiating a sinister glow. The Yiksha behind him, invigorated, grew even more formidable, launching a fierce attack. The two engaged in combat, resulting in a stalemate. This, of course, was due to Xuanxu's restraint in not employing the power of. The Yiksha behind him remained relentless, baring its fangs and charging directly at Mu Feng. "That I end the world." There exists a saying of the 8 parts of the heavenly dragons, also known as the 8 parts clan. And this Yiksha was a manifestation of Xuanxu's understanding from the 8 parts divine fist. While the two battled fiercely, 2 phantoms concealed themselves within the spatial rift, observing the conflict intently. They were a pair of individuals. A man with red lips and white teeth in his 20s or 30s, standing with his hair tied back, holding a book, resembling a wandering scholar. The woman beside him was strikingly graceful, her autumn-like clear eyes betraying a hint of a smile, her purple gown accentuating her exquisite figure. Yet the scholar beside her, resembling a sage, remained unfazed. The woman's enchanting gaze glanced at the scholar as she parted her crimson lips, speaking, "People often say that traveling 1,000 miles is better than reading 1,000 books. Just how far have you ventured this time?" The scholar, stroking the tattered blue book in his hands, replied softly, "Water strikes 3,000 miles, soaring up to 90,000 miles. This time, it just happens to be 90,000 miles." The woman seemed displeased with the scholar's pedantic demeanor, her brows arching as she chose to remain silent. This time, the scholar took the initiative to speak. "Is this truly our 8th saint's son?" Even the Hongming Dao body cannot match him at this point. He shook his head slightly, only to have the woman retort, "And what of you? Can you, the fifth saint's son, compare to him?" The scholar before them was none other than the fifth saint's son, Yin Lu. Having roamed the world for years, Yin Lu had left no trace within the nine heavens sacred land, dedicating himself to mastering the strongest Confucian Tao. The enchanting woman, ranked sixth, was one of the few women among the eight. "Xiao Luzi, do you believe that sacred body can triumph?" Faced with this address, a hint of embarrassment flickered across Yin Lu's face, and he feigned a cough, although Mu Feng may not match his brother's Hongmeng immortal body. This Dao body of his is still associated with Hongmeng, that if Xuanqu wishes to win, it will not be so simple. The most critical factor is that Mu Feng's cultivation is superior. Qin Xian remained silent, her clear and beautiful eyes entirely focused on the battle below. After several intense exchanges, Mu Feng eventually shattered the yiksha, sending its spirit scattering, that in stark contrast. Xuanqu appeared utterly unfazed. He stood with his hands behind his back, observing the disheveled Mu Feng, and could not help but chuckle. "If I were to summon a few more of the Eight Parts clan, brother, you might not withstand it." Chapter 9. The Sword Approaches. The array awakens. Is this truly one of the legendary Eight Parts clan, the Yiksha demon? Mu Feng stared at Xuanqu with a grave expression, his eyes increasingly filled with trepidation, that he had thought that this newly appointed Eighth Saint son would unleash the power of his prized sacred body. To his surprise, the opponent's methods were unexpectedly disdainful of using. Concerning the rumors of the Eight Parts clan, Mu Feng had encountered them in ancient texts within his clan. 1 for the common people, 2 for the dragons, 3 for the Yikshas, 4 for the Gandharvas, 5 for the Asuras, 6 for the Garudas, 7 for the Kinaras, 8 for the Maharagas. The might of the 8 heavenly dragons, when cultivated to the highest realm, could directly slay true immortals. First came the Tianlai Daoi from the 12 swords of Xianin, followed by the Yiksha from the Eight Parts clan, and Mu Feng felt increasingly that Xuanqu's methods were inexhaustible. If the Eight Parts clan were unleashed alongside the 12 swords of Xianin, how could he hope to survive? Even with his own pinnacle of the 9 heavens of Tianfu, he was still inferior to Xuanqu, who stood at the 6th heaven of Tianfu. Yet the Hongming Dao body was not a mere soft persimmon, and Mu Feng had once been a formidable contender for the title of divine son of the Mu God clan. Far from an ordinary individual, since Brother Mu's interest was so piqued, it would be disrespectful for me, as the junior, to retreat at this moment. Xuanqu let out a cold snort. This time, it was not merely the Yiksha demon. Behind him, a gateway to the underworld quietly descended, emanating the roars of ferocious beasts, accompanied by malevolent ghostly runes. Dressed in pristine white, Xuanqu's form was also tainted by a layer of crimson sinful energy. The 3 blood-red phantoms before him were the Yiksha, Asura, and Garuda, that a bizarre and eerie aura enveloped the entire square, an overwhelming force of Shura pressing down on Mu Feng's Hongmeng Dao body, making it difficult for him to breathe. Legend has it that Yikshas are grotesque demons, fierce and brutal, feasting on humans. They are categorized into 3 types: the evil ghost Yiksha, the Shura Yiksha, and the sinful Yiksha. At this moment, the Yiksha summoned by Xuanqu bore blood-red eyes, exuding a thirst for blood, clearly belonging to the Shura Yiksha. The imposing figure in the center was the Asura, while the gigantic black flames of the Garuda loomed beside him. The term Asura originally translates to non-heaven, non-human, and is not aligned with virtue, much like a malevolent spirit. Though a celestial being, it harbors no kindness, akin to demons and phantoms. Thus, it is a creature that is neither god, nor demon, nor human. Bearing a blood-red giant axe and a wooden gourd at its waist, it gazed mockingly at Mu Feng, its single eye gleaming with gluttonous delight. The black flame bird, resembling a hawk, flapped its wings, spewing forth a toxic miasma. It is said that the Garuda, part of the 8 heavenly dragons, devours a dragon king and 800 venomous dragons daily, accumulating the world's most potent poison. Incurable by any means, confronted by these 3 bloodthirsty beasts, Mu Feng felt immense pressure, having not anticipated the sheer weight of Xuanqu's iron hand. Once kicked, there would be little chance of retreat. "Kill for me." As Xuanqu's command rang out, the 3 figures of the 8 heavenly parts could no longer contain themselves, launching an assault on the Hongmeng Dao body. Mu Feng, unwilling to be outdone, unleashed countless purple chi rising fists. But an unexpected outcome ensued. The single-eyed Azura took the brunt of the attack, standing firm, opening its maw to devour the purple chi, displaying a sense of indifference. This is insufficient. As the battle intensified, the elder in gray robes, who had been observing, could no longer remain seated, shouting, "Saint's son, I shall assist you in vanquishing these three beasts." This elder was originally a guest elder from the 7th Saint Mountain, responsible for safeguarding the Saint's son's safety. However, 12 sword shadows barred his path. "Ha ha, splendid." Mu Feng laughed heartily as a dazzling golden light erupted from within him, the resonant melody of Dao reverberating, captivating the hearts and minds of all present. At that moment, the bodies of the three members of the Eightfold Clan became rigid, losing their previous agility and freedom. Among all those present, only 3 remained unaffected: Su and X, the 5th Holy Son Yin Lu, and the 6th Holy Maiden Qin Xian, who were merely observing the battle. The phantasmagoric golden bell illusion within Mu Feng was mesmerizing as he boldly charged towards the 3 members of the Eightfold Clan, his physical strength rivaling that of an Azura, with every cell in his body imbued with the power of dragons and elephants. That golden bell was none other than his innate supreme divine weapon. The Hongmeng Dao Bell, its profound golden runes merging seamlessly within his bloodline. Upon witnessing this, Su X's expression turned cold, and he spoke with a chilling intensity. "So, all along, I have been ensnared in your cunning scheme." Yin Lu and Qin Xian, suspended in the void, were equally astonished by the depth of Mu Feng's stratagem, realizing he had utilized Su X's Eightfold Clan as mere stepping stones. This revealed that the seemingly reckless 7th Holy Son was, in fact, a person of considerable cunning. With a fierce smile, Mu Feng felt an endless reservoir of power surging within him, the particles of his cells continuously dividing. While he could not rival the primal sacred body of antiquity, his physical form had undeniably reached an extraordinary pinnacle. Under the might of his Hongmeng purple fist, the Azura's chest was battered beyond recognition, while the Garuda and Yiksha collapsed to the ground. Mu Feng relentlessly swung his heavy fists, his visage embodying ferocity, until the 3 members of the Eightfold Clan were reduced to nothingness. Before he could revel in his triumph, a body riddled with sword wounds appeared beneath him. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was his own guest elder. This elder, clad in gray, had been intercepted by Su X, gravely wounded by the 12 swords of Yin. His meridians had been shattered by the chilling sword energy, and it was evident that he could not survive. The 3 members of the Eightfold Clan were mere manifestations of energy, while this guest elder was a living being, ultimately meeting his demise in this manner. For Mu Feng, this was undoubtedly a most unwise transaction. That Su X, do you understand the consequence of recklessly taking a life in the 9 Heavens' holy land? What crime have you committed? Mu Feng roared in fury, unleashing a Hongmeng purple fist aimed directly at Su X's vital points, wishing nothing more than to vanquish him here and now. The physical power of the Hongmeng Dao body was indeed extraordinary. Su X felt the force of the Hongmeng purple fist and could not help but emit a muffled grunt. Had he awakened the unparalleled sacred body of antiquity, dealing with this Hongmeng Dao body would have been a trivial matter. Su X, do not rely on external forces. Unleash your Xian Qi. In that moment, Mu Feng, embodying the Hongmeng Dao body, synergized with the body refining technique, the dragon elephant suppression technique, his physical prowess akin to the vastness of the stars. Such terrifying strength. Mu Feng had hidden his capabilities well, that he was resolute in his intent to eliminate Su X. Yin Lu and Qin Xian contemplated that, should they face this punch, they would likely choose to temporarily evade its might. Many outer disciples voluntarily withdrew from the martial arts square, fearing the calamity of being caught in the crossfire. Su X, ensconced in the eternal inferno, his cold gaze flickered with a hint of something unusual. Swords. Arise, formation, activate. Chapter 10. The Furnace of Heaven and Earth. No one anticipated that the clash between the 2 holy sons would generate such tremendous upheaval. The fierce battle between these 2 prodigies of the Tianfu realm was equivalent to the power unleashed by formidable beings of the Xuangu Palace realm. Though the sacred body Dao was indeed unrivaled across time, Mu Feng's Hongmeng Dao body, accompanied by its supreme divine weapon, was perceived by many as a formidable advantage over Su NX, who was trapped within the eternal inferno. The sacred body Dao ultimately required time to grow. Without it, it was nothing, having achieved the Hongming golden body for many years, coupled with the supreme imperial scripture of the Mu God clan. The dragon elephant suppression technique. It seemed that Su NX would have little chance of turning the tide. Observers could not help but express their astonishment at the unfolding events. The disturbances in the martial arts square also caught the attention of the Bayou Palace, who sensed something amiss. The current headmaster of the Nine Heavens, Tai Yi, was at his wit's end, pondering how long these two young masters intended to fight. Meanwhile, the Nine Heavens ancestor and several esteemed elders remained unresponsive, seemingly tacitly approving of the conflict in the Bayou Palace. Atop the Xian Du Purple Mansion, the great sword immortal Xian Ming Chun conversed with the Nine Heavens ancestor. Yet in the next moment, his expression turned peculiar. His gaze instinctively drifted toward the outer Sex Yutian Peak. "Junior brother, are you not concerned for your disciple?" The Nine Heavens ancestor chuckled. From the very beginning, an elder from the library had conveyed information to him. However, the Nine Heavens ancestor did not intervene, as he too wished to see whether this sacred body Dao was worthy of cultivation by the Nine Heavens' holy land, i.e. the seventh holy sun. If Su NX could not subdue Mu Feng, he need not mention the 6 other holy sons and daughters before him. Thus, this battle was crucial. Su NX, the 8th holy son, must emerge victorious. This was his opportunity to establish a name for himself. Xian Mingchen shook his head, tightly gripping the Zhurong cup in his hand, glancing at the tea leaves within, which resembled snowy peaks. Then, he spoke deliberately. "I sense the aura of the Xian Yin sword formation. I recall that you inadvertently entered a realm of the underworld, becoming tainted by the power of Yin Sha, ultimately comprehending the Xian Yin sword formation and subsequently the 12 swords of Yin." After a brief pause, the Nine Heavens ancestor spoke earnestly. "This child's comprehension is immeasurable. However, the mere Xian Yin 12 sword formation is still insufficient to breach Mu Feng's Hongming golden body, that if he cannot find a way to break the stalemate, defeat is merely a matter of time." Xian Mingchen smiled silently, then with a knowing grin, added, "In truth, the Xian Yin 12 swords still possess a final sword." The Nine Heavens ancestor's eyes widened in astonishment, staring incredulously at his younger brother, before his aged visage gradually returned to calm. The martial arts square had long since transformed, the black infernal flames creating the illusion of a furnace of heaven and earth. Even the disciples and elders observing from a distance could feel the intense heat emanating from it. Within the dark inferno, a slender figure dressed in white stood, as if a pristine lotus blossoming in a chaotic world, embodying the essence of purity untouched by mud and untainted by the cleansing waters. "Junior brother, the dragon elephant suppression technique has 7 tribulations, and this tribulation is the furnace of heaven and earth. Those ensnared within will have their spiritual energy devoured, ultimately succumbing to exhaustion and death." Dao Mu Feng gazed down at the figure in white, a jubilant smile gracing his features, as if he were witnessing a corpse that could not die any further. He had already surmised the intentions of the higher-ups of the Nine Heavens' holy land. The name of the sacred body Dao alone could not secure the position of the 8th holy son, let alone that of a future Dao child. Thus, the elders sought to establish Su NX's authority, with him as the first stepping stone toward that goal, with pride as high as the heavens. Mu Feng would never submit to being beneath another. Today, he would shatter the expectations of those decrepit old souls, vying instead for the position of Dao child. Suddenly, Su NX ascended, enveloped in 12 dark sword shadows, his supreme divine weapon radiating a brilliant, resplendent light. Amidst a cascade of colors, ancient golden runes shimmering forth at the center of his chest, a vast character for Qi flickered, and the immense power of the Xian Qi sacred body Dao was unleashed without reservation. The eternal inferno, resembling a furnace of heaven and earth, began to tremble, as if something were about to burst forth with unstoppable momentum. The one in direct control. Mu Feng quickly sensed the ominous turn of events. Coldly taunting, "No matter your power, do you still wish to turn the tide?" Hongming Golden Bell Dao. Hongming Pangu Calamity. Hongming Heaven Ancestor Finger. Mu Feng suddenly surged to his feet, bellowing mightily as the Hongming Purple Sun rose from the east. his palm outstretched, executing the purple chi eastward fist, and the Hongming heaven and earth finger. Point 3 Extraordinary phenomena surged forth, descending upon Su in X, who was ensnared within the furnace of heaven and earth. When Mu Feng initially broke through to the Tianfu realm, he comprehended these three phenomena, solidifying his status as the Yao Guang Luo Huan Holy Sun. Point 3 Terrifying pressures bore down upon Su in X, causing his heart to sink. Had he misjudged his perception? Not long ago, his divine sense had swept across two distinct energy fluctuations. Though those two had concealed themselves well, he had still detected their presence. Are you not coming out? Su in X speculated that the two hidden figures were indeed from the Xian God clan. Entrusted by the Xian God clan, Mu Feng had planted the seeds of ancient resentment and demonic energy on his original body. Unaware that his uninvited guests had shattered their schemes, the two formidable members of the Xian God clan had remained undetected by the higher echelons of the Nine Heavens Holy Land, indicating their profound cultivation. Rest assured, young master, and engage in battle. A warm voice resonated in Su in X's ears, emanating from an elder. I in the blink of an eye, Su in X deduced. The Xian God clan's assassins had been thwarted by that elder. Grasping the sword of the setting sun, a chilling bloodlust flickered within his moon-like eyes. Crimson Azura blood energy surged forth from his being, unexpectedly turning the tables and devouring the power of the furnace of heaven and earth. The great sword immortal Xian Ming Chun had comprehended the most sinister and malevolent sword through his own Yin Sha power, culminating in the Xian Yin 12 swords. Yet Su in X wielded the power of the Azura's sins through the Eightfold Clan, manifesting his own Xian Yin 12 swords. The blood sword tore through the sky, as six beasts roared in the heavens. In a mere instant, the entire celestial furnace could no longer withstand the overwhelming force. Shattering into fragments. 12 blood swords entwined with six divine beasts encircled the figure in white, seemingly safeguarding their master. The Xuanchu's blood-red gaze fixated on the 12 blood swords in the distance, pondering. Should he wield 12 supreme-grade swords to unleash the Xian Yin 12 swords one day? What might be the outcome? My elder brother's celestial furnace has ensnared me in great distress. As the saying goes, a gift must be reciprocated. Hence, the junior brother has prepared a grand gift for the elder brother. Golden characters of Qi intertwined with blood-red Azura power, rendering Xuanchu both righteous and wicked in appearance. Chapter 11. The 13th Sword, Celestial Blood Azura Punishment. The masters within the celestial realm differed based on the number of their respective residences. When Mufeng broke through to the celestial realm, three wondrous omens descended from the heavens. Not long prior, Xuanchu was the singular celestial 9 omens of the ages, having reached the pinnacle of a prodigious genius. Yet what perplexed many was why Xuanchu suppressed the Xuanchi power within him prior to that, rather than unleashing in a concealed space. Two figures clashed fiercely. The gray-robed elder casually waved his sleeve, his mastery at the life and death realm forcing the black-robed elder, who bore a sword, to retreat in defeat. Luo Chongning, do not remain obstinately ignorant. From the moment he was cast out, he has been a discarded pawn of the Xian God clan. The black-robed elder pointed his giant sword at the gray-robed elder he referred to as Luo Chongning. The divine son of the Xian God clan can be replaced, but the young master is irreplaceable. Luo Chongning coldly regarded the black-robed elder, fully aware that the Night King's mansion harbored treacherous intentions, seeking to eliminate the young master. As expected, they indeed dispatched a master from the life and death realm to strike against Xuanchu at the opportune moment. Thus, the young supreme of the Night King's mansion could firmly secure the position of divine son of the Xian God clan. So, no further negotiations. The black-robed elder, tasked with obliterating all traces, found himself facing a formidable opponent, which was quite the bitter predicament. Song Xian, as an old friend of many years, I still advise you one last time. Whether the master perished in the evil domain is another matter entirely. Do not forget about the old man. The master referred to by Luo Chongning is none other than Xuanchu's parents, the Taichu God King and his consort. The black-robed elder furrowed his brows slightly, then chuckled. In this world, every opportunity is a gamble. As a gambler, I've already placed my bet, and there is no room for regret. His mastery at the life and death realm was the result of that wager. Song Xian was naturally aware of the consequences should the Tai Chu God King return to that time. Not only himself, but the scheming Night King's mansion would face utter annihilation. However, if the Taichu God King and his consort were to perish in the outer realms or quietly in some unknown dark corner, the Shin God clan would fall under the Night King's mansion's dominion, allowing him to rise with the winds. Life is, after all, a grand gamble. No one can escape the fated consequences that if one bets correctly. Joy abounds. Yet, should one inadvertently place a wrong wager, it is merely the whims of fate beyond one's control. When fortune arrives, heaven and earth conspire. When it departs, heroes are rendered powerless. Regardless, I must return today with an account. I cannot return empty-handed. Song Xian did not wish to clash with his longtime friend, nor did Luo Chongning. The most painful affair in this world is the fratricidal strife. Very well, let us settle this with a single strike. Song Xian raised the giant sword in his hand and charged directly at Luo Chongning, invoking a trace of starry power, while simultaneously exuding an overwhelming aura of slaughter. 7 luminous points shimmered on the sword's body. The Southern Dipper 7 stars preside over slaughter, while the Northern Dipper 6 stars preside over harmony. That moment, Song Xian unleashed a sword technique originating from the Xian God clan's supreme sword art. The Southern Dipper 7 kill sword. 7 vivid red characters representing slaughter radiated an overwhelming intent of execution as they surged toward the gray-robed elder. Luo Chongning's right finger shone with the brilliance of mutton fat jade, displaying the cycle of decay and rebirth, before emanating a powerful divine intent. This was the Xian God clan's Xian God finger. The vast divine intent, imbued with tremendous suction power, entirely obliterated the 7 characters of slaughter. Song Xian's figure was sent flying, blood spewing from his mouth, yet he ultimately managed to stabilize himself. Chongning, I respect your choice as you do mine. However, our next meeting shall be one of life and death. Luo Chongning retracted the Xian God finger, smiling nonchalantly. Each serves their master, my brother Song Xian. Take care to that moment. Song Xian released the burdens of his heart and smiled comfortably good upon uttering these words. He tore open a rift in space and vanished. Once like-minded brothers, they ultimately found themselves on opposing sides due to differing political views. In the martial arts square, Mufeng gazed at Xuanxu with caution. He sensed something distinctly unusual about Xuanxu, though he could not pinpoint what it was. The onlookers beheld an eerie blood aura coalescing slowly before Xiansu. In a moment, that strange blood aura suddenly took form, manifesting as a blood sword forged from Azura power. The sword technique Xuanxu now wielded had transcended the previously simplistic Xian 12 swords, as they were now tainted with a hint of terrifying Azura power. Even Xuanxu himself was astonished, having not anticipated that within the 8 divine fists not only lay the legendary 8 divines, but he had also grasped the Azura power from it. The Xian 12 swords had transformed into the Azura 13 swords. In the sky above, a blood-red abyss emerged, resembling the gaping maw of a primordial beast, instilling dread in all who gazed upon it. Azura sword formation, rise. Counting the eerie blood sword before Xuanxu, it perfectly constituted the number 13. The Xian 12 swords had directly morphed into the Azura 13 swords. The great sword immortal had set the precedent, thus naming this 13th sword proved challenging. Surrounding Xuanxu was a swirling mass of blood aura, resembling an Azura emperor emerging from the underworld, yet his immaculate white robe seemed entirely out of place. This final sword shall be called Celestial Blood Azura Punishment. Is my elder brother satisfied? At this moment, Mufeng had no thought to respond to Xuanxu's taunts that if he were not careful, the Azura 13 swords could pierce through his primordial golden body, turning the grand martial arts square into a graveyard. Mufeng positioned the primordial golden bell before him, activating the primordial heavenly sound to dispel the encroaching blood aura. With 3 grand phenomena manifesting, he barely managed to withstand the assault of the 12 swords. Yet deep within his heart, he was acutely aware that the true threat was the 13th sword, Celestial Blood Azura Punishment. Channeling Qi to invoke the spirit and forming the image with the spirit, Mufeng endured the excruciating pain of his cells bursting forth, gritting his teeth as he recited the dragon elephant suppression technique's incantation. His physical body had yet to reach the pinnacle of the so-called imperishable state. In an instant, his skin erupted, blood gushing forth. Soon, as his vision began to blur, A blood sword seemed to traverse the tides of time and space, directly aimed at his face. This time, Xuanqiu infused the sword spirit of celestial blood Azura punishment into the Zhurich, elevating its power to not just a higher tier, but to a qualitative leap. When the tip of Zhurich collided with the primordial golden bell, it produced a cacophony of deafening roars. Yet in the next moment, the sound of shattering glass reverberated through the hearts of all present. The primordial golden bell had been pierced. The spectators found this outcome utterly inconceivable. With a splat, as the accompanying artifact was destroyed, its master Mufeng suffered severe injuries, being forced to retreat step by step. However, Xuanqiu, wielding Zhurich, appeared unfazed, pointing it directly at Mufeng's chest, intent on piercing through his primordial golden body. Chapter 12. The 8 Holy Lords. Isn't this your self-created Azura, 13 swords? At that moment, Mufeng's complexion was ghastly pale, blood trickling from the corners of his mouth, rendering him utterly disheveled. He could distinctly sense the Azura power clinging to him like a parasite, traversing his outer surface. However, he currently lacked the strength, with his divine sea exhausted, and even his primordial golden body could no longer be sustained. Xuanqiu coldly regarded him, remaining silent, and then uttered break. The Zhurich sword acted as if it were a decree. With the blood-red Azura hue intensifying upon its blade, not a blood-red mark of an Azura demon manifested, emitting a series of nauseating wails. Ultimately branding Emuades, this eerie aura invaded his body. His primordial golden body could no longer hold. In the next moment, Mufeng's figure was sent flying like a kite with its strings severed, and this battle ultimately reached its conclusion. Xuanqiu retracted Zhurich, watching it transform into a streak of sword light that drilled into his palm, leaving a mark of the sword path, before vanishing without a trace. Mufeng, having been sent flying by Xuanqiu, found himself in dire straits as he discovered 3 distinct powers converging upon his Xuanqi Si. The Xian Yin Sword Qi and Azura power he could still neutralize with his primordial power, but the third, peculiar force was one he knew all too well: the ancient cursed demon Qi. In the initial moment when Xuanqiu utilized the 9 Deaths' profound art to dispel the ancient grudge demonic energy, he retained its essence at the critical juncture. He merged the ancient grudge demonic seed into the 13th sword of heavenly blood Azura. A maneuver that could be described as both lethal and psychologically devastating, reciprocating the opponent's own methods against them. Furthermore, he supplemented this with the death aura of the 9 Deaths' profound art, indicating that the power of the ancient grudge demonic energy was far more complex than merely obliterating one's foundation. Xuanqiu, you scoundrel! The 3 forces, led by the ancient grudge demonic energy, with the Azura power and the Xian Yin Sword aura as auxiliaries, could easily overwhelm even the Hongmeng's sacred body. Do you not fear the wrath of for destroying my entire foundation in broad daylight? Despite his reluctance, Mufeng had no choice but to invoke the backing of the brother. Perhaps you should be concerned about your future, Xuanqiu remarked before striding towards the library, leaving behind the elegant silhouette of his departing form. Mufeng collapsed on the ground, felt as though he had suffered a grave insult, his fury erupting in a roar akin to that of a ferocious beast, ultimately leading him to faint. The news of the 2 holy sons' clash, culminating in the victory of the newly appointed 8th holy son, reverberated throughout the entire Jiuxiao sacred land. The tidings of the 7th holy son Mufeng's ruined cultivation also spread like wildfire. Whether he could maintain his position as the Yao Guang Luo Huan holy son in the future remained a separate issue. Had it not been for the internal regulations of the Jiuxiao sacred land prohibiting bloodshed, Xuanqiu would have had no need to go to such lengths to destroy his foundation. Simply taking his head would have been far more convenient. As for the behind him, Xuanqiu harbored no fear, for he was determined to sever all injustices in the world with a single sword. Within the Biao Palace, the esteemed Taichi sat majestically atop the palace, flanked by 7 holy lords. The great sword immortal Xianming Chen occupied the seat to Taichi's right, second only to him. Yet his status and seniority far surpassed everyone present, even that of the esteemed leader. The Jiuxiao sacred land was accustomed to holding regular meetings, and the subject of this gathering revolved around the ramifications of the Holy Sun conflict. The 7 holy lords possessed another significant identity as the lords of their respective peaks. With every holy sun, there naturally exists a lord for that mountain. thereby being referred to as a holy lord. The presence of the great sword immortal Xianming Chen indicated his acceptance of the position of the eighth holy lord, a matter concerning his disciples. Thus he could not afford to be negligent. This was also why the great sword immortal, a recluse, participated in this regular meeting. Esteemed lords, what are your thoughts on this matter? Tai Chi, clad in a robe of gilded silk, surveyed the assembly with an imposing gaze, casting a cautious glance at the silent great sword immortal. This was a world of fierce competition, where the weak were destined to be consumed by the strong. Given Mufeng's complete loss of cultivation, he was unworthy of the title of Holy Son that I propose that we. Such words from Holy Lord Su seem rather malicious. Another Holy Lord interjected, casting a disapproving look at the elderly scholar. He appeared to be in his 30s, not quite possessing the demeanor of an immortal, yet exuding a remarkable elegance, with eyes like stars, harboring the vastness of the universe within them. This holy lord was none other than Liao Qing, the lord of the seventh sacred mountain, Yao Guang Luo Huan. Having just returned from outside, he was met with such dire news. Had he been present at the time, he would have intervened to protect Mufeng's cultivation, thereby avoiding the current predicament. The elderly scholar chuckled gleefully, clearly relishing the opportunity. Among the 7 sacred mountains of Juxiao, each had a holy lord presiding over their domain, and with the impending establishment of the 8th sacred mountain, there would be a total of 8 holy lords. Elder scholar Su Xian was one of these 8. First sacred mountain, Hanhai Cong Ming, 2nd sacred mountain, Zhonghua Shin Xiu, 3rd sacred mountain, Yu Yang Yao Hui, 4th sacred mountain, Luo Shi Xing He, 5th sacred mountain, Mingzhu Tian Nan, 6th sacred mountain, Yun and I Hong Yuan, 7th sacred mountain, Yao Guang Luo Huan, the scholar being the lord of the 5th sacred mountain. Mingzhu Tian Nan was in a constant rivalry with Liao Qing of the 7th sacred mountain. Witnessing the fall of the latter's holy son brought him immense joy. Could it be that Lord Liao intends to let him languish in idleness? Juxiao sacred land does not harbor idlers. Dressed in the attire of a traditional scholar, with a ruler tucked at his waist, Su Xian's incisive remarks escalated the tension in the atmosphere. Liao Qing clenched his fists, his brow furrowed. Regardless, Mufeng is a member of the wrath from that side may well be too much for the entire sacred land to bear. Upon hearing these words, everyone fell into deep contemplation. However, before Liao Qing could continue to revel in his delight, Su Xian calmly remarked, "Indeed, thee is formidable, but let us not forget that the Xian Shun remains the foremost among the 4 great divine clans." The other holy lords simultaneously turned their gazes towards the great sword immortal Xianming Chen. If the Xian Qi sacred body Dao could return to the Xian Shun and defeat that young supreme, reclaiming the title of Holy Son, then Mufeng's loss of cultivation would become less significant. In conclusion, Juxiao's esteemed leader Tai Chi declared, "From this day forth, Mufeng's title as 7th Holy Son is hereby revoked. There is no need for further discussion. We shall abide by the esteemed leader's decree." The holy lords responded in unison. Liao Qing opened his mouth, appearing as if he had something to say, but ultimately chose to remain silent. "Lord Liao, the saying those who do evil will bring about their own demise is perhaps more fitting for your holy son. Had he not harbored malicious intent to harm Xuanqiu, how could such calamity have befallen him?" Su Xian laughed heartily and exited the grand hall. Liao Qing glared at him, letting out a low grunt, ignoring the matter. Chapter 13. Xian Wang Fu, 10 Heavenly Lords. Within the library, Fang Zheng leaned against the stair railing, slightly tilting downwards, nearly losing his footing. Unbeknownst to him, the commotion outside was completely ignored as he pondered which establishment to visit for free drinks that evening. Surrounding him were scattered wine bottles, exuding an intoxicating aroma. Residue from the wine clung to Fang Zheng's snow-white beard as he slowly descended the stairs. However, beneath his hunched form lay the strength of the sacred. He was the elder steward overseeing the 1st to 4th levels of the library. At that moment, a light footstep caught his attention. Shortly thereafter, a young man clad in snow-white attire approached, offering a warm smile. "May I inquire, Elder, what procedures are required to enter the library?" Fang Zheng, oblivious to the fact that the young man before him was the currently esteemed 8th Holy Son, Xuanqiu, simply blinked his aged eyes and replied, "Just register casually. Write down which level you wish to access." Xuanxu nodded silently, casually inscribing the 9th level. However, upon seeing this, the elder steward let out a cold laugh. Young as you are, your ambition is quite grand. Do you know what the 9th level entails? Even several holy sons and holy maidens dare not challenge it lightly. Fang Zheng's dim old eyes sparkled with a mysterious gleam as he observed that Xuanxu appeared to be around 20 years of age. Yet his cultivation had reached the 6th level of Heavenly Mansion. Such prowess could indeed be categorized among the talented that in nearly a century. Only the first holy son, Chu Wuxuan, who possessed the innate, indestructible sword body, had managed to breach the 9th level. This is a token. Should you find it unbearable, shatter it, and you will be teleported out. Young man, I advise you to tread carefully. Xuanxu, perceiving the undertone of mockery from the elder, remained unfazed and proceeded straight towards the 1st level. The heavenly lights suspended high above in the library emitted a gentle glow, reflecting the silhouette of the departing youth, elongating his figure. Fang Zheng stroked his snow-white beard, gazing at the registration he had just completed, muttering to himself. 9th level, Xuanxu. When did such a figure emerge in our sacred land? Truly an extraordinary individual. He shook his head slightly, only to see a refined scholar with his hair tied back approaching him. Xian Hui, what brings you to the library today? Are you perhaps here to challenge the 9th level? Yan Hui bowed respectfully, his expression one of utmost deference. Elder Fang, you jest with my current strength. How could I dare challenge the 8th level? I am not Chu Shixiao. Fang Zheng chuckled heartily at this, that as the levels increased, so too did the pressure. Yan Hui had previously fallen at the 8th level. Yet this experience had forged within him an unwavering righteousness as vast as the ocean. Yan Hui produced a fine bamboo flask from his sleeve, offering it to Fang Zheng, whose eyes gleamed with delight at the sight of fine wine. Akin to a man witnessing an unclad celestial maiden, that you've got the right idea. Had that young man in white been like you, perhaps I would have offered him some guidance. Nonetheless, such a naive youth should indeed learn a lesson. He understands none of the intricacies of societal dealings. Though I, Elder Fang, am not a man of greed, there are certain conventions that must be observed. He cursed loudly, grasping the Junzi bamboo in his hands, savoring the fragrant aroma of the wine, already lost in a transcendent reverie. Yan Hui cast a profound gaze at the distant specks of light, then withdrew his eyes and turned to merge into the surroundings. None could have anticipated that, at this very moment, Xian Su, perched precariously at the edge of a storm, had already entered the library pavilion after the fall of the former 8th holy son. The 1st level of the library pavilion was predominantly filled with introductory cultivation techniques, frequented by outer disciples largely at the foundation establishment stage. Within the 1st level, there existed a total of 3,600 foundational texts and 7,200 intersect methods. The 2nd to 4th levels were primarily occupied by various techniques. Xian Su did not linger long on the 1st level. During these days, he had acquired numerous techniques ranging from yellow to celestial grade through the card system of the myriad realms. Thus, the first 4 levels offered him little benefit. He swiftly traversed the first 4 levels without any sense of pressure. The library pavilion was merely an inconsequential place. However, upon stepping into the 5th level, thousands of golden characters materialized around him, exuding an invisible force that a flicker of surprise crossed Xian Su's eyes. Could this be the righteous aura of Confucianism? Suddenly, an abrupt voice sounded from behind him, at less than 30 years of age. To tread into the heavenly capital, you must be a holy son. The white-haired elder scrutinized the youthful visage before him, recognizing the 7 holy sons he had dealt with in the past. Thus, deducing the identity of this young man became rather straightforward. You are the 8th holy son, Xian Su. Although Chun Qing seldom ventured out of the library pavilion, the most discussed topic among the recent inner disciples visiting the 5th level was indeed the rising fame of the holy son Xian Su. Junior Xian Su pays his respects to you, senior. The aura emanating from the elder before him was far more intimidating than that of the elder Fang Zheng on the 1st level. Chun Qing fixed his gaze on Xian Su, saying, I am Chun Qing, that in my youth, I also had dealings with the old prince of your Xian royal family. What has led your lineage to this state? The elder's scrutinizing gaze towards Xian Su was tinged with a hint of pity. Within the Xian divine clan, there existed 6 major royal houses, with the Xian royal house and the Yi royal house being the most prominent. which had led to internal strife. It was rumored that the old prince of the Xian royal house had mysteriously vanished, and the legitimate heir, the Taichu divine king, and his wife, had perished in the outer realms. Xian Su, being the legitimate grandson of the old prince, unexpectedly fell victim to the machinations of the Yi royal house. In just one night, the towering tree of the Xian royal house had toppled, losing its former grandeur. Xian Su's expression remained surprisingly calm, his tone imbued with a chilling resolve. It is merely a matter of some wind and frost. What they can take away, I shall reclaim in due time. Chun Qing could not help but commend him. No wonder you were able to defeat Mu Feng, who held the title of Seventh Holy Son. Yet, the elder's tone shifted. However, your brother from the Yi royal house remains an unparalleled ancient holy body, having shattered 10 prohibitions to attain the ultimate holy body. That I fear there may be issues with your own holy body Dao, which is why you seldom utilize the power of your Xianqi in battles against the Hongmeng holy body. This must be the reason for your visit to the library pavilion, to seek methods to break these restrictions. Xian Su gazed deeply at the elder before him, coldly remarking, Senior, you seem to possess keen insight, not only into the intricacies of the Xian divine clan, but also into the nature of my Xianqi holy body Dao. That if my holy body Dao were devoid of the Xianqi, it might not be impossible for me to compete with the ancient holy body of the Yi royal house that has broken through to the extreme realm. However, not long ago, Xian Su appeared within himself and discovered 12 deep red chains coiling around various parts of his body. Whenever he attempted to harness the power of his Xianqi, a piercing pain would surge through his chest, forcing him to utilize the 9 lives profound art's ethereal death energy to suppress it. The power of Xianqi capable of breaking the 12 prohibitions is ultimately seen as a threat to your brother's position in the Yi royal house. Then am I correct? Qin Qing stepped forward, a cunning smile creeping onto his wrinkled face. Xian Su's handsome features darkened, and he pondered, is this elder affiliated with the Yi royal house? What of it? What if not? My curiosity about your identity has only intensified. You appear remarkably calm. Are you not afraid I might be an executioner from the Yi royal house, seeking your life? Upon finishing, the white-haired elder shook his sleeve, and a tremendous pressure enveloped Xian Su. Yet, this young man moved with astonishing swiftness, evading the binding force and retreating several steps, transforming into a blur of remnants that a fine move, annihilating all beings at my command, Qin Qing remarked with a chuckle. A sheen of cold sweat broke out on Xian Su's forehead. He had just resonated his entire aura with the earthly spirit energy to unleash the Xian Yin Sword Qi, executing the move that annihilated all beings at his command. Yet, even so, he found himself lacking against Chun Qing's move. However, in the next moment, Xian Su felt several warm currents coursing through his body, healing his injuries. Senior, you are indeed a master of the realm of life and death. I am grateful for your healing, he expressed. His numerous wounds healed instantaneously under Chun Qing's life energy. That a genuine master of the realm of life and death possessed not only the power to devastate the heavens and the earth, but also the ability to restore life from death. Within this library pavilion, there may be items you seek. It all depends on your fortune, Qin Qing said with a mysterious smile. Xian Su, filled with questions, clasped his hands in respect and proceeded deeper into the library pavilion. Shortly after the young figure vanished from sight, another elder appeared beside Qin Qing, none other than Luo Chongning, who had previously intervened to stop the assassins from the Yi royal house. That he turned to Qin Qing and inquired, now can you reveal to me my options? A cold wind swept through the window, billowing Chun Qing's garments and gray-white hair. That he sighed heavily and spoke, among the 10 heavenly lords of the Xian royal house, many have defected to the Yi royal house. Why persist, Lord Luo? After the defeat of the Xian royal house, its power had scattered like leaves in the wind. Many among the 10 heavenly lords had sought refuge under the Yi royal house. The one who had previously clashed with Luo Chongning, Song Xian, was among them. Lord Chun, do you believe in the whims of fate? Luo Chongning's question filled Chun Qing's eyes with surprise, unsure of the elder's intent. Luo Chongning continued, I, Luo Chongning, do not believe in fate. I brought the young master, whose heart was ripped out, to the 9 heavens sacred land. Initially, I gradually succumbed to this harsh reality, guarding the young master, allowing him to pass through this desolate life in peace. This was my way of repaying the kindness shown by the master. But do you know? The young master, akin to a leaf adrift in the wind. Awakened the forbidden, sinful, immortal body of our clan, the Xian-Chi body. From that moment forth, I ceased to believe in the whims of fate, and thus the Yi royal house must pay the price. Chun-Ching inhaled deeply and declared, "This time, I shall join you in this madness, you old rascal." Chapter 14. Eastern Extreme Dao Domain, Xian Divine Clan. In the vast expanse of the Zhongshuan Immortal Domain, it has been transformed into the four extreme Dao domains, giving rise to four ancient immortal clans, each occupying diverse factions. The Eastern Extreme Dao domain is prominently led by the Xianxin clan, a venerable lineage of longevity. This intricate web of power resembles the black and white pieces on a celestial chessboard, intertwined in a dance of mutual existence. The Eastern Extreme Dao domain extends northward, bordering the Western Xiaodao domain, with only a broad sea separating them. This sea is perpetually shrouded in a mist reminiscent of the smoke from a distant fire, earning it the moniker Cloud Sea. The horizon of the Cloud Sea is obscured, revealing only layers of swirling fog. Scattered across the Cloud Sea are numerous small islands, the most captivating of which are three mysterious immortal islands: Penglai, Fangzhong, and Yingzhou. These islands shimmer with ethereal light, enveloped in a veil of mystique. Fishermen venturing into these waters dare not enter, for it is the territory of the Xianxin clan, the foremost among the four great clans. Among the islands, Fangzhong stands out, serving as the residence of the core high-ranking members of the Xianxin clan. However, in recent years, with the decline of the Xianxin mansion, the Yuan mansion has ascended in power, prompting the core members of the Xianxin clan to gradually relocate to Penglai. Song Xian gazes longingly at the isolated Fangzhong Island, reflecting on the passage of time and the changes it has wrought. Before making his way toward Penglai Island, the Penglai Immortal Palace. Within the ethereal expanse of the Yuan Mansion, celestial palaces rise majestically, suffused with divine radiance. The supreme dragon vein energy fills the atmosphere. Soaring skyward, the heart of this celestial arrangement, a river of stars hangs like a jade belt across the heavens, where the core members of the Yuan Mansion reside. Within the Chongqing Hall of the Penglai Palace, a woman clad in resplendent crimson robes gazes down upon Song Xian with an air of authority. Unfazed by her scrutinizing gaze, Song Xian stands tall, his demeanor unyielding. The woman, leaning casually against a pillow, exudes grace and beauty, her features reminiscent of a delicate rose with hidden thorns. Yet, the astute Song Xian is well aware of the ruthless cunning that lies beneath her seemingly gentle exterior. "It appears your journey has not been particularly smooth, Ninth Heavenly Lord," she intones, her voice laced with an icy undertone, tinged with inquiry and reproach. Among the 10 Heavenly Lords of the Xianxin Mansion, Song Xian ranks 6th. Thus he is referred to as the 6th Heavenly Lord, while Luo Chongning and Qin occupy the 7th and 8th positions, slightly surpassing him in cultivation. Having recently changed allegiances, Song Xian humbly lowers his status, stating, "Madam may not be aware, but I encountered Lord Luo in the 9 Heavens Sacred Land and was thwarted in my attempt to take his life." Returning empty-handed, as he speaks, a chilling aura envelopes him, causing his body to tremble involuntarily. The oppressive force drains the color from his face, and he inwardly curses. This woman-esque cultivation grows ever more unfathomable. Oh, the 8th Heavenly Lord, Luo Chongning, remains fiercely loyal to the Xianxin Mansion. Truly a commendable dog, she scoffs disdainfully. The day Luo Chongning rescued the barely alive offspring of the Xianxin Mansion had initially registered little concern for her. That wretched creature, having had its vital essence extracted, was destined to live a life of mere survival, unable to stir any significant upheaval. Yet, fate has its own designs. That creature has awakened the forbidden physique of the Xianxin clan, the Xianxin body. "Madam, there is another matter to report," Song Xian interjects. "The 7th Holy Son of the 9 Heavens Sacred Land, Mu Feng, has suffered a crushing defeat at the hands of Xian Xu.in the next moment." He steals a glance at the elegantly poised woman in crimson, continuing, "Moreover, he has been stripped of his foundation, rendered utterly powerless." He emphasizes the word powerless with palpable weight. It is known that Mu Feng hails from the Mu God clan, possessing the primordial immortal body. Who would have imagined he would fall to Xian Su? Has that wretched creature truly shattered the 12 prohibitions? Absolutely impossible. The woman dismisses such thoughts vehemently. She glares at the elder below. Her expression tranquil yet menacing, and softly commands, "The ninth heavenly lord has indeed endured considerable hardships. You may take your leave." Song Xian responds, "It is within my capacity to alleviate concerns for you and the Yuang mansion. I take my leave." As he turns to depart, the crimson-clad woman's gaze sharpens, a frigid air permeating the Chongqing Hall that a mere remnant of a sinful clan dares to contend with my son's ancient sacred body. Truly laughable. The supreme secret vault is soon to be unveiled. Issue a command. I shall ensure that wretched creature finds no place to rest in death. Additionally, draft a letter to the Mu God clan. I refuse to believe they will remain indifferent to this matter. In the shadows, a dim, eerie figure lurks in the dark corners, unnoticed even by Song Xian. Upon returning to his residence, Song Xian's brow remains furrowed, and he instructs, "Summon the young master to my study." The servant, receiving the command, promptly departs. In the study, a small square table of ancient redwood stands, flanked by two small chairs. Song Xian, having changed out of his black battle attire into a pristine white robe, his beard and hair gleaming white, exudes an air of formidable authority. Before long, a young man, around 20, enters clad in blue, his demeanor exuding utmost respect. "Grandfather, I present my greetings." The newcomer is none other than Song Xian's grandson, Song Jishu. Song Jishu's azure eyes are particularly striking, resembling the depths of an abyssal ocean, where one might easily lose themselves in their depths. His enchanting pupils radiate four deep blue glimmers, indicative of his dual pupils. Song Xian simply observes him in silence. Breaking the tranquility, Song Jishu clears his throat. "May I ask, grandfather, have you encountered our master?" Understanding the reason behind his grandson's inquiry, Song Xian replies with a gentle smile. "In truth, I sought to take the life of that woman, but I was thwarted by the eighth heavenly lord." "Grandfather, do you mean our master is under the protection of that woman?" Song Jishu gasps in astonishment, failing to grasp that his grandfather's mission was to eliminate Xian Su. Noticing the shock on his grandson's fair visage, Song Xian recalls his wager with Luo Chongning, formulating a plan in his mind. He had once told Luo Tiangu, "Life is but a gamble," who has decreed that one may only wager on a single side. Such a notion is absurd. He gazes intently at Song Jishu and intones, "Should the Yuang mansion hear you refer to Xian Su as master, you may find yourself in the celestial prison of the Xianchen clan. Why revered master is not the ancient sacred body of the Yuang mansion, Xian Yi, but rather my elder brother, Xian Su." Upon hearing this, Song Xian's expression turns melancholic. The words echo those of Luo Chongning from that day. Truly, it proves the adage, a master shapes their disciple. "Jishu, you must depart. The farther you distance yourself from the Yuang mansion, the better." Song Xian's countenance grows grave. True gamblers never bet on a single side, but strategize across multiple fronts. "Return to your master." "To our revered one. Even when the Xianchen body arrives at Pernlai Island, my Song family shall not sever our lineage." As he speaks, Song Xian offers a bittersweet smile, gazing at his grandson. Song Jishu is not ignorant of the underlying stakes. Yet one question lingers in his mind. Why does his grandfather steadfastly cling to this place, confined for a lifetime? Outside the window, a few withered maple leaves drift down, adding a touch of desolation and chill. Song Xian's gaze softens, and after a long pause, he murmurs, "My roots are embedded in this courtyard, buried deep within." Chapter 15. The Method of Body Refinement, the Divine Prison Path. At this moment, Xuanqiu strolled leisurely on the 6th floor of the library pavilion, a place accessible only to the inner disciples. The ethereal aura he exuded naturally drew the attention of many inner disciples who cast curious glances his way. Xuanqiu gazed at the myriad of cultivation techniques before him, selecting a volume to study meticulously. The original identity of this body was that of a former scion of the Xianchen clan, personally nurtured by the core elite of the clan, and every technique he learned was of the highest caliber. Thus, the text below the 7th floor held little value for him. Cradling the book on swordsmanship, he found himself deep in contemplation over its contents. The path of the sword aims at both technique and intent. This notion resonated deeply with Xuanqiu, who had emerged from a fierce battle, had he merely mastered the 12 swords of Xianyin without grasping the essence of sword intent. He would never have forged his own Shura 13 swords. Particularly the final strike, the celestial blood Shura execution, proved to be the decisive move in critical moments. His Xianqi sacred body, constrained by 12 prohibitions, indeed appeared inadequately powerful when faced with the Hongming sacred body wielding the dragon elephant suppression technique. Influenced by the principles of the swordsmanship text, a formidable thought sprouted in Xuanqiu's mind. What if I could summon the remaining 8 parts, each wielding a divine sword, to unleash the Shura 13 swords? What wondrous effects might that yield? After battling Mu Feng, his understanding of the 8 parts of the heavenly dragon technique had drastically evolved. If he could refine special materials into the 8 parts, transforming them into sword servants, the resulting Shura sword array would surely be overwhelmingly potent, becoming a formidable weapon in his arsenal. With such thoughts etched in his mind, Xuanqiu closed the swordsmanship text and proceeded forward. The guardian of the 7th floor was no longer an elder, but a beast contentedly devouring books. Beside it, golden light shimmered, as it basked in the sea of texts. Adorned with purple golden horns, ivory fangs, and black dragon scales, stationed squarely in the center of the 7th floor. Xuanqiu paused not far from it, a hint of peculiarity flickering in his deep-set eyes. Truly, the world is vast and filled with wonders. Even this creature can read and comprehend. Unexpectedly, a gentle voice resonated from behind him. All things possess spirit. It is indeed no surprise. Turning his head, he beheld a refined scholar standing there. The scholar fixed his gaze upon Xuanqiu and began to introduce himself. I'm Yin Hui. Honored to meet you, noble sir. Your display of prowess at the martial arts square, overwhelming the 7th holy sun, was nothing short of astonishing. Sensing the extraordinary aura within the jade-faced scholar, Xuanqiu realized it harmonized with the lofty qi of the library pavilion. His eyes quivered slightly as he deduced the scholar's identity. Xuanqiu, at your service, 5th holy sun. Yin Hui clasped his hands with a smile. We are both holy sons. I cannot bear such grand courtesy. Soon, the other inner disciples noticed the presence of these two and were left puzzled as to who was conversing with the 5th holy sun. Yin Hui, having never seen this figure among the 7 holy mountains. Yin Hui observed Xuanqiu's slender frame and pondered how he could withstand Mu Feng's dragon elephant strength. Could this be the terrifying aspect of the sacred body Dao? If you wish to enter the 7th level, that book beast must be dealt with. Before Yin Hui could finish his sentence, Xuanqiu, without hesitation, lunged toward the book beast. His gaze hardened, and the dual energies of yin and yang shimmered within his palms, transforming into 2 rays of light swords that shot toward the beast's forehead. Xuanqiu unleashed the 2-polar technique of the Shura 13 swords, harnessing the power of yin and yang. Seeing this, Yin Hui couldn't help but cough lightly. Xuanqiu, you truly are astonishingly formidable. The ferocity of Xuanqiu's strike took him by surprise, as he had intended to inform Xuanqiu of a simpler method to handle the book beast. Yet the book beast suddenly lifted its head, revealing a menacing visage, sensing an overwhelming threat. Its purple golden horns glimmered ominously, expanding in light as the 2 ivory fists met the yin and yang swords head-on. This book beast had been trained by an ancestor of Jiuxiao, thriving on the lofty qi of the library pavilion, which was known as the lofty righteous fist. Yin Hui explained patiently. Xuanqiu responded with a low grunt, his right hand's index and middle fingers converging, unleashing a swirling stream of light that struck the beast's head while it was distracted. The book beast, sensing a formidable enemy, staggered under the blow, slowly toppling backward, falling into a drowsy stupor that a look of astonishment crossed Yin Hui's face, which soon relaxed into a light chuckle. This is the Xian Shin finger. It is indeed the first time I have witnessed a member of the Xian Shin clan employ it. Xuanqiu proceeded directly toward the 7th level, noticing that the 5th holy sun, Yin Hui, had unusually not followed. Just as he took a few steps, a cold, mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Ding, ding, ding. Congratulations, host, for arriving at the library pavilion. Would you like to draw a card? The long-awaited voice finally resounded. Xuanqiu had thought that only upon reaching the 9th level would the card-drawing system respond. Draw a card. Ding dong. Congratulations, host, you have drawn the Emperor's Scripture. The Heavenly Prison God Binding Technique. A technique for body refinement? Xuanqiu was somewhat taken aback by this card-drawing reward. akin to receiving a timely gift in the midst of a snowstorm. The dragon elephant suppression technique wielded by Mu Feng could not be easily overcome by the physical strength of the Hongmeng golden body. Had Xuanxu not been superior at that moment, the ancient grievances of the Xianxin clan would have replayed within the Jiuxiao Holy Land. The elders in the Jiuxiao Holy Land would not miss the opportunity to kick a person when they were down, likely sending him directly to the EC to be dealt with by the venomous femme of the Night King's residence. Such is human nature. It cannot withstand the test. The soul occupying this body was, after all, not the discarded scion of the Xianxin clan, but rather a lowly individual who had struggled in a different realm. With this technique for body refinement, his physical form would ascend to a terrifying level. Truly a blessing from the heavens, Xuanxu murmured softly. Chapter 16. The Nine-Tailed Celestial Fox. Su Qing as Xuanxu activated the incantation within the technique, a profound shock manifested in his golden pupils. Although the heavenly prison god-binding technique was merely an imperial scripture and had not yet truly reached the level of the great Dao, its effects exceeded his expectations by far. Once I master this technique, the physical restrictions of a Xianqi body will surely dissolve effortlessly. At this thought, a radiant smile crept across Xuanxu's handsome face. Why did he find the Hongmeng sacred body so formidable during his battle with Mu Feng? It was because Xuanxu had been apprehensive, fearing the immense dragon elephant strength could harm him. Ultimately, the weakness of his physical capabilities was the core reason he hesitated to engage in close combat. With this imperial scripture, my physical strength will reach an entirely new pinnacle. Xuanxu restrained the exuberance on his face and ventured deeper into the 7th level. The deeper he delved, the more potent the lofty righteous qi within the library pavilion became. It was self-evident that those who dwelled in Confucian Dao would reap immeasurable benefits here. Regrettably, Xuanxu's skills, when traced to their roots, ultimately belonged to the Daoist path, but he approached the ethereal lofty righteous qi with utmost caution, holding his breath, fearful of falling prey to any hidden traps that a few glimmers of light cascaded down, forming a delicate beam that momentarily disoriented Xuanxu's gaze. This the end of the 7th level, the entrance to the 8th? He murmured softly, rising to cross the beam of light. Yet, as he did so, the beam transformed into countless luminous points, drifting over Xuanxu's arms, unleashing an unfathomable lofty righteous Q. This indeed the lofty righteous qi of the Confucians, Xuanxu pondered, as he activated the particles within his cells, summoning a tearing force. A tremendous pressure erupted outward from Xuanxu's body, and the dark prison fire quickly consumed that lofty righteous qi, coiling around his arm like a venomous serpent. Though the heavenly prison god-binding technique was a method of body refinement, it was not merely that. The dark prison fire was a derivative technique of the heavenly prison god-binding technique, alongside others such as the 5 elements technique, sealing technique, fate technique, and destiny technique. The system's output is indeed exquisite, and it does not deceive me. Xuanxu chuckled softly, stepping into the 8th level. However, his actions ultimately stirred a commotion. Fang Zheng, stationed at the 1st level, stroked his white beard, observing the faint glimmers from the 8th level. This boy indeed possesses some strength. I thought he was merely boasting. The 8th level. Xuanxu? Could he be the newly appointed 8th Holy Son? Truly, a talent deserving of his reputation. Indeed, you should have seen him send Mu Feng sprawling. On the luminous screen of the library pavilion, the enigmatic name is reflected above the 8th level. However, the 8th level bears another name, which has caught the attention of many, eliciting expressions of schadenfreude upon their faces. The duel between these two individuals promises to be far more riveting than the previous contest of the Holy Sun. After Su NX departed from the 6th level, YN, who took the initiative to leave, not anticipating that the madwoman would also be involved. Should Su NX encounter that madwoman, one can only imagine the sparks that would fly. After all, both possess a similar temperament, characterized by a haughty disposition, unwilling to easily bow to fate, let alone to others. To ASYN, who exited the library pavilion, he was greeted by the fragrant aroma emanating from a woman. He beheld Qn Su-en approaching, adorned in a violet gauze dress, swaying her beguiling waist, causing many disciples around to lose their wits. Yet, they were acutely aware that the 6th saintess had harbored feelings for the 5th Holy Son for many years. This peony ultimately belonged to the frail scholar. Xiao Yan. Have you seen him? Qin Suen inquired, her vermilion lips parting to reveal pearly teeth to Yan, who nodded with a smile, maintaining a respectful distance, resembling a modest gentleman. "And how do you find him?" The Sanus responded with a faint smile, seemingly indifferent to Yan, whose demeanor. "This individual possesses a certain pride, unmatched by ordinary folk," he remarked. "Should you engage him in battle, what are your chances of victory?" Qin Suen asked. Who would have imagined that the jade-faced scholar would respond with a humble smile? "I do not engage in combat. I am but a scholar, frail in physique, ditto, frail. Perhaps you ought to remedy that," she teased. The scholar Yan, who could only chuckle awkwardly, feeling as though he had never triumphed over the woman before him. He wondered if the second-ranked SQR could temper her arrogance. As both were rather proud, that Qin Suen ceased her jesting, her beautiful eyes contemplatively gazing at the library pavilion. The 8th level was distinctly different from the other 7, remaining untraditional in its design. Countless books were integrated into orbs of light. With but a thought, a glowing sphere would materialize before one. With a mere thought, Suen found himself only scratching the surface regarding the creation of sword servants, the scant information leaving him disinterested as for the restrictions of the holy body. He held no hope, fearing that only the 9th level would yield the answers he sought. Sword servants belong to the realm of puppetry. Seeking Mosey's techniques within Taoist scriptures is akin to nitpicking in an egg. One remains oblivious to the absurdity. Upon hearing this, Suen abruptly turned, spotting a woman in a flowing white gown standing nearby, her moonlit eyes coldly scrutinizing him. When did this woman silently appear behind him? She continued, "Puppetry is ultimately an external artifice, a lesser path, that I observe you possess commendable roots. I advise you to act wisely and not to risk losing more for the sake of trifles." Unfazed by her admonition, Suen replied, "The nature of gentlemen is not distinct. They adeptly utilize external resources. How can there be a hierarchy of superiority among the arts and techniques? Oh, I am quite eager to see how adeptly you can utilize such resources." The striking woman revealed 2 swords, one black and one white, radiating an extraordinary brilliance. One of yin, one of yang, capable of unparalleled destruction. The dual swords possessed supreme power, and their fusion approached the realm of divine weaponry. The pressure she exuded hinted at her cultivation level being that of a holy concealment expert. The power within you feels familiar. It is the royal blood of the Suen clan. A few years ago, I heard that the wasteful holy son of the Suen clan was brought to the sacred grounds by the sect leader. That person must be you. SQR had been in seclusion for a month, striving for the holy concealment realm, thus being unaware of the tumultuous changes in the outside world. She would not know that the individual before her was indeed on equal footing with the Holy Son. She coldly regarded the white-clad youth, falling into the abyss yet rising from the flames. "You are indeed a figure of note. So, you are the former Holy Son." Regardless of her words, Suen focused intently on the white orb on her chest, suddenly realizing what I initially thought was something else. It turns out to be a 9-tailed celestial fox. Chapter 17. The Wasteful Holy Son and the Anomaly of Qi. Within the scene's immortal domain, myriad races coexist, and the discord between humanity and the demon race is particularly pronounced. For nearly 10 millennia, the struggle between the two has escalated to dire extremes. The demon race has launched beast tides against humanity on multiple occasions, while humanity has not rested, penetrating desolate lands to inflict heavy losses on the demons that in the eastern extreme Dao domain, in addition to the Suen clan leading the human race. Several major sacred grounds and the longevity sect also find themselves amidst the demon race's presence, notably the Wnun Dragon Nest and the 9-Death Suen Bird, 2 prominent demon factions. However, they have long been oppressed by the Suen clan and various human forces, leading to a degree of stability. Yet, Suen could not fathom why the 9-tailed celestial fox clan, far from Qi Mountain, would appear here and dare to reside within the 9 heavens sacred land. Did she not fear being discovered and facing immediate retribution? After all, the rift between humanity and the demon race had reached an irreconcilable level. The Holy Son indeed possesses some discernment, instantly recognizing my identity. The 9-tailed fox, SQR, glared at Suen with malice, her black and white swords unleashing a surge of yin-yang power, crashing toward the white-clad youth. Su NX waved his sleeve, summoning 13 scarlet sword shadows that swiftly obstructed the dual swords that SQ's brows furrowed slightly as she remarked, "Your Su Enin sword aura is quite remarkable. Such a sinister force that the utilization of external resources you speak of is indeed something I find difficult to match." The Su Enin sword aura clung to the yin-yang dual swords, refusing to dissipate. She sensed a hint of fear from this sword energy. Should she become entangled, the consequences would be dire. Su NX, however, was not oblivious to the provocation and mockery in her words, yet he remained unfazed. Is it righteous to wield the methods of the upright while cloaked in the guise of virtue? Is it fair for a bloodied individual to employ malevolent powers, branding them as demons? Such logic is flawed. Su NX has never endorsed such reasoning. He wielded the power of the wicked and felt no remorse. The nature of gentlemen is not distinct. They adeptly utilize external resources. Encapsulated the essence of a gentleman's character, which is no different from that of an ordinary person. What elevates a gentleman above the rest is their ability to effectively utilize external conditions. If one can achieve their ultimate goals, why concern oneself with the methods employed along the way? My own malevolence is well judged, and there is no need for the barking of others to dictate my choices. Within Su NX's palms, two forces surged forth, effortlessly manipulating the Su and Ein-13 swords to attack the woman. His left hand, drenched in blood, embodied the Shura, derived from the insights of the Eightfold Path. His right hand, seemingly shadowy, represented the netherworld, acquired from the Nine Deaths' profound art. Su NX gazed lightly at SQR, entangled with the 13 swords, and laughed heartily. In truth, we are of the same kind. Though your circumstances are slightly more favorable, your 6-turn demon core is severely damaged. It must have resulted from internal clan conflicts, which is why you ventured far from the Q-Enki in the Western Sky Dao domain to arrive at the Nine Heavens sacred land. Truly, we are both lost souls in this vast world, and why should we feel the need to recognize one another? Su NX sighed. Given her age, to possess such cultivation among humanity is not without merit for a holy son. The nine-tailed foxes are all skilled in the art of persuasion, yet SQR has developed a rebellious demeanor, destined to face suppression from the clan's prodigies. Whether human or demon, they are social creatures. Forming the very fabric of society, they must enter a system known as society, and within that system, adhere to its established rules. Status and honor arise naturally within this vast framework. However, SQR stands as an anomaly among the nine-tailed fox clan, existing outside the confines of the system, ultimately rejected by her own kind. During a mission, under the covert suggestions of numerous elders from her clan, they conspired against her, forcing her to flee and ultimately leading her to the Nine Heavens sacred land. Realizing the depth of her predicament, her exquisite face gradually darkened, her palm exerting force to repel the 13 sword shadows. Deep azure, heart fire surged from her palm, merging with the yin-yang dual swords one by one. Yet, Su NX willingly withdrew the Su and Ein-13 swords, seemingly indicating a desire to cease hostilities to Shiji. I apologize for any offense earlier, Su and Shidi. You were too polite. Since she offered a way to de-escalate the situation. SQR was hardly reckless. The heart fire gradually subsided. You mentioned that we are both lost souls. I beg to differ. From the moment you were born, celestial phenomena graced the skies, accompanied by the 5 orifices of profound energy and the sacred heart. All while possessing the royal blood of the Su and Wang mansion, being bestowed with the title of Holy Son. Such honors, who else can claim? SQR's smile was enchanting, stirring Su NX's heart. And after a moment, he regained his composure. Su NX sighed. To wear the crown of a king, one must bear its weight. Therein lies the source of peril, that Su Chinger comprehended the poignant sorrow and despair of plummeting to the depths. Increasingly perceiving the extraordinary demeanor of the young man clad in white before her. Had it been anyone else, they might have faltered, succumbing to despair. In her past, she had fled to the eastern extreme Dao domain. Bearing a wounded body and diminished cultivation, having once traversed a period of profound lows. Opportunities for rebirth from ruin are not easily grasped by just anyone. Setting aside their previous discord, the two began to converse. Perhaps it was due to their shared experiences that Su NX and Su Qing found themselves engaging in lively discussion, imbued with a sense of longing for what could have been had they met sooner. Who could have anticipated that the frost-like Su Qing could sit down and converse with a stranger? The enmity between their two races, demons and humans, is indeed a matter of life and death. Those old men must surely regard you as a tool to balance the Qingxiu Fox clan. It must be said, they are quite adept in this maneuver, that Su Qinger glanced sideways at Su NX, who was merely in his early 20s, a hint of surprise flickering in her eyes at such maturity at such a tender age. Had she faced calamity at around 20, under the temptations of the holy land of Nine Skies, she might have become a weapon wielded by those old decrepit men against the demon race, that if you, a so-called waste of a divine son, were to be discovered by the elders of the Holy Land, you would likely find yourself entangled in the noose of the Night King's guillotine of the Su NSH in clan. That Su Qing's words were not without reason. When she had clashed with Mu Feng, a careless misstep could have led to another defeat, and those old men would have turned their backs on her in an instant, willing to do anything to curry favor with the Su NSH clan. As for her nominal master, the great sword immortal Su Mingxian, Su NX's gaze flickered as he internally scoffed. Perhaps he simply wished to preserve the legacy of his teachings. Thus, the world, bustling and clamoring, is driven by self-interest. If you sit high in the hall of prestige, they will not let you suffer the elements. If you fall into the abyss, they will trample over you. With a playful blink, Su Qinger remarked, "The only way to break this stalemate is for you and I to cooperate." Chapter 18. The ninth level of the library pavilion. Su NX grunted in response. "And my current status? It seems unnecessary for me to collaborate with you." He did not immediately recognize the changes within himself, not only in temperament but also in behavior, as he assimilated into this new body, which had undergone a profound transformation. Once a divine son of the Su NSH clan, he had cultivated an air of aloofness and pride due to his environment, and this demeanor was gradually influencing the present Su NX. The cold-eyed nine-tailed fox, Su Qinger, emitted a glimmer of profound insight. The contest for the path is not as simple as it appears. Whether you return to the Su NSH clan or establish your own faction in the holy land of Nine Skies, it is a crucial step. A cold smile curled within her heart. How could someone like Su NX, reborn from ruin, be an ordinary figure? In other words, such a person is filled with ambition, and the mere title of the Nine Skies candidate would not suffice to satiate his desires. Power is a cup of poison, yet people throughout the world rush toward it without pause. Thus, she had reason to believe that Su NX would be tempted. She did not expect such a figure to bow beneath her skirts. That would indeed be a delusion. Such a proud individual would hardly deign to submit. Especially not to a woman. Su NX remained silent, gazing at Su Qinger with an expression devoid of emotion. Indeed, a momentary failure can swiftly foster significant growth in an individual. When Su Qinger was still in Qingxiu, she was solitary, disdainful of integrating into the nine-tailed fox hierarchy, and as a result, faced exclusion and oppression. Ultimately, she left Qingxiu Mountain, retreating from the holy land of Nine Skies. She learned the virtues of patience and the art of concealing her brilliance. Perhaps this woman's true strength far surpassed that of the first holy son, Chu Wuxuan. You and I can collaborate to achieve a mutually beneficial outcome. You remain the divine son of the Su NSH clan, capable of defeating your ancient holy body cousin, with the potential to attain the position of clan leader. As for me, I require your assistance to thoroughly seize control of the Qingxiu nine-tailed fox clan. At that moment, Su NX's expression shifted slightly as he regarded Su Qinger, who appeared as stunning as an empress ruling the world. She was indeed an ambitious woman. Deep within Su NX's heart, he formed this assessment of Su Qinger. Since senior sister Su has so earnestly invited me, how could I, as her junior brother, refuse? Upon hearing this, Su Qinger broke into a smile. Then let us wish for a delightful collaboration between us siblings. As she spoke, she gazed deeply into Su NX's calm demeanor, a sense of inexplicable anxiety stirring within her. She hoped she was not scheming with a tiger for its skin. Su NX scrutinized the myriad of light orbs, sensing the presence of imperial scriptures, and mused. If there are imperial scriptures in this 8th level, then the 9th level must surely contain laws of the highest caliber. At Su Qinger, noticing the troubled look on Su NX's face, patiently explained. One can only obtain the imperial scriptures once a month, and each person's scriptures are unique. It all depends on one's own fortune. Su NX casually grasped a light orb, and several radiant characters materialized in the air, revealing a partially obscured, nine-colored lotus. Upon seeing this, Su Qing'er involuntarily exclaimed, "Could it be the legendary Qinglian sword cannon?" This sword cannon remains within the realm of imperial scriptures. Yet its creator, Qinglian Jusher Li Qiushan, utilized the fire of ancient divine lotuses. After performing 81 strikes, it can unleash the destructive power of half-step chaos level in an instant. Su Qing's gaze shifted, suppressing her greed, as she watched Su NX absorb it into his divine SEIS senior sister Su. Interested in this imperial scripture, Su NX's expression was neither pleased nor angry. Should Su Qing'er choose to act against him, he too had means to defend himself. The graceful woman shook her head with a smile, a hint of embarrassment in her demeanor. "Junior brother Su N, you worry too much, Dada. It seems I have underestimated your intentions, and I owe you an apology." Senior sister Su Qing chuckled awkwardly, her heart involuntarily taking a sharp breath. She had not expected Su NX to be so cunning, akin to those ancient beings who had lived for several epochs. Suddenly, Su NX inquired, "What distinguishes the 9th level among the 7 holy sons? Only Chu Wuxuan has set foot there, if he is in the Holy Land. You might inquire of him, what cunning can senior sister possibly conceal? If we both enter the 9th level simultaneously, those old men would attribute all the credit to me, hardly focusing their attention on you." Su NX's keen insight discerned Su Qing's true intentions. Given her cultivation, she had already attained the strength to reach the 9th level, to avoid drawing the attention of the higher-ups in the Holy Land. She must conceal her brilliance and wait for the opportune moment. In their prior confrontation, it is possible she did not reveal her true strength, merely seeking to earn his trust. The foxes of Qingxiu Mountain are indeed astute. Su NX had surmised a general understanding. To guard against others is prudent, and his vigilance towards this woman intensified. The autumn water-like gaze of Su Qing became shrouded in a layer of frost, radiating a chilling aura as she regarded the young man in white before her. "Junior brother, you must grasp one fundamental truth. We are partners, not master and servant. Since senior sister has missed the opportunity, I must claim it for myself," Su NX replied with a chuckle. "Nonsense about opportunities. This lad merely sees himself as a stepping stone for exploration, indeed quite treacherous. The 9th level brims with peril. Even someone as formidable as the innate, indestructible sword body Chu Wuxuan returned wounded, recovering only after 3 months of seclusion. Thus, Su Qing'er promptly declined Su NX's invitation, especially since this lad harbored ulterior motives, and she could very well fall into his trap. "Junior brother, take care. We still have our collaboration ahead. Do not perish within." Su Qing'er cast a veiled glance at Su NX before vanishing from the 8th level. Exiting the library pavilion, Su NX stood with his hands clasped behind his back, letting out a cold laugh. The cunning fox flees swiftly, but he traversed through layers of light orbs, arriving at the entrance to the 9th level, where he found no guards, only a purple vortex. Presumably, passing through the vortex would grant entry to the 9th level. Su NX murmured to himself, then stepped forward, his figure vanishing without a trace. Outside the library pavilion, a stunningly beautiful figure descended gracefully, clad in a moon-white gown, exuding an aura of cold elegance, reminiscent of the celestial Chang'e from the Palace of the Moon. In the distance, Yan Hui and Qin Xian displayed expressions of concern. It seemed the second holy daughter, Su Qing'er, was not a match for that Su NX of the Su NQi holy body. Only the return of the first holy son could suppress Su NX's arrogance. Feeling dozens of scorching gazes and expressions of astonishment, a strange smile graced Su Qing's lips. "Su NX, in their eyes, I have already fallen short of you. Since you wish to ascend to prominence, as your senior sister, I shall lend you a hand." Chapter 19. The resolution lies solely with Su NX. Amidst the pristine white snow, towering pines stood stark against the icy expanse. A faint figure appeared like a white against the frosty backdrop. Su NX felt the bone-chilling cold as he gazed upon the snow-laden landscape, involuntarily exclaiming, "To place a mayfly within the vastness of the universe, a mere grain of sand in the ocean." What he had not anticipated was that the 9th floor of the library pavilion shattered his previous perceptions, revealing itself as an extraordinarily mystical realm. The ninth level of the library pavilion appeared to be akin to a fantastical illusion, evoking a dreamlike sensation. Before his eyes lay a vast expanse of snowy desolation. Devoid of any signs of life, Xuanxu crouched down, his gaze emanating a subtle, ominous glimmer as he noticed footprints not far beneath him that an intense sense of foreboding surged within him. These were not human footprints, but rather the hoof prints of some wild beast. Just then, a piercingly cold wind swept in from behind him. The Xuanxu's expression darkened, and the sword aura of the Xian erupted instantaneously, a blood-red sword shadow piercing through the beast that had lunged at him from the rear. A gale snow wolf. The beast before him was evidently only of the Xian tier. Had it been a rumored gale, snow wolf king, or wolf emperor, Xuanxu would not have been able to dispatch it so easily. This was merely a solitary gale snow wolf. Xuanxu swiftly made his judgment, and his gaze grew increasingly somber. Wolves are inherently pack animals, and the scent of blood from this snow wolf would likely attract a surrounding pack. Should a few wolf emperors or wolf kings join the fray, Xuanxu, with his current cultivation level, would find it exceedingly difficult to withstand their assault. That a single gale snow wolf emperor equates to a formidable cultivator at the Xianhai realm, while a gale snow wolf king is a genuine powerhouse of the Tianfu realm. Moreover, if they were to appear in numbers, being besieged by dozens of Tianfu realm powerhouses would surely spell doom for Xuanxu. Those wretched old fools! How could they devise such a twisted trial? Xuanxu cursed inwardly. Did I in the blink of an eye? He concealed his aura and transformed into a blood-red sword shadow, departing the scene. Moments after his escape, the haunting howls of wolves reverberated across the snowy expanse, and he finally felt a surge of relief that a sense of luck washed over him as he halted, sensing the abundant spiritual energy in this realm, equivalent to 10 times that of the outside world. Certainly, the spiritual energy in the library pavilion far surpassed that of the outer realms, but the density of energy here was even more terrifying than that of the previous 8 floors. As Xuanxu mobilized the vast sea of spiritual energy within him to absorb the spiritual essence of this place, a warm sensation coursed through his meridians, propelling his cultivation from the 6th to the 9th layer of the Tianfu realm. A newfound confidence blossomed within him. If he could safely exit the 9th floor, breaking through to the holy repository realm would not pose much difficulty. With this thought in mind, he began to contemplate the techniques he possessed, concluding that he was sorely lacking in soul refinement methods, thus deeming it necessary to rectify this deficiency. The holy repository realm is often referenced in terms of the heavenly repository, earth repository, and human repository. The human body comprises 3 palaces: the Emperor Palace, the Light Palace, and the Ancient Palace, corresponding to the 3 soul powers of heaven, earth, and humanity. The fusion of these 3 souls would ultimately lead to the formation of the Jade Chamber and the cultivation of the primordial spirit, already hinting at the nascent form of the Xian Palace. That a magnificent palace, resplendent and majestic, undoubtedly requires a solid foundation, and the Xian Palace realm is likewise divided into various tiers. Currently, I have only nurtured a trace of the ancient human soul's power, while the Emperor Palace's heavenly soul and the Light Palace's earthly soul remain utterly elusive. A long and arduous journey ahead. Xuanxu furrowed his brows at this realization. Living in the martial world often leaves one with little autonomy, and sometimes he must consider future matters. One who does not plan for the overall picture cannot strategize for a single domain. One who does not plan for eternity cannot plan for the present. Xuanxu had to admit that Su Qing's words held a degree of truth. The competition for the title of Jiuxiao Daozi was the first step he must take, for in the face of the many holy suns surrounding him, strength and cultivation were the ultimate currencies. Meanwhile, the outside world had erupted into a frenzy since his entry into the 9th floor of the library pavilion, and Su Qinger had openly acknowledged her inability to compete with Xuanxu, showcasing her profound intentions and placing the 8th holy sun on the hot seat. Since he wished to contest, let it be a battle of life and death above the Xuandu Purple Mansion. The great sword immortal Xian Mingchen gazed through the layers of mist, his expression somewhat distant, facing the Jiuxiao ancestor with whom he had been engaged in a lengthy game of strategy. The Jiuxiao ancestor spoke with a hint of reproach in his tone. "Junior brother, is it not better for him to remain a complacent Jiuxiao Dozi?" This statement carried a subtle reprimand. The head of the Jiuxiao Holy Land, Tai, was merely a puppet placed in the limelight by the Jiuxiao ancestor, who was in truth the mastermind behind the scenes of the Holy Land, such as the desire for power. He also did not wish for Xuanqiu to exhibit exceptional talent and ability, as the Holy Land needed a competent successor. Clearly, Xuanqiu was the undisputed choice in the old man's heart. Xian Mingxun maintained a calm demeanor, making his move on the board. The Night King's house will not easily let go of the bloodline heir of the Xian King's house, nor will they overlook. The great Sword Immortal's words trailed off, suggesting that his astute senior brother was already aware of the implications. The current Zhouxiao Holy Land was tightly bound to the Xian King's house behind Xuanqiu, akin to a grasshopper on the same rope, sharing both fortune and misfortune. If one day the bloodline heir of the Xian King's house ventured to the EC and eliminated the filth within his family, then the Zhouxiao Holy Land would become a loyal servant of the dragon. The world is an absurdly ludicrous gamble. Sometimes, in this game, there are no winners or losers, only life and death. The thick fog enveloped them, and at this moment, the Zhouxiao ancestor, who had long since seen through the cycle of life and death, found it impossible to discern the depths of the future. The resolution to the predicament did not lie with Xuanqiu, but rather with the Xian King's house behind him, as well as the prince and goddess from beyond the realms. Xuanqiu was still too young. The cost of his growth would be exorbitant, and the Zhouxiao Holy Land dared not take the risk that I end this moment, for the sake of the Holy Land's enduring legacy. The Zhouxiao ancestor chose to refuse. Choosing to refuse signified the true alignment of the Zhouxiao Holy Land's camp. The ancient holy body of the Night King's house had shattered the forbidden curse, seemingly becoming a master of life and death at around 22 years of age, displaying signs of a youthful supreme being in contrast. While Xuanqiu had fallen into a deep abyss, the time left for his growth was exceedingly scarce. The Zhouxiao ancestors sensed that outside the Holy Land, there were several formidable cultivators, their target being the once downtrodden divine son, Xuanqiu. The great Sword Immortal took a sip of the snow-laden mountain, understanding the worry etched on the ancestor's face, and replied with a gentle smile. The resolution does not rest with the Xian King's house, but rather with Xuanqiu himself. The advantage of the Night King's house lies not merely in the power of the house, but also in the prowess of Xuanye. The Xuanye mentioned by Xian Mingxun was none other than Xuanqiu's cousin, the direct heir of the Night King's house, the ancient holy body. Xuanye, junior brother, truly has a knack for humor. The Zhouxiao ancestor scoffed, his resolve already firm. Chapter 20. I shall contend for immortal fame. Do you doubt my judgment, senior brother? I have yet to reach the day of folly. The 9th floor of the library pavilion was not as straightforward as it appeared. It harbored numerous legacies that if it were to be treated as a place of inheritance for the Zhouxiao Holy Land, it would not be unreasonable that in nearly a century, the first holy son, Chu Wushuan, was the only disciple to enter the 9th floor, and that indomitable sword body had obtained some form of inheritance from it, thus achieving mastery in the sword path. Aside from the great sword immortal Xian Mingxun, Chu Wushuan should indeed be considered the foremost sword master within the Zhouxiao Holy Land. Xian Mingxun had long surmised that the inheritance obtained by Chu Wushuan was none other than that of the sword ancestor. Among the various inheritances within the Zhouxiao Holy Land, that of the Dao ancestor was the most profound. Regrettably, none of the descendants of the Zhouxiao Holy Land had the fortune to attain such an opportunity. Xuanqiu, my disciple, you must not disappoint your master. At the foot of Yuming Mountain, a figure rushed forward, eager to ascend the towering peak. The young man wiped the sweat from his brow with his sleeve and suddenly noticed a dilapidated inn at the mountain's base, fluttering a worn, filthy banner that read, "Safe Inn." The inn was empty, yet it wafted the enticing aroma of wine that a handsome man, his demeanor as cold as frost, clad in a black robe, sat alone drinking, gazing in the direction of the young man in simple attire, and said, "The EC is quite distant from the Zhouxiao Holy Land. Having traversed mountains and waters, you must be weary. Why not sit down and rest for a moment?" The young man in simple attire, with his enigmatic pupils glinting with a strange light, feigned a playful demeanor. "It seems the divine son possesses remarkable foresight, knowing that I would come to this place." The black-clad man smiled warmly. Yuming Mountain remains a necessary passage from the EC to the Zhouxiao Holy Land. With your travel-worn appearance, you should seek a place to rest. The divine sun sees through all. I am in admiration. The young man in simple attire replied with a bow and a smile, though his smile appeared somewhat insincere. The handsome man swirled his wine bowl, murmuring softly, "Divine Son. Divine Son." Your tone carries a chill that if I were instead my cousin Xuanxiu, I wonder how you would address him. Right, Jishu? As he spoke the last words, his tone grew increasingly imbued with a cold chill. And the wine in his bowl began to crystallize, revealing a hint of frost. The young man in simple attire was none other than Song Jishu, grandson of the 10 heavenly monarch Song Xian, who had just departed from Penglai Island. The solitary drinker in black was the ancient holy body of this generation, now the divine son of the Xian god clan, his cultivation unfathomable as a vast ocean, obscuring the tempestuous waves hidden within. Song Jishu, filled with doubts, stared intently at Xuanye, perplexed as to why he did not intercept him in the East Sea, even if he sought to take his life. Why would the noble divine son, a figure of great standing, need to act personally? This is the place he fails to comprehend, that a few peach trees stand before the inn, shedding crimson petals that add a touch of spring's charm. Xianye's eyes are as dark and still as stagnant water, revealing no trace of emotion as he absent-mindedly taps on the table. Song Jishu, treading upon the yellow, muddy ground, leaves a series of footprints. Her expression unperturbed as she boldly takes a seat directly opposite Xianye. Though the wine of this mortal realm may not resemble the ethereal red walls and white snow of Penglai, it possesses a unique flavor that stirs the heart. Xianye reveals a captivated smile. This is the first time Song Jishu has witnessed such an expression from Xianye, causing her to gasp in surprise before she retorts with a laugh, having lingered too long in the realm of immortals. The divine son has yet to savor the bittersweetness of the mortal world, hence finds it to be extraordinary. Her gaze briefly flickers to the chipped wine bowl in Xianye's hand, her brow furrowing involuntarily. The noble heir of the Night King's residence, lowering himself to such a status, willing to use such a broken bowl. She had initially assumed Xianye to be a man of lavish extravagance and arrogance. Yet he exudes an air of nonchalance. Xianye subtly lifts his gaze, meeting the scrutinizing eyes of the one with dual pupils. Did you think I should be a reckless and domineering young master? Only to return in a dramatic twist to reclaim the title of Divine Son? He sips and smiles. That would align perfectly with the narrative spun by the common folk. Alas, I fear I shall disappoint you. Song Jishu's dual pupils shimmer as she prepares to bide her time, aware that she is no match for the ancient sacred body. The world may deem the ancient sacred body a useless vessel. Yet Xianye, having shattered 10 prohibitions, is a being of extraordinary nature. Xianye perceives Song Jishu's inner doubts. Many among the 10 heavenly monarchs have mobilized, intent on capturing you and returning you to the East Sea. However, I have thwarted each of their attempts, so there is no need for your concern. Once you traverse Yuming Mountain, you may proceed directly to Jiuxiao, Holy Land, to find Xiao Su. Why? Are you not afraid that Xian Su will return and take everything from you? Song Jishu gazes at the man in the dark robe, lost in thought. The clouds in the sky shift and scatter, gradually drifting into the distance, and Xianye's gaze is likewise withdrawn. Return for this lifetime of the ancient sacred body. I have long understood my mission. It is merely a trivial family dispute. What I seek is a contest that spans the ages. The black serpent-like aura around Xianye flickers as he continues. You may inform Xian Su that this elder brother of his awaits him in the East Sea of Penglai at any moment. At his final words, his abyss-like pupils ignite with fervent battle intent, his voice resonating like dark iron. I shall triumph over him with the utmost integrity. Xianye harbors disdain for his mother's actions, which have drawn scorn from others. Thus he requires a battle to prove himself. The ancient sacred body is the strongest of this era, and all formidable beings shall bow before him. Song Jishu, taken aback, finds herself at a loss for words. The once fierce and relentless Xianye of the ancient sacred body has undergone such a transformation. It is simply hard to believe. I shall certainly convey your words. With that, she rises and vanishes into the vast sands. Xianye watches her departing figure, letting out a heavy sigh. It is regrettable that the one with dual pupils cannot be of use to me. How tragic that if only Song Jishu were to align with him, it would bolster his faction with yet another formidable ally. Unbeknownst to him, a graceful woman with a lute has appeared behind Xianye. She speaks. If she is not to serve our lord, why not eliminate her? Her allegiance to Xian Su will undoubtedly bring unnecessary troubles for our master. Xianyi glances back at the woman with profound significance. Whether it be Xianyi or Xiansu, are we not all of the Xian divine clan? What difference does it make to distinguish between him and me? If Jishu wishes to depart, then let her go. The lute-bearing woman seems to glean a deeper meaning from her master's inscrutable gaze. Sensing his disinterest in the conflict over the heir of the Xian divine clan, Master, she murmurs, bowing her head in contemplation. However, Xianye's next words prompt her to lift her gaze. Have you ever witnessed the eternal night? Have you ever experienced the terror of darkness? Xianyi smiles gently. I have seen it and endured it. Hence, the family feud is not of such paramount importance. Chapter 21. The Monkey King of Water Curtain Cave. Xiansu gazes at the rock face adorned with sharp spikes, summoning Zhu Ri and ascending the cliff directly. The crimson sun hangs in the center of the sky, casting a fiery glow that scorches the earth. It is not that Xiansu is unwilling to transform into the shadow of the Xian sword and traverse the steep cliffs. It is merely that he has suddenly sensed an indescribable prohibition in this location, emanating an invisible pressure that he cannot help but murmur in complaint. In just a few hours, I have experienced the four seasons. This illusion is truly ever-changing. The vibrancy of spring, the desolation of autumn, the chilling rigor of winter, and the scorching heat of summer. Xiansu has traversed through the colors of the four seasons, feeling as if he is lost in a reverie, contemplating the transformation of the vast ocean into mulberry fields. His snow-white garments are drenched, soaked through with perspiration. After an hour, Xiansu, panting, finally reaches the mountain peak, immediately feeling a surge of abundant spiritual energy enveloping him. He sits cross-legged, channeling the vast sea of divinity within. Akin to a young infant greedily savoring nature's bounty, his pallid complexion gradually transforms to a healthy glow. Within the sea of divinity swirl four distinct auras, representing the life of spring, the blaze of summer, the stillness of autumn, and the frost of winter. Xiansu harnesses this power, utilizing the vitality of spring and the tranquility of autumn to execute the Xian 13 sword cycle of life and decay. With a subtle snap of his fingers, the towering tree before him is struck with such force that, in that fleeting moment, it manifests countless cycles of withering and flourishing. That it seems my suspicions were correct. Xiansu rises, taking a deep breath, and smiles. Having traversed through the seasons, I have finally grasped the essence of decay and rebirth. The hardships endured previously are not without merit. Suddenly, an inexplicable thrill courses through him. His deep sea-like gaze drawn to a water stream 10 miles away. The Qinglian sword cannon seems to yearn for that place. Could there be something there? Xiansu contemplates. The Qinglian sword cannon is the supreme scripture created by Li Qinglian, amalgamating a lifetime of swordsmanship insights. All things possess a spirit. Even techniques embody the will that arises over the river of time. What could possibly attract the Qinglian sword cannon? Only heavenly fire. Particularly the fire of the ancient divine lotus. According to ancient texts, the ancient divine lotus fire comprises the first pure world Qinglian, the second marigold lotus, the third guanyin red lotus, the fourth nameless white lotus, the fifth world-destroying black lotus, the sixth chaos Qinglian, the seventh creation Qinglian, the eighth nine-grade gold lotus, the ninth reincarnation purple lotus, and the 10th karma fire red lotus. That I wonder which of the 10 ancient divine lotuses awaits me. As the radiant waterfall cascades into the stream, a massive tree looms over the mountains, cradling the earth as if embracing its child. Below the stream, a verdant creek flows gently, where a few brownish-yellow monkeys frolic in the water. The monkeys, with their small bead-like eyes, notice the unexpected visitor standing by the stream and bare their teeth, emitting chattering sounds to assert their territorial authority. Xiansu watches the scene with indifference, dismissing the lesser monkeys. As his true concern lies with the Monkey King, that he raises his fair hand, his golden eyes glinting with coldness. Several frost-clad blades rush forth, targeting the small monkeys' heads, before the little monkeys can react. They collapse, their bodies limp, as brain matter and blood intermingle with the clear, emerald waters. Xiansu harnesses his palm's power, unleashing a dragon's water pull towards the curtain of water. Suddenly, a black gorilla, the size of an adult, emits a piercing roar, its fur bristling, revealing a vertical pupil above its brow. The gorilla scans the surroundings, its gaze falling upon the human man by the stream and the seemingly lifeless little monkeys. its fury igniting to in the realm of beasts. This is not yet the Monkey King. Xiansu calmly analyzes the situation, darting toward the gorilla. The fire of rage blazes in the gorilla's eyes, longing to rip apart the human who has encroached upon its territory and harmed its kin. Abruptly, the vertical pupil on its forehead emits a dark red flame. Xiansu attempts to grasp this flame, feeling its searing heat, and hastily discards it. "What a terrifying flame!" he exclaims, staring at his scorched palm, aware that he has paid the price for his recklessness. Yet his mind remains clear, further affirming that the fire lotus within the water-curtain cave is extraordinary. Upon touching that flame, he even felt as if his very soul was being scorched. Flames in this world are categorized into beast fire, heavenly fire, ghost fire, and lotus fire, with the ancient divine lotus fire being the most formidable. The flame, exhaled by a demon beast of the earth level, could indeed circumvent his cycle of life and decay, suggesting it rivals the heavenly fire of the lotus. He. The muscular black gorilla, witnessing Xiansu's plight, pounds its chest, seemingly mocking the audacious human before it. Xiansu snorts coldly, leaping forth and declaring, "Ignorant beast. Today I shall use the Four Seasons sword to carve you down." With a delicate clasp of his 5 fingers, 4 radiant beams of varying hues were unleashed. The black gorilla, unwilling to concede, emitted a series of dark crimson flames in retaliation, utterly unprepared for the onslaught of the seasonal power, transforming into a sword formation that bore down upon it. Faced with such a spectacle, the beast appeared momentarily dazed, only to witness the loathed human piercing its chest with the frost blade. Having vanquished the black gorilla, Xuanxu did not let his guard down. Instead, he meticulously scrutinized his surroundings. His spiritual sense detected a subtle energy fluctuation nearby. Atop the summit of Water Curtain Cave stood a peculiar stone, and at that very moment, spiderweb-like fissures began to manifest upon its surface. 20 years prior, a swordsman had forcefully intruded into this realm, inflicting countless casualties upon my kin. Regrettably, I had yet to awaken at that time. Now, 2 decades later, yet another outsider commits such heinous acts. But alas, your fortune is not in your favor that I have awakened. The massive stone erupted violently, unleashing a shadow that swung an iron rod towards Xiansu. In an instant, flying rocks and swirling sands created chaos, while the tranquil water surface rippled with disturbances, conspicuously absent of Xuanxu's presence. Xuanxu had not anticipated that the Monkey King had ascended to the rank of Demon Emperor, capable of articulate speech. Revealing a considerable intellect, despicable human, where do you think you're going? Taste my rod. With hair like golden threads and a crimson monkey visage, the Monkey King, emboldened by his power, struck again with the iron rod, reducing the surrounding forest to mere powder. Xuanxu retaliated with a thrust aimed at the Monkey King. His once ebony hair transformed to a striking white, exuding an aura of cold majesty. The Monkey King, gazing at the gushing wound, bared his teeth in fury. Human, prepare to be punished. This novel can be downloaded using the open-source and Freestar string downloader developed by Xingyu, that if you obtain a novel file through an agency's download and they did not provide the software source code or open-source address, please request an immediate refund and report the merchant. Author's email: xingyvoutlook.com, authors QQ 201-759-3710, official QQ group 149050832, official TG group. https t.mefqtool chapter 22. In turbulent times, a Taoist. In prosperous times, a Buddha. The silver-white garments billowed with the wind, unleashing 13 blood-red sword shadows that radiated a terrifying Shura power. Xuanxu's golden eyes were veiled by a blood-red murderous intent as he brandished the supreme divine weapon, the sun-chasing sword, charging straight for the Monkey King. The Monkey King, vexed by the unspent power within him, unleashed all his strength upon the human before him. The physical prowess of this monstrous stone monkey rivaled that of Mu Feng's forceful dragon-elephant suppression technique. Fascinating. If it were the Xuanxu of your confronting such a formidable foe, he might have resorted to guerrilla tactics, hesitant to engage head-on with such a physically powerful adversary. However, times have changed, now, with the invocation of the heavenly prison's god-restraining path. Xuanxu's exterior shimmered with a layer of black golden light. Dark prison flames flickered about him, rendering the Monkey King momentarily at a loss for strategy. Cunning human, The Monkey King scratched his head in agitation, casting a furious glare at the impassive Xuanxu, only to swing the iron rod wildly, causing the very mountains to tremble and debris to fly the next moment. He let out a long howl, revealing his fangs as a sacred golden light enveloped his beastly form. Gradually, he fused with that radiant ethereal silhouette, draped in a kasaya, his gaze serene, treating all beings with equality, exuding a profound Buddhist nature. I had forgotten, Xuanxu mused internally. This beast is akin to a heavenly sovereign among humans. That earlier Buddhist light must be its celestial power. The world is filled with wonders. Who would believe that a mere beast could cultivate into a Buddha? Yet, the stark reality presented itself before Xuanxu's eyes. Wretched beast, surrender at once. The sea of suffering is boundless. Turning back is the shore. The Buddhist monkey regarded Xuanxu with disdain, extending its golden hand, intent on eradicating him without mercy. Upon hearing this, Xuanxu felt an involuntary shiver run down his spine, a surge of anger rising within him. After all this time, it is the first I am being scolded by a beast. Furthermore, he harbored a poor impression of the so-called Buddhist teachings that in times of turmoil, the Taoist sect saves the masses, while Buddhism shuts its doors to evade disaster. Ancient texts from the Zhongshuan celestial realm recount that in numerous calamities, individuals from the Buddhist sect played the role of villains, ruthlessly enslaving innocent folk as Buddhist slaves. That in that time, the world plunged into despair, and the Buddhist sect could not absolve itself of the blame. Xuanxu looked disdainfully at the golden figure in the void, a sneer escaping his lips. Since you seek to transcend me with your Buddhist teachings, I shall extinguish the Buddha within your heart with my Tao. He leaped into the air, his snowy hair reverting to its obsidian hue, as 9 celestial manifestations emerged behind him, exuding an invisible pressure that caused the golden hand to tremble. In that moment, Xuanxu resembled an otherworldly warrior, enveloped in resplendent celestial light, 6 primordial divine beasts guarding his front. In the abyssal void, a dark divine lotus quietly blossomed, releasing a potent chaotic power. This was Xuanxu's 7th celestial manifestation. The chaotic divine lotus. Regrettably, it was not the true ancient divine lotus, but rather an embodiment of energy. A magnificent, resplendent golden door slowly creaked open, immobilizing the Buddhist monkey, as the Buddhist light encasing it was gradually corroded by the celestial gateway, revealing its true form. Its beastly gaze, once calm, now brimmed with terror. The 9 manifestations of the heavenly sovereign. When did humans produce such a formidable being? I must relay this information back to the Western paradise. The conflict between Confucianism, Buddhism, and Taoism has never ceased. The Taoist sect has suppressed the Confucian and Buddhist traditions for centuries, demonstrating its profound foundation. Meanwhile, the Buddhist and Confucian sects have thinned over the years, exhibiting signs of decay. Unlike in the past, the will of heaven resides with the Taoist sect, not with Buddhism. Why is this so? The Buddhist monkey roared defiantly to Xuanxu's eyes, cold as blades, unleashed another strike of the heavenly blood Shura extermination upon it. Yet it failed to breach the protective Buddhist light surrounding the Monkey King. However, the dark and ominous Shura power lingered like a pestilence around its flesh, promising a fatal strike when the moment was ripe. Sensing the chilling and terrifying sword energy, the Buddhist monkey's expression shifted dramatically, as if faced with imminent disaster. It summoned its inner Buddhist power to resist, only to find itself gradually consumed by the Shura force. Its eyes widened in horror as it glared at the silver-haired man, resembling a hellish demon. This power hails from the Yellow Springs. You will descend into the 18 levels of hell, suffering the flames of karma, never to be reborn. Xuanxu could not help but burst into derisive laughter. You speak of the Buddha saving all beings, yet where is the salvation for you? I regard all beings as mere pawns in the vast sea of humanity. Your Buddha cannot save you in your hour of despair. At that moment, Xuanxu recalled an ancient tale, though it was more than a mere tale. It was recorded in the Taoist scriptures that in that era, the Taoist and Confucian sects were yet to emerge, and only the Buddha roamed the earth. The lamenting cries of the world depicted the harshness of reality. One day, the white-clad Buddha traversed the realm, witnessing the wretchedness around him, and with a knowing smile, he proclaimed, I, the Buddha, can help you forget time, fatigue, and suffering. The people, like grasping at a lifeline, began to place their faith in Buddhism. Unaware that the legendary Buddhist sect was not as pure and enlightened as the Buddha had described. They too suffered under the oppression of Buddhist disciples, forced to transport heavy stones to craft statues. Earning the new title of Buddhist slaves that if one were to categorize the beings of the world into ranks, the disciples of Buddhism would undoubtedly occupy the highest tier, while the Buddhist slaves remained at the bottom. Where there is oppression, there arises struggle. Extraordinary treatment often signifies fierce class struggles, which inevitably require bloodshed. In a coalition between a tattered-robed Taoist and a destitute scholar, they succeeded in slaying that white-clad Buddha, liberating the masses from their suffering. In those days, the Taoist and Confucian sects united to expel the hypocritical Buddhist sect from the Tsangshuan celestial realm. To Xuanqiu's surprise, he discovered traces of Buddhist disciples within the Taoist teachings. This Nine Heavens sacred land is indeed intriguing. Could the internal workings of the Nine Heavens sacred land harbor remnants of the Buddhist sect? Xuanqiu suppressed the absurd thoughts within him, shaking his head with a smile. The afterglow of the twilight sky was blood-red, devoid of clouds. Xuanqiu retracted his blood-stained hand, casting a cold gaze upon the lifeless Buddhist monkey, preparing to investigate Water Curtain Cave. That moment, the Buddhist monkey's tawny corpse emitted a peculiar radiance. Its decaying, beastly form gradually shrinking into a colossal human-shaped stone. Xuanqiu extended his right palm, drawing it close, contemplating. According to ancient Buddhist texts, in times of peril for heaven and earth, the goddess Niwa used 36,501 spirit stones to mend the sky, leaving only one behind. This Buddhist monkey is so feeble, it cannot be the famed fighting Buddha of Buddhism. Yet the origins of this stone remain elusive. Xuanqiu quelled the doubts within him, stowing the human-shaped stone within the boundless divine sea before transforming into a bloodlight. Hurtling towards Water Curtain Cave. Chapter 23. The First Holy Sun, Chu Wu Xuan. As the mighty tree fell, scattering the monkeys from their mountain, the once protected realm of the Monkey King lay vulnerable. The enigmatic Xuanqiu, an invader from beyond, entered the Water Curtain Cave unhindered. The cave sparkled like a pearl, its soft, gentle beauty reminiscent of fine rain, with rocks of various hues creating a unique and wondrous world. Beneath the vast, emerald pool, colossal stones jutted forth, their surfaces caressed by a gentle current, which upon colliding with the rocks, produced crystalline droplets that danced toward the azure waters. The heart of the pool blossomed a rare and mysterious red lotus. Surrounded by a host of white lotuses, the vibrant crimson lotus, standing out like a radiant star embraced by its celestial companions. The fiery core of the lotus cast a warm glow upon Xuanqiu's visage, enveloping him in a searing heat. The creatures of this realm, nurtured by the essence of the lotus, gained a modicum of its fiery power, validating Xuanqiu's prior conjecture that if he was not mistaken, this must be the legendary infernal red lotus of the ancient 10 divine lotuses. Xuanqiu gazed intently at the blazing red lotus not far before him. Despite its proximity, he dared not recklessly pluck it with his bare hands. He had yet to neutralize the bizarre flames of the black gorilla, let alone confront the true master of this domain. No, the infernal red lotus before him appeared as lifeless as stone. Xuanqiu's thoughts raced, and he swiftly discerned the anomaly. The ancient divine lotuses were classified into 12 grades, each petal that bloomed signifying an elevation in rank. The infernal red lotus in the emerald pool was not of the fabled 12th grade. Otherwise, it would not be found within the sacred grounds of the Nine Heavens. It was rumored that the 12th grade infernal red lotus was obtained by the ancestor of the Blood Sea and the Nether River, who sat upon a lotus throne, impervious to destruction, burning with karmic flames that served both offensive and defensive purposes. Nonetheless, if he could refine the 3-grade infernal red lotus before him, it would undoubtedly elevate his Qinglian sword scripture to unprecedented heights. Achieving a qualitative leap, Xuanqiu extended his hand towards the infernal red lotus in the center of the emerald pool, invoking the great seal of the heavenly prison to bind it with 10 invisible, translucent chains. Simultaneously, he summoned the powers of Shura and the netherworld from within, causing the colorless chains to transform into a deep crimson and dark hue. This red lotus, imbued with infernal flames from the depths of hell, resonated harmoniously with those two powers, which were of a common origin. The three-grade Infernal Red Lotus not only offered no resistance but also seemed to have an affinity for the Shura power. Jubilant, Xuanqiu drew it into his vast divine sea, subsequently deploying the formation of the Xian Yin 13 sword array to lay layers of seals. This infernal fire could temper the soul. Why not utilize this lotus to enhance his soul power? Had the Infernal Red Lotus been of a much higher grade, Xuanqiu, ever cautious, would not have dared to employ such a method, fearing the potential for dire consequences that could lead to his very soul being shattered. With a fragment of his soul power infused into the Infernal Red Lotus, waves of searing pain coursed through him, his body drenched in sweat. Even invoking the power of winter frost could not alleviate the heat enveloping him. A dazzling golden character materialized, revealing a multitude of profound golden runes that flowed through Xuanqiu's veins, significantly diminishing his pain. As his soul power underwent continuous tempering, it began to manifest as a vague silhouette. A frenzied storm of flames surged within the vast divine sea, yet under the suppression of the Xian Yin sword array, it stirred not a single wave, awaiting only its fate of refinement. Half an hour later, Xuanqiu's eyes glimmered, an unusual light flickering within them. As he slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air, he turned his gaze inward, a wondrous smile gracing his handsome face. He felt his cultivation had indeed advanced, reaching the pinnacle of the 9th layer of the heavenly mansion, poised to cross into the saintly abode realm with a mere step. Furthermore, upon refining the Infernal Red Lotus, he had not only mastered the infernal flames, but also grasped a fragment of the powers of the Earth Soul and the Heaven Soul. Given time, ascending to the saintly abode would be no difficult task. However, the immediate concern was how to exit this 9th layer. Xuanqiu fell into contemplation, unaware of the unfamiliar figure that had silently appeared before him, a disheveled man with a sword slung at his side. Sporting a beard that seemed to have not been trimmed in ages, and a wooden gourd at his waist, his voice, however, was not as coarse as one might expect, but carried a softness reminiscent of stones striking a lake's surface. After many years, someone has entered the 9th layer once again. Who are you? Xuanqiu's naturally cautious disposition prompted a surge of wariness at the sudden appearance of this stranger, leading him to speculate about the man's identity. Could he be Chu Wuxuan, the first holy son of the indestructible sword body? Yet he had heard that Chu Wuxuan was away, and thus Xuanqiu dismissed such conjectures, moreover, as the first holy son of the 9 heavens. How could he dress in such a manner, which would disgrace his status? So, who could this man be? Perhaps he was an elder of the 9 heavens trapped in this place. Only such an explanation would make sense. The disheveled man's eyes were hazy, seemingly indifferent to Xuanqiu's identity. Did you slay that demon monkey from the Buddhist sect? Did you pluck the Infernal Red Lotus? His tone was as gentle as a breeze, devoid of any discernible emotion. Yes, Xuanqiu's scrutinizing gaze did not waver, and in response to the man's inquiry, a hint of hostility flickered within him, but he pressed on. And you, who might you be? I prefer to answer questions with a sword, the disheveled man replied stiffly. Xuanqiu pressed down on the sword's hilt, a cold smile gracing his lips. Perhaps I could propose a better way to pose my question. Spring water. The man's voice thundered like spring thunder. As the wooden sword behind him soared forth, a flurry of sword lights aimed directly at Xuanqiu's chest. Reverse water's chill. A layer of frosty ice crystals enveloped Xuanqiu's gaze. As the entirety of the water curtain cave became coated in frost, the surrounding temperature plummeting. This strike, reverse water's chill, was derived from his insights gained from the 4-season scenic sword. Without pause, Xuanqiu unleashed spring breeze crossing, the demon subduing howl, and autumn's silence. In contrast, the disheveled man, lacking the flamboyance of Xuanqiu, wielded but a single sword capable of shattering myriad techniques. The sword energy of the wooden blade cleaved through the 4 seasonal swords, swiftly darting to Xuanqiu's forefront, delivering a crushing blow. Xuanqiu's eyelids twitched as his jade-like fingers shimmered with golden light, bracing against the strike. The disheveled man gave a surprised smile. Xianshin finger? So you are of the Xianshin clan. Recognizing his opponent's identity, the man's attacks grew increasingly fierce, delivering 9 sword strikes tailored for the elite of the Xianshin clan. Xuanqiu evaded 8 of the strikes, yet was grazed by an inexplicable sword energy, causing blood to spill from his lips, that he had to admit that this swordsman before him surpassed him in both practical combat skills and cultivation level. Even when he unleashed the 9 celestial manifestations, the man summoned 9 distinct divine sword phenomena in response. Suddenly, the disheveled man retracted his wooden sword, spring water, casting a deep glance at Xuanxu. Those who can enter the 9th layer are not mere pretenders. Though you hide yourself well, that aura cannot be concealed. Xuanxu chuckled. Chu Wuxuan. Chapter 24. The uncommon ancestor of the 9 heavens. Despite the man's efforts to mask his aura, he could not escape Xuanxu's keen perception. If Xuanxu recalled correctly, that sword energy belonged to the famed innate indestructible sword energy, akin to his own Xian sword energy. Having his identity unveiled, Chu Wuxuan smiled nonchalantly, revealing little of his emotions. You recognized me after just a few exchanges. Why have I not heard your name within the 9 heavens? Xuanxu's displayed cultivation and prowess were already on par with the other holy sons. Should Chu Wuxuan discover that the white-clad youth before him was the newly appointed 8th holy son, one could only imagine the expression that would grace his face. Chu Wuxuan had long remained reclusive. Even the great holy master found it exceedingly difficult to meet him. At that time, the seemingly useless holy son Xuanxu was secretly sent to the Yutian Peak. While Chu Wuxuan's true form still resided within the 9th layer of the book collection pavilion, that I heard that after the first holy son, Chu Wuxuan emerged from the 9th layer. He secluded himself to recuperate for 3 months before departing from the sacred land. Why are you still within this 9th layer of the book collection pavilion? Is the Chu Wuxuan outside merely a projection of yourself? Xuanxu inquired, his face a canvas of confusion. Yet the unkempt man revealed a mysterious smile. You are not Chu Wuxuan. How could you possibly know who he truly is? Who says the one outside is the genuine Chu Wuxuan? For the first time, the first holy son displayed a profound expression before another. He tightly clutched his chest, where a hole had begun to heal, revealing the remnants of a grievous wound. Among the younger generation, Chu Wuxuan's cultivation and strength were indeed unrivaled. Unless there existed some overwhelmingly powerful being within the 9th layer to inflict harm upon him to know, another possibility loomed. Perhaps there were unidentified, formidable entities lurking nearby. Otherwise, with Chu Wuxuan's strength, he would not have sustained such severe injuries. Hey kid, you still haven't disclosed your identity. Chu Wuxuan shouted. I am Xuanxu, the 8th holy son of the 9 heavens. Upon hearing this, Chu Wuxuan scrutinized Xuanxu with a meaningful look. The son of the Xianxin clan. I have heard of you. Your 5 orifices holy heart was plundered, and your cultivation was destroyed. I never imagined you would come to the 9 heavens. Those old geezers certainly possess audacity, daring to shelter you openly. You must understand that the major holy lands in the eastern extreme domain are but vassals of the Xianxin clan. Xuanxu could not help but retort. What of your injuries? Chu Wuxuan evaded the question. What kind of person do you think the ancestor of the 9 heavens is? Xuanxu furrowed his brows. Perplexed by the question posed to him, that he casually replied, the old ancestor of Jiuxiao appointed me as the 8th holy son and then orchestrated matters, allowing the great sword immortal, Xianming Chun, to take me as his disciple. Upon hearing the name of the great sword immortal, Chu Wuxuan could not help but smile. The great sword immortal is indeed a remarkable figure. However, all of this is contingent upon my strength and talent, and one cannot dismiss the possibility that they might sell me to the Eastern Sea. You possess a certain degree of self-awareness, not allowing momentary success to cloud your judgment. Chu Wuxuan cast a glance of approval at the young man, who was significantly his junior. The wounds I bear are the legacy of the old ancestor of Jiuxiao, he said nonchalantly. Unfortunately, the 9th level of the library harbors a mysterious restriction, akin to a secret realm. No matter how formidable one may be, upon entering this place, one is reduced to the cultivation of the holy storing realm. This is also the true reason Chu Wuxuan managed to escape with his life. Otherwise, in the face of the old ancestor of Jiuxiao, who has mastered the 9 transformations of life and death, he would likely have had no ability to resist. From Xuanxu's words, he gleaned a rough understanding of the events surrounding Jiuxiao's sacred land over the past few years. That old rascal even fabricated a false Chu Wuxuan, attempting to deceive others with this counterfeit. A truly despicable act. Xuanxu stared in disbelief at Chu Wuxuan, unable to comprehend why the benevolent old ancestor would unleash such devastation upon the first holy son. Leaving the one outside as an impostor, it is rumored that you have obtained the inheritance of the sword ancestor. That old fellow did not speak falsely. I indeed acquired it on the 9th level, receiving the Sword Ancestor's legacy. With this revelation, Xuanqiu found himself momentarily bewildered, pondering why the hopeful Chu Wuxuan was suddenly attacked by the old ancestor of Jiuxiao. Could it be that the avaricious Jiuxiao Dao ancestor sought to seize Chu Wuxuan's sword ancestor inheritance through force? Leaning against the cold stone wall, Chu Wuxuan's heart mirrored the chill of his surroundings that he gradually sat down, noticing the worry etched on Xuanqiu's face, and smiled. The world is bustling and thriving, all for profit. The old ancestor of Jiuxiao has lingered at the threshold of the 9 transformations of life and death for several epochs. Should he fail to break through to the realm of creation in the near future, Jiuxiao's sacred land will inevitably be devoured by other sacred grounds. However, if he acts for the greater good, my sword ancestor inheritance is not beyond his reach. Chu Wuxuan's gaze darkened, his expression growing increasingly grave. Yet I find that the power he possesses is not derived from the Taoist methods that I end the next moment. He voluntarily lifted his tattered garment to reveal a gaping wound, shocking Xuanqiu, who noted the lingering crimson demonic energy upon the injury, intertwined with marks of Buddhist law. Could it be that the old ancestor of Jiuxiao is a practitioner of Buddhism, covertly infiltrating the Taoist sect? Xuanqiu boldly speculated that I cannot say for certain. In any case, that old wretch is no good man. Chu Wuxuan and Xuanqiu exited the waterfall heaven, gazing at the clouds drifting by, each absorbed in their own thoughts that as per our prior agreement, I must take you to a certain place. Xuanqiu tilted his head and inquired, whose agreement is this? Chu Wuxuan smiled mysteriously. The great sword immortal, Xianming Chun, your master. In the boundless expanse of the sky, the clouds and mist intertwined, and a gentle rain dampened the chessboard upon which the 2 elderly men played. The pieces that should have perished became animated. What do you think, senior brother? Xianming Chun observed the black and white pieces on the board, smiling gently as the white pieces encircled the black ones with an overwhelming offensive. In the next moment, the black pieces inexplicably sprouted repugnant tentacles, bursting forth and instantly disrupting the entire board. The dim old eyes of the Jiuxiao ancestor glinted with a hint of cunning. Fixated on Xianming Chun. In your eyes, who is truly the dead piece? Chu Wuxuan should be the dead piece. However, Xuanqiu's appearance has rendered the dynamics of the board exceedingly treacherous, granting me a glimmer of hope. Xianming Chun seemed to disregard the loathsome tentacles lurking behind the Jiuxiao ancestor, instead drawing forth a sword imbued with divine thunder from the void. Junior brother, what a remarkable technique, nurturing a sword weapon amidst the annihilating divine thunder of the void. The Jiuxiao ancestor remarked with admiration. Compared to my senior brother's millennium of seclusion, Ming Chun is merely a fledgling. Xianming Chun's eyes glimmered with intensity as he unleashed a strike of divine thunder with world-shattering force. Precisely the heavenly thunder that guides my path among the 12 swords of Xianin. Chapter 25. The Descent of the Abyssal Evil Monk. The trees swayed violently, and the slanting rain lashed against his bloodied body. The air was thick with humidity, intertwining with the surrounding scent of blood. Chu Wuxuan, enduring immense pain, suddenly opened his eyes to behold the gaping wound in his chest, feeling an odd sense of luck in surviving such calamity. He had not anticipated the seemingly kind old man to conceal such depth. Upon witnessing that horrifying scene, Chu Wuxuan momentarily froze, then was struck with a heavy blow, sent flying. Are you all right? A sudden voice called from behind, startling the reborn Chu Wuxuan. Could it be that old rascal has returned? Turning around, he found an unfamiliar elder, one he had never encountered in Jiuxiao's sacred land. The 9th level is indeed a secret realm of the Taoist sect. Even my senior brother, a mere misstep, could not bring you to ruin, the elder spoke slowly. The Jiuxiao ancestor had emerged from the forbidden ground, and as his junior, Xianming Chun also sensed the anomaly. Stepping forth from the same forbidden place, that he had not anticipated that his senior brother would take an interest in the inheritance of the 9th level of the library. Even more shamelessly, the Jiuxiao ancestor brazenly attacked the younger generation of the sacred land. Chu Wuxuan, enduring the pain coursing through his body, warily regarded the strange elder before him, unable to discern friend from foe. Xianming Chun pointed forward, his fingertip releasing a wisp of ethereal light that entered Chu Wuxuan's chest. That dark energy originates from an unspeakable place. I cannot assist you in dispelling it. You must rely on yourself. With his innate, indestructible sword body, should Chu Wuxuan one day comprehend the annihilating sword energy that eradicates all malevolent forces, this dark energy would naturally dissipate. From this day forth, you, Chu Wuxuan, are considered dead. Thus, you must remain here in the 9th level. The elder's expression turned grave, leaving no room for rebuttal. The astute Chu Wuxuan immediately discerned the underlying implication and inquired, "When might I be able to leave this domain?" "Only when you have completed the Sword Ancestor's inheritance." Chu Wuxuan was taken aback, perplexed by how the elder knew of his connection to the Sword Ancestor's legacy. Outside Bai Yu Palace, two figures that should have been on the brink of death clashed fiercely. The sword-wielding elder severing the Zhou ancestor's dark tentacles with overwhelming celestial might. The great sword immortal, Xianming Chun, mastered the art of the sword, his sword energy spanning 90,000 miles, even standing before the Zhou ancestor. He was unmatched. The might of the sword immortal was truly deserving of its name. Xianming Chen's gaze flickered, and the 12 swords of Xianin surged forth like a torrent of blood shadows, entangling the dark tentacles that emerged behind the Zhou ancestor. With a mighty shout, he unleashed the 13th sword, the heavenly blood Azura extermination. You two are indeed learning from each other. As the dark energy thickened, the Zhou ancestor gradually revealed his form, with ghastly tentacles writhing behind him. Xianming Chen scoffed, his sword momentum unyielding, and laughed maniacally. There is no need for disciples to be inferior to their masters, nor for masters to be superior to their disciples. That my disciple has far surpassed me in swordsmanship. Why should this old man confine himself to a closed room? The reason Xianming Chen could wield the heavenly blood Azura extermination from the 13 swords of Xianin was that he borrowed the power of Azura from Xuanxiu. However, using one part of Azura power meant losing one part as well. He had long known of the Zhou ancestors' malicious intentions to devour the sacred land's legacy, yet he had not anticipated that this old rascal would act with such swiftness. If within a single epoch he could achieve a breakthrough to the realm of creation, Ming Chun, both you and I stand at the threshold of the 9 transformations of life and death. Should we fail to break through within a millennium, we shall fade into oblivion. Why can you not collaborate with your senior brother? The Zhou ancestor lured with a venomous smile. Xianming Chen's expression faltered, for the words struck a chord. Who would not desire immortality? However, to conspire with a tiger ultimately leads to a grave fate. Senior brother, allow me to see what kind of malevolent creature lies beneath your skin. Ha ha ha! Come forth. I wish to witness the might of the great sword immortal's 13 swords of Xianin. The two formidable beings of the realm of life and death clashed once more, and the Zhou sacred land plunged into dimness. The entire sacred ground trembling as if an earthquake had struck. Below, several sacred lords wore grave expressions as they gazed at the chaotic scene unfolding in the void, momentarily at a loss for words. They finally understood why the reclusive great sword immortal had emerged in tandem with the Zhou ancestor. Indeed, it was for the purpose of restraint. Report to the headmaster. Numerous unidentified monks have appeared from all directions of the sacred land, indiscriminately slaughtering disciples. The headmaster, Tai Jinren, upon hearing this, turned furious, his veins bulging, for the very thing he had feared had come to pass. That venerable Zhou ancestor, whose background was indeed not simple, was secretly colluding with the Buddhist clan. Hadn't the Buddhist clan long been expelled from the Zhongshuan immortal domain? The expressions of the sacred lords varied, as this outcome exceeded everyone's expectations. All members of Zhou sacred land, heed my command. Immediately enter a state of war. Any unidentified monks encountered shall be killed without exception. The resounding echoes reverberated throughout the sacred land, leaving one to ponder the uncertainty of whether tomorrow or the unexpected would arrive first. At this moment, the library's tower had added another layer, naturally capturing the attention of numerous disciples. Look, the library indeed possesses a 10th floor. Upon hearing these words, the crowd turned their gaze, only to find that the so-called 10th floor was shrouded in a mass of dark mist. Suddenly, a violet-black rift was forcefully torn open by an overpowering force, revealing a shadowy claw. Several phantoms surged forth from the rift, all clad in black robes, clutching prayer beads, their eyes reminiscent of an abyss. A terrifying power emanated from these monks, their pupils radiating a hint of bloodlust. In that instant, everyone realized that the so-called 10th floor was not merely a realm of trials, but rather the entrance to the abyss of malevolent monks. The violet-black rift continued to spew forth black-robed monks, followed by those in blood-red and violet robes. Once they seized a living being, they would rend and tear, resembling beasts that devour flesh, far from the benevolent monks they pretended to be. The disciples of the Nine Heavens Sacred Land, who fell victim to their onslaught, were reduced to bloodthirsty killing machines that in an instant, the entire Nine Heavens Sacred Land was filled with wails of despair. While the violet-black rift incessantly delivered malevolent, ghostly monks, Liao Qing, the seventh lord of Yaoguang Sacred Mountain, furrowed his brow slightly, slaying dozens of blood-clad monks with a single strike, his gaze drawn to the dark rift above the library. Only by sealing this rift could the source of all evil monks be contained before the other lords could react. Liao Qing was already dashing towards the 10th floor of the library. Unexpectedly, a voice called out behind him, "Be careful!" In the next moment, he felt a snow-white bone spike pierce through his chest, blood gushing forth. Chapter 26. The mysterious purple palace struck by this brutal blow. Liao Qing's face turned as pale as death, the bone spike twisting and shredding his flesh, greedily consuming it. The assailant, with a sinister gaze and flowing silver hair, tugged at the bone spike, watching as Liao Qing coughed up torrents of blood. The silver-haired man could not help but reveal a satisfied smile, as if relishing the torment of those from the Dao sect had become a delightful indulgence. The expressions of the other lords darkened. Their cultivation was on par with Liao Qing, all at the Xian Palace level. Yet Liao Qing, at the 6th level of Xian Palace, had failed to perceive the silver-haired man's ambush. In the next instant, Liao Qing fell heavily to the ground, like a sack of mud, staining the earth red. Had the Dao sect truly become so weakened? How pitiful! The silver-haired man smirked provocatively, yet inwardly harbored great trepidation towards the sovereign of the eastern extreme Dao domain. The Xian Divine Clan, that he could only adopt a swift and decisive fighting style. In the void, Xian Mingqian, clad in blood-stained white, exhibited visible injuries, a dark aura coiling around him like a venomous serpent. Meanwhile, the situation for the Nine Heavens Ancestor was equally dire. Under the renowned technique of the Great Sword Immortal, the 13 Swords of Xianin, how could one hope to escape unscathed? He was riddled with sword wounds, and the numerous tentacles behind him had suffered the loss of 49 out of 99. His strength and cultivation significantly diminished. Moreover, Xian Mingqian unleashed his signature skill, the 7 Emotions and 6 Desires sword. After acquiring the 13th sword, Heavenly Blood Sure Slaughter, he had fused the 7 Emotions and 6 Desires sword with the 13 Swords of Xianin, as the two corresponded perfectly to the number 13. You despicable old man, how dare you betray the Dao sect and collude with the Buddhist faction? Xian Mingqian's expression darkened like an abyss, for he needed no further contemplation to realize that the Nine Heavens Sacred Land had plunged into dire straits. Those malevolent monks were undoubtedly summoned here by this old scoundrel, using some method. Great Sword Immortal, have you heard the tale of Zhuangzhou dreaming of a butterfly? The Nine Heavens Ancestor cast a sinister glance at the injured Xian Mingqian. Zhuangzhou dreaming of a butterfly. Or perhaps, the butterfly dreaming of Zhuangzhou. Xian Mingqian murmured softly, pondering. Perhaps that butterfly had burrowed into Zhuangzhou's body, devouring his flesh and blood, leaving behind merely a hollow shell. The dark tentacles of the Nine Heavens Ancestor writhed incessantly, distorting the surrounding space. Yet Xian Mingqian's keen eyes discerned the wriggling of a worm within the Nine Heavens Ancestor's body, filled with yellow pus and remnants of blood. In that moment, a terrifying hypothesis formed in his mind. The true Nine Heavens Ancestor had been consumed by the worm. Observing the unusual expression on Xian Mingqian's face, the Nine Heavens Ancestor chuckled with glee. It seems the Great Sword Immortal has guessed quite accurately. What led to his demise was not us, but rather his insatiable greed for power. Countless voices erupted in Xian Mingqian's ears, leaving him feeling as though he had descended into the abyss of malevolent spirits. Suddenly, the gaze of the Great Sword Immortal cleared, his entire being radiating murderous intent, as if a slaughtering Sword Immortal had descended, exuding unmatched authority. Sword Heart clear? I underestimated the Great Sword Immortal, Xian Mingqian. Surrender your life to me, From within the Nine Heavens ancestor, a towering aura of vengeful spirits emerged, the severed tentacles of the malevolent spirits regenerating, their grotesque visages materializing, clad in a blood-red robe. Xian Mingchen bore the insignia of Yin and Yang, brimming with murderous intent, as he directly tore open his own abdomen. Such self-harm astonished the Nine Heavens ancestor that a blood-red demonic sword erupted from within him. Its blade marred by 13 notches, adorned with the image of a Rakshasa demon. The aura of this demonic sword felt amiss. An Imperial-level artifact. Xian Mingchen's previously opened abdomen began to mend, his eyes glowing red like a slaughtering sword immortal. Grasping the demonic sword, surrounded by a swirling crimson light. With each step he took, a blood-red flower of the other shore blossomed forth. That Songxian immortal domain, there exists a ranking of divine weapons. And what I wield is the Blood Gentleman, ranked 8th. Xian Mingchen's appearance reverted to that of a man in his 20s or 30s, and with the demonic sword in hand, he truly resembled a gentleman amidst bloodshed. I and Xian Mingchen were originally of comparable cultivation, yet now he wielded the Imperial-level divine weapon Blood Gentleman, evidently possessing the strength of a Dao ruler. In the long run, I would undoubtedly be defeated. Engaging him in battle was out of the question. In the span of mere moments, the quick-witted Nine Heavens ancestor began to contemplate retreat, casting a wary glance at the blood-robed great sword immortal. Just then, the Nine Heavens sacred land trembled, and far above in the mysterious purple palace, the Bio Palace also felt the impact. The two men instinctively looked up to see 7 distinct rays of colorful light rising into the sky. Enveloping the entire celestial dome, the Dao Master Tai had activated the Grand Formation. Xian Mingchen's eyes sparkled with lightning as he observed the fleeing Nine Heavens ancestor, brandishing the Blood Gentleman, Xian Yin Blood Calamity. However, the dark golden bell shielded the fleeing Nine Heavens ancestor, blocking this strike. The bell emitted wisps of black mist, and the black-robed monk gazed indifferently at the swordsman before him, then smiled. Great sword immortal. I trust you are well. The Heartless one of the Buddhist clan? The moment the Heartless monk's gaze sharpened, he ruthlessly struck at the surviving Nine Heavens ancestor, shattering his skull and extracting a dark, writhing worm, still dripping with yellow pus and blood. Xian Mingchen watched as the dark worm burrowed into the Heartless one's palm, vanishing without a trace. Great sword immortal, kindly step aside, that I have come solely for the inheritance of the Dao ancestor. As for the inheritance of the sword ancestor, I shall leave that to the sword immortal. The Heartless monk displayed a benevolent smile, and if one were unaware of his identity and past, they might mistake him for a benevolent master. Only those who understood him knew he was a ruthless executioner. During the Third War between the Dao and the Buddha clans, Xian Mingchen and the Heartless One had participated as the young successors of their respective factions. Yet they were also mortal enemies, akin to rivals who meet with great animosity. The Nine Heavens sacred land, being a subordinate force of the Xian divine clan, would not let this matter rest. We will not stand idly by, Xian Mingchen declared without reservation. The Heartless One, clutching his prayer beads, emanated strands of dark aura from his black robe, with blood spots appearing in his eyes. Then why have they not yet arrived? Faced with the Heartless monk's query, Xian Mingchen instantly grasped the situation. The Buddhist clan must have struck some form of deal with the Xian divine clan's Night King's mansion that we Buddhists save all sentient beings. Why not abandon the darkness and embrace the light, serving our Buddhist clan? Xian Mingchen, furious to the point of laughter, replied, If I were to ally with you, I would surely tread the same path as the Nine Heavens ancestor, becoming a soulless puppet. Good advice is hard to give to a dying man, the black-robed monk scoffed. Suddenly, the 9th layer of the library radiated resplendent celestial light, revealing a magnificent palace of gold and jade. The ethereal figure of an ancient elder reflecting in the void. Beneath such divine light, the violet-black rift and the malevolent monks were reduced to ashes. This was the true mysterious purple palace. Chapter 27. Welcoming the Dao Ancestor and Sword Ancestor's manifestation. The mysterious purple palace. The purple palace and mysterious Dao. Could it be that the Nine Heavens sacred land bears some connection to the inheritance of the Dao sect? Xian Su gazed solemnly at the apparition before him, murmuring softly. The Dao lineage acknowledged within the Songxian immortal domain belonged solely to the Dao sect. The Confucian school's presence was primarily seen within various divine dynasties. While the so-called Buddhist sect had long been expelled from the immortal domain, this conflict was merely the first step for the Buddhist sect to establish a foothold within the Zhangxian immortal domain by seizing the Nine Heavens sacred land. Without the approval of the Xian divine clan, the sovereign of the eastern extreme Dao domain, they would never have dared to attack the Nine Heavens sacred land. To disturb the territory of the Earth Lord is to court death. The Nine Heavens sacred land possesses undisclosed inheritances, such as the Sword Ancestor's legacy in my hands. Thus far, Chu Wuxuan has never disclosed the essence of the Sword Ancestor's legacy to others. Only he himself is privy to its nature, that I in truth. To a certain extent, the inheritance of the Nine Heavens holy land merely serves as a directional guide, or in other words, represents but a fragment of the entire legacy, with the remainder requiring personal exploration. Xuanxu smiled enigmatically. At last, I comprehend why numerous factions are drawn to this modest holy land. The disciples of the Confucian sect, Yin Hui, the nine-tailed fox Su Qing'er of Qingxiu, and the once formidable Hongming sacred body Mu Feng, whom he had incapacitated, all come to mind at as for Chu Wuxuan, who possesses the innate indestructible sword body. His identity is indeed remarkable, as he is also a registered disciple of the Sword Tomb in the North Forest Dao domain. Perhaps this is why the Nine Heavens ancestor refrains from publicly executing Chu Wuxuan, instead opting to create a false decoy. The sword practitioners of the Sword Tomb are notoriously steadfast, should any issues arise among the sword cultivators within. A manhunt will be declared. No rest until death. In order to successfully conquer the Holy Land alongside the Buddhist sect, the Nine Heavens ancestor would not allow the Sword Tomb to be embroiled in turmoil in the near future. Within the entirety of the eastern extreme Dao domain, prior to any orders or actions from the Night King's mansion of the Xinshin clan, other factions have also adopted an attitude of watching from the sidelines. Hence, the current Nine Heavens Holy Land has devolved into an isolated island, left to its own devices for salvation. Chu Wuxuan declared, "The legacy of the Dao ancestor lies within. You may enter, and I shall guard you." Suddenly, his gaunt visage turned serious. "However, I must caution you that the great sword immortal Xian Mingchen is currently engaged in a duel with a master of the Buddhist sect. Time is of the essence for us." Xuanxu nodded gravely, realizing the gravity of the situation, and instantly immersed himself in the ethereal glow. Chu Wuxuan gazed at the white silhouette, his eyes somewhat dazed. "O great sword immortal, you spoke of the resolution resting solely upon Xuanxu. I hope your words are not mere alarmism." Xuanxu seemed to have entered an unfamiliar realm, his five senses dulled, and he could hardly muster a shred of strength. Suddenly, fragmented visions materialized before him, revealing the tumultuous scene of the Nine Heavens Holy Land engulfed in flames of war. 7 holy masters lay in a pool of blood, with 3 already fallen. The remaining holy sons were not spared either. Yet the 2 figures of the nine-tailed fox, Su Qing'er and Mu Feng, were conspicuously absent. Those 2 had evidently mastered the art of self-preservation. Xuanxu cursed inwardly. For reasons unknown, he felt that Mu Feng, whom he had previously rendered powerless, would not be content to perish in battle. In fact, he sensed that in the future, Mu Feng would pose unnecessary troubles for him. Xuanxu furrowed his brow, an ominous premonition gnawing at his heart. Soon, he spotted a golden passage, seemingly infinite, that a fragment of heavenly golden law fused into Xuanxu's divine sea. Beyond the realm of life and death lies the realm of the Creator, where one can perceive a sliver of the power of law. All things possess spirit, and the heavens operate under their laws. The vital energy absorbed and circulated is also a manifestation of the spirit of the heavens. When this energy materializes, it becomes what is known as the power of law. Gradually, Xuanxu began to comprehend Chu Wuxuan's earlier statement. The inheritance of the Nine Heavens Holy Land is not complete, but rather a certain guiding indication of the legacy. The Nine Heavens ancestors' attempt to eliminate Chu Wuxuan was solely to seize the Sword Ancestor's legacy from him. Unless unforeseen circumstances arise after acquiring the Dao Ancestor's inheritance, he might very well follow in Chu Wuxuan's footsteps. Xian Mingchen, with clarity, had already discerned everything, laying down Chu Wuxuan as a sacrificial piece, poised to reveal the grotesque visage of the Nine Heavens ancestor. Xuanxu's appearance brought some alterations to Xian Mingchen's plans, introducing a flicker of hope. Yet, he had not anticipated that the true Nine Heavens ancestor had long ago been assassinated by the Buddhist sect's machinations. Ultimately, human calculations are no match for the heavens' designs that a millennium prior, during the battle with the Sword Immortal, the young monk had not fully satisfied his ambitions. Xian Mingxian, do not disappoint me. Xian Mingxian glowered at the cloaked monk before him, brandishing the blood gentleman in his hand. As 13 blood-red sword shadows trailed like phantoms to that moment, the heavens unleashed a magnificent cascade of radiant light, with the laws sealed by the grand Dao pointing towards the 10th layer's violet-black fissure. The fissure gradually began to close that a disheveled swordsman materialized atop the library pavilion. With a single strike, the 10th layer of the library was rendered to naught. Following that, the familiar 13 blood-red sword shadows, akin to scythes of death, harvested the monk's slaves as if they were mere fodder. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The Grandmaster Tai, maintaining the central formation, exhaled a sigh of relief upon seeing the figures of the two. The 4 holy masters, engaged in combat with the silver-haired man, chose to turn and flee, heading straight for Xuanxiu. Meanwhile, the Heartless One, locked in battle with the great sword immortal Xian Mingxian, also charged toward Xuanxiu. Such actions left everyone astounded. Why would a mere youth at the pinnacle of the Tianfu realm provoke the encirclement of 2 life-and-death realm powerhouses? Only the two understood the motive behind their assassination attempt on this young man. The words of the lady from the Changlu Palace echoed in their ears. The Buddhist sect may enter the immortal domain, but help me eliminate one person. The Heartless One regarded Xuanxiu with an appreciative gaze, sighing inwardly. Is this the reason for the Dao sect's prosperity? The silver-haired man toyed with the bone spike in his hand, a cruel smile spreading across his face. Torturing a youthful supreme being is far more entertaining than slaying any trifling holy master. Surrounded by 6 holy masters, he had already slain 3, which was truly laughable. This exemplifies the disparity between the Xian Palace and life-and-death realm powerhouses. Xuanxiu and Chu Wuxuan nestled against each other, exchanging meaningful glances and nodded heavily. In unison, they bellowed, shaking the heavens. We humbly welcome the manifestation of the Sword Ancestor. We humbly welcome the manifestation of the Dao Ancestor. 2 profound and ancient auras erupted from their bodies, as majestic phantoms directed their ancient sword and mysterious palm strikes toward the silver-haired man and the cloaked monk. The Heartless One's demonic gaze revealed a hint of fear as he shouted, "Retreat!" Yet the silver-haired man remained unfazed, the bone spike in his hand transforming into a blood-red insect, resolutely receiving the strike of the palm and sword. However, his expression shifted dramatically as he was instantly engulfed in the obliterating light. Meanwhile, the Heartless One seized the opportunity to flee. Chapter 28. A rematch with Mu Feng. Beneath the resplendent radiance of the celestial light, the silver-haired man had not withstood even a single exchange before being utterly annihilated. Such formidable sword intent and Dao rhythm. Could it be that Xian Mingxian has obtained the Sword Ancestor's legacy? The Nine Heavens' holy land is indeed extraordinary. It seems the inheritance within is genuine. The legacies of the Dao Ancestor and Sword Ancestor are undeniably alluring. In an instant, the entire eastern extreme Dao domain grew restless, with many divine senses exchanging information. This palm and sword strike contained the power of law. It is no wonder that the life-and-death realm powerhouse from the Buddhist sect was vanquished. The great sword immortal Xian Mingxian's yin-yang eyes shimmered with a faint, eerie glow, filled with shock and trepidation. Even if he were to endure the Dao Ancestor's palm and Sword Ancestor strike, he would not emerge unscathed. His gaze inadvertently turned toward the fleeing Heartless One, and he sighed with regret. Had I activated the killing formations of the 7 holy mountains, I might have been able to retain that Buddhist demon monk. Grandmaster Tai and the 3 holy masters swiftly managed the battlefield, exterminating the multitude of monk slaves now leaderless. Faced with the disciples of the Nine Heavens' holy land, tainted by foul energies, Tai's expression reflected anguish, yet he ultimately resolved to eradicate them one by one. I never anticipated that the Nine Heavens' holy land would suffer such a grievous blow, asked the Grandmaster. I owe an apology to the ancestors of the holy land. At this moment, Grandmaster T's visage was filled with remorse. The great sword immortal Xian Mingxian approached the gathering, calmly observing the young Grandmaster. The depths of the Buddhist demon monk's intentions are profound. It is likely that the Nine Heavens ancestor has long been supplanted by them, bringing calamity upon the Holy Land. The reasons for this are not your fault. Grandmaster Tai offered a bitter smile, then with renewed vigor, asserted that the now devastated Nine Heavens Holy Land urgently required his guidance. It was not the time to assign blame. That it had been a month since the Buddhist demon monk's assault on the Nine Heavens Holy Land, and the Xianxin clan had finally dispatched individuals to investigate the matter. With the arrival of this dominant faction, many forces within the eastern extreme Dao domain extended their condolences to the Nine Heavens Holy Land. However, the condolences were mere pretense. The true intent was to probe the two powerful and mysterious forces. In the depths of the empty, secluded mountains, celestial cranes soared through the mist and clouds, casting their shadows at the center of the heavens. Behind Xian Mingchen stood two young figures, Xuanxiu and Chu Wuxuan. The first holy son remained in his disheveled state, exuding the scent of alcohol, his gaze somewhat detached. In contrast, Xuanxiu appeared immaculate in white, as straight as a green bamboo amidst the mountains, upon hearing their report. Xian Mingchen's expression grew solemn, as his black and white pupils glimmered with dark light. He turned and asked, Su Qing and Mu Feng are unaccounted for. Have their corpses not been located? The two nodded in unison. Very well, there are many trivial matters at hand. Let us focus on the pressing issues. Suddenly, Xian Mingchen recalled something and addressed the two. A few days ago, I ventured into the forbidden area for an investigation. Those esteemed elders have become mere husks. This also explains why, during the time of great calamity at the Nine Heavens Sacred Land, the esteemed elders did not appear to offer assistance to AS for the cause of their demise. It is rather easy to surmise. The Buddhist sect must have employed some malevolent insect to seize their corporeal forms, much like the ancestor of Nine Heavens. However, the ancestor's value was greater, which allowed him to endure longer. Xuanxiu's face was filled with astonishment, as he had not anticipated that the so-called practitioners of the Buddhist sect could be so utterly depraved. Consequently, the encounter he had with the Buddhist monkey at the Water Curtain Cave was likely not a mere coincidence. Chu Wuxuan stroked his stubbled chin, deep in thought, and inquired, if this is the case, the Buddhist clan has already descended into the immortal domain by some means, and the Nine Heavens Sacred Land is merely one of their footholds. Who would believe that there is no one backing them? Upon finishing his statement, the disheveled swordsman let out a cold chuckle. The astute Xian Mingchen would certainly discern the underlying implications of his words, as an auxiliary force of the Xianxin clan. The Nine Heavens Sacred Land would not remain indifferent to this matter, and has already dispatched individuals to investigate. 3 days hence, we shall personally negotiate with them. You two must not be absent at that time. Xian Mingchen cast a deep glance at his beloved disciple before retracting his gaze to the vast, boundless sky that, if memory serves, the individuals coming to the Xianxin clan tomorrow should be from the Rain King Manor. As Xuanxiu and Chu Wuxuan descended the mountain, they suddenly found themselves halted in their tracks. Chu Wuxuan remarked, Mu Feng is at Tiangxi. Xuanxiu cast a subtle glance at him, perplexed as to why he would disclose such information. Perhaps there was a deeper purpose behind it. Tiangxi is far removed from the Divine Shepherd clan. Why would he not return to the Shepherd clan? Chu Wuxuan scoffed. Do you think he dares to go back? In that instant, Xuanxiu comprehended Mu Feng's predicament, which was not dissimilar to his own. Both were victims of infighting among their direct lineage. Whether to kill him or not lies in your hands, but I can assure you that you are not the only one seeking his death. With that, Chu Wuxuan vanished from the scene, leaving Xuanxiu staring blankly. Mu Feng had been at Tiangxi for several days. Feeling the malevolent aura within him, he experienced a surge of immense power. During the fierce battle between the Nine Heavens Sacred Land and the Buddhist demonic monks, Mu Feng, trapped and believing his life to be at its end, fortuitously obtained a pitch-black relic. Upon consuming it, he remarkably restored his foundation, regaining his cultivation to the pinnacle of the ninth heaven of Tianfu. Surpassing his former strength, that a wicked glint flickered in his eyes. Once my old wounds heal, Xuanxiu, I shall grind you to dust. The Nine Heavens Sacred Land now floated precariously, desperately in need of sufficient power to restore its vitality. And they would not relinquish the strength of their primordial sacred body. The power generated by that black relic repaired his damaged meridians, and once he fully absorbed its strength, breaking through to the sacred concealment realm would not be difficult. Xuanxiu, the humiliation you inflicted upon me that day, I shall repay in kind. Ha ha. The mad laughter of the demon echoed throughout the cave. Suddenly, he raised his head sharply, for a familiar figure appeared at the entrance of the cave. A person clad in unblemished white, floating like a celestial swordsman. Xuanxiu, how did you find this place? It is utterly impossible. Mufeng's thoughts raced back, unable to comprehend where he had gone wrong. Had he left some trace when he fled? Brother, I trust you have been well, Xuanxiu remarked, his brow furrowed slightly as he sensed the foul aura within Mufeng, reminiscent of the Buddhist demonic monks from that day. Could it be that Mufeng was under the control of some method from the Buddhist sect? Xuanxiu, since you were so intent on courting death, I, as your elder brother, shall oblige you. Mufeng's face twisted into a sinister expression as he unleashed the purple Qi Eastern punch toward Xuanxiu. Chapter 29. Mufeng. The divine son of the shepherd clan, Xuanxiu casually waved his expansive sleeves, and the Xian Yin 13 swords met the purple Qi Eastern punch head-on. The dark mist swirled around Xuanxiu's palm, and his expression gradually grew somber, as he had anticipated. Mufeng had indeed acquired some form of power from the Buddhist sect, enabling him to restore his previous cultivation. Unfortunately, Xuanxiu had no intention of subduing him to return him to the Nine Heavens sacred land. A murderous intent flickered deep within his gaze. Mufeng had attempted to take his life time and again. Had it not been for Xuanxiu's fortuitous luck, he would have likely become a ghost under Mufeng's command long ago. Today, he would ensure Mufeng's demise. Xuanxiu's cultivation, at the pinnacle of the ninth heaven of Tianfu, was fully displayed, his aura steady and far surpassing that of Mufeng, who relied on malevolent power. Sensing the extraordinary aura emanating from the young man in white, Mufeng's eyes glinted with envy and resentment. The inheritance from the ninth level of the library pavilion is extraordinary. Brother, if you were to relinquish your inheritance, I could let bygones be bygones and spare your life. His face was filled with a wicked smile, more akin to a demon ensnared in the depths of despair. Yet the only response he received was a chilling sword. After executing the Winter Frost Sword, Xuanxiu slowly extended his right hand. The sword enveloped in the flames of the Red Lotus of Retribution in the blink of an eye. He had mastered the Azure Lotus Sword Cannon to an extraordinary level. And with the enhancement of the Red Lotus of Retribution, this sword cannon far surpassed the ordinary imperial scriptures. The shadows of the sword flickered, and red petals drifted before Mufeng, transforming into radiant and eye-catching fire lotuses, which then erupted with a resounding explosion. As Mufeng endured the onslaught, astonishment filled his eyes, and he hastily extinguished the flames engulfing him, uttering each word with deliberate emphasis. This is not ordinary fire, but rather retribution fire. Upon seeing the three red lotuses hovering above Xuanxiu, his mind instantly recalled the Red Lotus of Retribution, one of the ancient divine lotuses. Mufeng was not merely aware of the legend surrounding ancient divine lotuses. He also knew that within the Shepherd clan, there existed a 10-tiered world-destroying divine lotus. Only the clan leader is permitted to inherit it. Mufeng's venomous gaze scrutinized Xuanxiu from head to toe, filling him with envy over Xuanxiu's extraordinary fortune. The Xuanqi sacred body, the Dao, the Xian Yin 13 swords, and the Red Lotus of Retribution. Any one of these would be sufficient to draw countless prodigies to their knees, let alone possessing all three. Suddenly, his expression contorted in madness, his voice resounding like thunder. Mine, all of this is mine. No one can take it away. In the next moment, a ghastly fog enveloped Mufeng. Bloodlight surged, and he summoned the power of the dragon and elephant within him, revealing a terrifying black-scale armor. The Xuanxiu's gaze darkened. He had not anticipated that the so-called Buddhist sect, which had long been dormant, would possess such filthy and corrupt power. The actions of the Taoist and Confucian sects against them were not without reason. The puppets controlled by vile insects dared to act recklessly before him. Xuanxiu chuckled coldly, drawing his sword down. 12 blood-red afterimages emerged, directly suppressing Mufeng with the Xian Yin 13 sword formation. The three red lotuses of retribution fire, like spirits, leaped into the sword formation, and as the Yin fire and retribution fire clashed, Mufeng's black misty scale armor was incinerated. He had not yet managed to unleash the heaven and earth cauldron within the dragon elephant suppression technique when a line of blood appeared on his neck, followed by a torrent of blood. Xuanxiu then employed the four-season scenic palm, striking Mufeng's chest. In that fleeting moment, the powers of spring, summer, autumn, and winter merged into a myriad of transformations, shattering his final layer of defense. A stream of pristine, white energy burst forth from Mu Feng's body. Xuanqiu recognized this as the opponent's consciousness and was determined not to let it escape, but he deftly manipulated the 3 red lotuses of retribution fire, blocking its path and forcibly refining Mu Feng's consciousness into nothingness. The faint sound gradually faded, leaving no further echo. Perhaps Mu Feng himself had not realized that his primordial sacred body had been completely devoured by the black relic of the Buddhist sect. This was also the true reason Xuanqiu could successfully slay the primordial sacred body. The grievances that had accumulated over the years had finally been avenged. This is merely a simple beginning. Xuanqiu spoke to himself, addressing the essence of death. One day, I shall personally journey to the Eastern Sea to reclaim all that belongs to me. Within the Xianxin clan, the battle of the dual Xian would be unavoidable. Suddenly, the spatial ring left by Mu Feng soared into the distance, caught in the hands of a tall, handsome young man with a jade-like visage, who toyed with the ring. This striking young man, surrounded by an ethereal glow, lifted his languid gaze toward Xuanqiu, offering a benevolent smile that I have never descended into the abyss. My life has been too smooth sailing to appreciate the hardships endured by young Master Xuanqiu. However, there is no denying that I hold deep admiration for individuals like you, who rise from the ashes. The seedling obstructed by a boulder does not yield to fate's designs but breaks through the rock with unstoppable force. Xuanqiu furrowed his brows, scrutinizing the extraordinary young man before him, sensing a familiar aura akin to that of Mu Feng. This was the aura of the primordial. Yet compared to Mu Feng's primordial sacred body, there was an added touch of ethereal, celestial energy. The identity of this young man was self-evident. The deities of the clouds have never concerned themselves with the ants of the mortal realm. That wouldn't you agree, Ziyang, divine son, upon having his identity unveiled? Mu Ziyang's face remained shrouded in a veil of ambiguity, betraying no hint of joy or anger, merely fixating his gaze upon Xuanqiu. The scion of the Mu clan was the first to pierce the silence that enveloped them. Articulating, I have taken possession of Mu Feng's spatial ring. I hope you will not take offense, young master. Once a formidable contender for the title of the Mu clan's divine scion, Mu Feng, who bore the primordial saint body, had inevitably been privy to numerous clan secrets, and thus his remnants ought to be reclaimed. Our enmity is personal. I seek only his life. Xuanqiu replied, neither servile nor arrogant, that Mu Ziyang's countenance remained tranquil. Seemingly indifferent to his clan brother's demise, that he gradually produced a piece of letter paper from his sleeve, stating, as a token of gratitude, this is a gift for you, young master. And a gift? Xuanqiu inquired, astonished, only to discern the profound implications within Mu Ziyang's gaze. It dawned upon him. He was to be the instrument in a scheme of assassination. He had heard whispers about Mu Ziyang, and there existed an uncanny resemblance between their lives. Both had been marked by exceptional beginnings. With Mu Ziyang being designated as a divine scion from birth, swiftly quelling dissent within the clan, even driving Mu Feng, the primordial saint body, to retreat into the western Xiaodao domain. Yet Mu Feng remained a thorn in Mu Ziyang's side, a presence he was determined to eradicate. Thus, when Xuanqiu extinguished his clan brother's life, Mu Ziyang did not intervene. Instead, he observed the unfolding events with a serene demeanor, but he slid the letter toward Xuanqiu. Chapter 30. A different flavor in the heart. Upon perusing its contents, a frost enveloped Xuanqiu's handsome visage as he suddenly fixed his gaze upon the Mu clan scion. Why does the divine scion not adhere to the letter's directive? After killing me, return my remains to the Eastern Sea. The letter merely conveyed that the lady of the Night King's manor had informed Mu Ziyang of his clan brother's defeat at Xuanqiu's hands. The underlying implication was a plea for the Mu clan scion to exact retribution upon Xuanqiu. Among the 4 great divine clans, only the Xian divine clan stood as a paragon, but beneath its resplendent exterior lay a less than glorious reality. As evidenced by the skirmishes between the Night King's manor and the Xian King's manor, Mu Ziyang's gaze grew increasingly cryptic as he fixed his eyes upon the reborn waste of a divine scion, declaring, with the internal strife within the Xian divine clan, our Mu clan may have the opportunity to surpass yours. Why would I relinquish such a once-in-a-lifetime chance? To all observers, it was evident that the impending duel between the two clans would soon ignite, determining the true trajectory of the Xian Divine Clan. Meanwhile, the Mu clan could strike decisively during the Xian clan's moment of weakness, seizing the position of Divine Clan Overlord within the Tsang Xian Immortal Domain. This was nothing short of a blatant scheme. Mu Ziyang would not heed the Night Lady's counsel to eliminate the nascent Xuanqi Saint Body Dao, but instead would allow it to flourish, regardless of the outcome of the impending duel, whether the ancient Saint Body Xian Yi retained the title of Scion, or if the Xuanqi Saint Body Dao Xuanqiu achieved victory. One certainty remained. The Xian Divine Clan would be left severely weakened. It was crucial to understand that the Night King's manor had yet to fully dominate the Xian Divine Clan. Currently, only the Rain King's manor stood allied with them, while other manors maintained a position of indecision. The few 10 lords of the Xian King's manor were somewhat aligned with Xuanqiu, as Mu Ziyang sensed two profound presences lurking within the concealed space surrounding them, likely the 10 lords of the Xian King's manor. This was the true motive behind the Night Lady's urgent desire to eliminate Xuanqiu, aiming to extinguish all unfavorable factors in their infancy. Though conspiracies are challenging to guard against, a cautious approach can yield solutions. However, the overt schemes laid everything bare, resembling an invisible net that left no avenue for escape. At this juncture, Xuanqiu could not help but admire Mu Ziyang's astute strategies. From a personal standpoint, he was initially utilized to dispose of rivals, thereby consolidating Mu Ziyang's position as Scion, all while incurring no repercussions, shouldering the blame entirely upon Xuanqiu. From a familial perspective, regardless of the duel's outcome, it would ultimately benefit the long-subordinate Mu clan, which would refrain from overly punitive measures against him. Yet he found himself rendered voiceless, as Mu Ziyang's interests and his own had, albeit briefly, aligned. Conspiracies may not be fearsome, but the true terror lies in overt schemes that meticulously calculate human intent, presenting their ambitions directly before one's eyes. Yet, what could he do? He was utterly at a loss. A gentle breeze stirred, lifting the dark strands of their hair, while the nearby willow swayed gracefully, dancing in the air. The two remained locked in a gaze, silent and unyielding. Rise from the abyss and grow. Let those who dwell in the clouds pay a bitter price. Mu Ziyang laughed heartily as he departed, leaving Xuanqiu standing with a countenance of cold resolve. Mu Ziyang's wisdom was rare. It seemed he was no mere product of coincidence. Xuanqiu, expressionless, mused that Mu clan's dissenting prodigies seldom wielded their power to suppress, instead employing intricate deceptions to bring the clan's talents to heal or to eliminate them in the shadows. The Mu Feng, who perished at Xuanqiu's hands, clearly belonged to the latter category. With the death of the primordial Saint Body, the factions of elders that had rallied behind Mu Feng would likely succumb to despair, accepting Mu Ziyang's overtures. Consequently, his claim to the title of Scion would solidify, leaving no room for challenge. Barring unforeseen circumstances, this Scion would in a few decades command the very heart of the Mu clan's power, ascending to become one of the preeminent figures within the Tsang Xian Immortal Domain. He might even lead the Mu clan to scale uncharted heights. The more Xuanqiu contemplated, the more he recognized the formidable strength of this youthful sovereign. Meanwhile, his rival, the clan brother Xian Yi, the possessor of the ancient Saint Body, was also a remarkable young sovereign, causing Xuanqiu to feel an intensified pressure. Suddenly, Xuanqiu's expression shifted, his tone growing severe as he called out, "Have you two been watching this spectacle for so long without revealing yourselves?" At last, the rift in the void widened, and two elderly figures emerged. Upon seeing their faces, Xuanqiu was momentarily taken aback, for he had previously encountered both of them. "That I did not expect it to be you two esteemed elders," Xuanqiu declared, bowing respectfully. One was Qinqing, the guardian elder of the 5th level of the library pavilion, and the other, Luo Chongning, had once intervened during his duel with Mu Feng, saving his life. Luo Chongning appeared as a venerable elder, his visage imbued with benevolence, while Qinqing bore the countenance of a robust middle-aged man, exuding an extraordinary aura of strength. "Young master, there is no need for such formalities," they both intoned in unison. Upon hearing the title of young master, Xuanqiu's expression altered, as he surmised their identities. "Could it be that you two are elders from the Xian King's manor?" Qinqing's eyes sparkled with vigor as he bellowed, "Both I and Elder Luo are among the 10 lords of the Xian King's manor." Luo Chongning smiled in affirmation, that Xuanchu's heart trembled as realization dawned upon him. Qin Tianjun and Luo Tianjun. He had not anticipated that the 10 lords would not have faded into obscurity with the decline of the Xian King's manor. Luo Chongning interjected, "It was indeed Song Xian, one of the 10 lords, who sought to act against you that day." The elder's tone turned grave as he regarded Xuanchu. "I have a humble request. Should Song Xian come into your possession, please spare his life. He has his reasons." To this, the future master replied with a smile, "Wrongs have their rightful authors. I, Xuanchu, am not one to slay the innocent." Luo Chongning felt a weight lift from his heart as the proverbial stone descended. Behind him, a youthful figure materialized. Before an introduction could be made, a familiar silhouette flickered in Xuanchu's mind, eliciting a smile of surprise. "It has been years since I last saw you, Zhishu." The newcomer was none other than Song Zhishu, the bearer of the dual pupils, who gazed at Xuanchu with tears brimming in his eyes, immediately bowing before him, that I end their time within the Xian divine clan. Song Zhishu had served as Xuanchu's personal guard captain, solidifying their friendship during that period. Time had passed, yet their reunion was suffused with an indescribable emotion. Chapter 31. The Traitor Among the 10 Lords. Upon the majestic edifice of the Jingda Hall, the venerable Taiji Jinren remains seated in solitary grandeur, while the esteemed sword immortal Xianming Qin occupies a position to his right. Several prominent figures among the saints are conspicuously absent, casting a veil of sorrow over the entire Jiuxiao sacred land. Despite Taiji Jinren's retention of his esteemed title, an undercurrent suggests that Xianming Qin has now assumed a position of leadership within the Jiuxiao sacred land. What is even more astonishing is the participation of the young ones Xuanchu and Chu Wuxuan in such a significant assembly. When the assembly learned that this was at the behest of the great sword immortal, they fell silent, fully aware that the Jiuxiao sacred land now exhibited signs of becoming a one-man show under Xianming Qin's influence, that a momentary misstep in the composition of this council could lead to irrevocable consequences. Furthermore, representatives from several esteemed sacred lands of the eastern extreme Dao domain have also gathered here. The elder from the Yunkong sacred land, long-standing adversaries of the Jiuxiao sacred land, observes the youthful Taiji Jinren with a face darkened by malice. Reveling in the misfortune of others, when his gaze meets that of the great sword immortal, it momentarily falters, betraying a hint of trepidation, for reports indicate that the sword immortal has held his ground against two formidable beings of the life and death realm, suggesting a strength that rivals that of a Zun-level figure. Alas, the Jiuxiao sacred land faces such calamity, and we of the Yunkong sacred land express our deepest sympathies. But from whence do those two mysterious forces arise? The notion of a gradual unveiling is often paramount. However, certain individuals can hardly contain their impatience, revealing grotesque visages beneath their masks. Taiji Jinren and several saints exchange glances, their expressions chilling as they regard the elder from the Yunkong sacred land. The return of the Buddhist demon monk to the celestial realm is of little concern to them. Rather, they are intrigued by the sudden emergence of these enigmatic forces. This is also why numerous factions hesitate to confront the Jiuxiao sacred land outright, for they are uncertain whether the seemingly ephemeral Jiuxiao sacred land harbors hidden cards up its sleeve. When the opportune moment arises, these wolves will, under their master's directive, rend the Jiuxiao sacred land asunder, trampling it into the annals of history, thereby obliterating a sacred realm. Ladies and gentlemen, I posit that the Buddhist demon monks are of utmost importance. Why have they chosen to manifest in the Jiuxiao sacred land? A robust man clad in golden attire speaks, his voice echoing with authority, silencing all present who dare not utter a word. Xuanchu follows the gaze of the assembly, his attention drawn to a distinctive family crest engraved upon the golden-clad figure's attire. He recognizes the insignia, leading him to a preliminary understanding of the man's identity. It belongs to the Rain King manor of the Xian God clan, its hue a deep blood brown, indicative of a branch family status. Had it been a vivid crimson, it would denote a direct heir. The golden-clad man, his demeanor grave, abruptly shifts the conversation. I have heard whispers that the ancestral figure of Jiuxiao is a covert agent of the Buddhist clan hidden within the celestial realm, and there may well be remnants of the Buddhist demon monks within the Jiuxiao sacred land. The Rain King Manor is willing to assist the sect leader in rooting out these remnants and restoring peace to the Jiuxiao sacred land. The elders of the various factions exchange knowing smiles, their expressions revealing a mixture of amusement and intrigue. The assembly of the Zhoushiao sacred land erupts into a cacophony of unrest, casting malevolent glances toward the young man from the Rain King Manor. Only the great sword immortal maintains a stoic expression, his gaze inscrutable, akin to an ancient pine rooted in a tranquil, secluded mountain. The Rain King Manor, the weakest among the 6 great manors of the Xian God clan, holds the lowest rank, burdened by a bitter enmity with the Xian King Manor, leaving it with no recourse but to align itself with the Night King Manor. The current dispatch of the Rain King Manor is, in essence, a form of cleansing. Yet none anticipated the audacity of the Rain King Manor to meddle in the internal affairs of the Zhoushiao Sacred Land, although the Zhoushiao Sacred Land is merely an affiliate of the Xian God clan. During its zenith, it would never have dared to act with such blatant impunity. They regard the Zhoushiao Sacred Land as their private garden, free for exploitation. The several sacred lands accompanying the Rain King Manor harbor unwholesome intentions, applying pressure and veiled threats against the Zhoushiao Sacred Land. Amidst the tense atmosphere, a young man clad in white, exuding an ethereal aura, steps forth, displaying no trace of fear. The allegations against the ancestral figure of Zhoushiao as a spy are not yet conclusive. It is possible that a malevolent force has invaded and indirectly manipulated him. Yu Miao regards the white-clad youth with curiosity, noting the striking resemblance to a certain brother from the Night King Manor, thus revealing his identity. As the realization dawns that he hails from the Xian King Manor, Yu Miao's expression grows increasingly inscrutable, fury bubbling beneath the surface as he glances at Xuanxiu. The Rain King Manor has long been entwined with the Night King Manor, and in this world, there is no turning back once the bow has been drawn. Moreover, the animosity between the Rain King and the Xian King Manor has reached a point of no return, necessitating the eradication of the Xian King's bloodline from this realm. The Zhoushiao Sacred Land is, after all, an affiliate of the Xian God clan, and in light of these events, we bear an undeniable responsibility. An elder clad in brocade remarks, his gaze laced with disdain as he adds, "You, a mere junior, dare to speak so audaciously on matters of such gravity." Yu Miao waves his hand dismissively, retorting, "Uncle Lin, this gentleman here is a brother of the Xuanxiu clan." The elder known as Uncle Lin scoffs anew, merely a remnant of the Xian King Manor. Despite the decline of the Xian King Manor, it is not for a lowly servant like you to comment on. Xuanxiu smiles calmly, though his heart brims with a murderous intent. Xuanxiu had not anticipated that the conflict with the Night King Manor would arrive prematurely, like a tempest striking with ferocious swiftness. Yet he knows that he remains a considerable distance from the eye of the storm. The atmosphere of the assembly thickens with the arrival of the once disgraced divine child, shifting the weight of pressure squarely onto Xuanxiu. The great sword immortal and several saints reveal a flicker of appreciation for Xuanxiu. Inwardly, Taiji Zhenren feels a surge of hope. "Brother Chongning, you have not failed me." Long ago, Luo Chongning had brought the near-expired Xuanxiu to Taiji Zhenren, pleading for him to shelter the pitiable youth. Taiji Zhenren, not one to act recklessly, understood that harboring the boy would incite the ire of the Eastern Sea, yet he chose to extend his protection, promising his friend Luo Chongning that he would allow Xuanxiu to exist as a carefree outer disciple upon the Yutian Peak. Little did he anticipate that this seemingly innocuous decision would yield such profound ramifications. "You, sir, are exceedingly rude. I am a venerable elder of the Rain King Manor." Lin Hai's proclamation reverberates, stunning the assembly into silence, yet upon catching the disdainful gaze of the great sword immortal Xianming Chun, he swiftly falls mute. For those who know the truth will merely scoff at Lin Hai's outburst. Chapter 32. Let them remain above. Elder Lin, I wonder if during your time as one of the 10 celestial kings, you ever displayed such unwavering loyalty. Lin Hai, whose identity has been exposed by Xuanxiu, gazes with a countenance as pale as death, struggling to maintain composure, for the disintegration of the Xian King Manor, following the mysterious disappearance of the old king and the primordial god king, has left it in a state of utter disarray. The betrayal of the 10 celestial kings has played no small part in this outcome. Among them, some chose treachery, while others embraced loyalty, and some faded into obscurity. Lin Hai represents the former. Now, as he finds himself publicly exposed, how can he endure the humiliation? The Xian King Manor is no more. Is it not better to live anonymously? Lin Hai's murky pupils reveal a flash of murderous intent, yearning to tear apart this wretched offspring of the Xian King Manor. Suddenly, a powerful aura of blood-red malevolence envelopes the room, rendering all present immobile. Xuanxiu, now a disciple of the Jiuxiao sacred land and the cherished apprentice of the elder, remains unfazed. Xian Mingchen slightly raises his dual-colored eyes, casting a disapproving glance toward the Rain King Manor and its associates, stating bluntly, "Even if my disciple were to commit 10 heinous crimes, not even you, esteemed elder, nor the Rain King himself would dare impose upon him." The proclamation sends shockwaves throughout the assembly. Who is the Rain King? One of the 6 great lords of the Xian God clan, his prowess transcending even that of the Chaos Dao Zun. Though you, Xinming Chun, may hold the title of Great Sword Immortal, how can you possibly be compared to a royal of the Xian God clan? This question lingers in the minds of the gathered factions and the Rain King Manor. Their expressions a mix of disbelief and curiosity. Were it not for the elder's formidable presence, they would have inquired, "Xinming Chun, by what right do you presume to equate yourself with the Rain King?" Even the higher-ups of the Jiuxiao sacred land cast incredulous glances at the remarkably assertive elder. The Jiuxiao sacred land is presently in a state of disrepair, unable to sustain further damage. Thus, this meeting must proceed with calm and reason, avoiding any escalation into conflict. Provided the demands of the opposing side are not excessively unreasonable, a compromise may still be within reach. However, following the uproar caused by the master and disciple, the atmosphere grows palpably tense. The golden-robed Yu Miao observes the old man with dual-colored eyes, recalling the words of his elder brother. Under no circumstances should you provoke the great sword immortal. He struggles to comprehend why this seemingly ordinary elder, at best a Zun-level figure, commands such trepidation from the Xian King Manor and the Rain King Manor. Yu Miao, not one to act recklessly, suddenly formulates a plan and turns to Xuanxiu with a smile. "I have heard that this was once defeated by a brother of yours. Cousin, I once suffered defeat at the hands of the Hongmeng's sacred body, and I have carried this regret for many years. Now that the Xuanxiu clan's disciple has bested Mufeng, I wonder if you might share your insights." Umo gazed at Xuanxiu with a smile that belied the sinister and vicious intentions lurking in his eyes. If he were to discover that Mufeng had met a tragic end at Xuanxiu's hands, one can only imagine his reaction. The elders from the several sacred lands observed the former waste of the Xian divine clan with amusement. Xian Mingchen remained silent, closing his eyes in contemplation. "Little Su, I can assist you no further, and he had brought his disciple to this assembly for such a purpose, should Xuanxiu triumph over the illegitimate son of the Rain King's residence. These onlookers would have no choice but to return with their tails between their legs. The Jiuxiao sacred land would then have ample time to recuperate and prepare for the imminent supreme treasure." The gazes of the elders from various sacred lands shifted, each ready to act based on the unfolding circumstances. The first to speak was an elder from the Yunkong's sacred land, chuckling softly. "No need for you to intervene." Lord Yumo smiled graciously, tacitly approving of his approach that in the next moment, the expression of the elder from Yunkong turned icy. "Yunqing, you shall spar with the sacred son Xuanxiu." In that instant, the elders from the Lian sacred land and the Guyo sacred land also sent forth a young disciple each, eager to challenge Xuanxiu. Chu Wuxuan gripped the hilt of the wooden sword Chunshui, his gaze as deep as an abyss, realizing they intended to overwhelm Xuanxiu through sheer numbers. However, they had miscalculated, thinking that the current Xuanxiu was but a soft persimmon that anyone could squeeze at will. 3 days prior, Muqiang had informed him that Mufeng had already perished at Xuanxiu's hands. The disheveled swordsman chuckled coldly to himself. The Rain King's residence is destined to return in defeat. The disciples sent by the 4 sacred lands all held the status of sacred sons, their strength reaching the realm of Xian Palace that, in contrast, Xuanxiu, hailing from the Tianfu realm, was akin to an egg striking a stone. The representative from the Lian sacred land possessed the red flame sacred body, with fire manipulation skills that were unparalleled. Suddenly, Chu Wuxuan's spatial sound echoed in Xuanxiu's ears, a unique transmission technique of the Chu divine clan. Imperceptible to others, Luo Yanhua, robust and imposing, with fiery red eyes brimming with fervent combat spirit, cast a provocative glance at the slender youth clad in white. Chu Wuxuan continued to relay information through spatial sound. That rather unseemly little fellow is named Gu Le, a sacred son of the Guyo sacred land, rare for his nether ghost body, having mastered a form of ghostly power. As for Yun Qing of the Yunkong sacred land, he added with a hint of disdain. He's nothing more than a silver-shelled, lead-headed fool. Xuanchu silently nodded, comprehending the situation and forming a general understanding of these disciples from the sacred lands. His cold gaze swept over the three challengers before a brazen voice rang out. Will the three of you come one by one? Or shall you all come at once? Chu Wuxuan burst into hearty laughter. Xuanchu truly is a madman. Tai Jinren was equally exhilarated, clenching his fists, proud to call him a disciple of Ju Xiao sacred land. As for the several sacred lords, their brows were furrowed in concern. Yet at this juncture, there was no turning back. All they could do was entrust everything to the young man before them and hope for the best. Should Xuanchu falter, the Juxiao sacred land would face a ravenous pack of wolves ready to divide its spoils to that thought. They lamented internally. After standing for millennia, the Juxiao sacred land is to be ultimately undone by a mere child. How utterly ridiculous. Umo cast a cold gaze upon the arrogant youth. Xuanchu clan disciple, you truly are audacious to you believe that Xian palace experts are as common as cabbages on the street. Little did he know, Xuanchu's next words would render the three sacred sons' faces a deep crimson. Just mere chickens and dogs. Feel free to bring it on. Arrogance, such ignorance of one situation. Ha ha ha. It seems only through the force of his fists will he come to understand the ways of the world. Humph. A worthless sacred son daring to speak so impudently. He seeks death. The three sacred sons glared furiously at Xuanchu, unable to comprehend how one with merely Tianfu realm strength could possess such audacity. That we shall await you in the martial arena. Xuanchu disregarded their furious gazes, suddenly hearing a familiar aged voice at his side. Little Su. Let them remain up there. Do not go down. Xuanchu flashed an understanding smile and proceeded towards the exit. Chapter 33. The Sword Servant Emperor Shirtian. Yumo gazed down from the mist-laden Daoshan, his eyes devoid of emotion as he surveyed the martial arena below. In the face of the indignant disciples of the Jiuxiao sacred land, he smiled nonchalantly. It matters not. I shall take action. Upon these words, the suppressed fury within the hearts of the disciples ignited. Regardless of the circumstances, they all wished for the eighth sacred son, Xuanchu, whom they had yet to meet, to dominate the field and deliver a resounding slap to their opponents' faces. Chu Wuxuan, however, teased Umo with a grin. Not long ago, Xuanchu Jr. brother took action to slay the traitorous seventh sacred son. Mufeng, did I wonder how Lord Umo will respond to this? What? Mufeng fell to Xuanchu's hands. The elders from the various sacred lands instantly displayed deep concern, casting anxious glances towards the martial arena. It is worth noting that Mufeng was a gifted master endowed with the Hongmeng sacred body, once a formidable contender for the position of the Muku clan's sacred son. Upon learning such news, Yumo's mood soured considerably. Logically, Muku clan's sacred son, Nikang, should be greatly perturbed by this development and ought to have acted swiftly. Nevertheless, both the Xian divine clan and the enigmatic lady Yi seemed to overlook one critical point. Nikang, first and foremost, was the sacred son of the Muku clan, and subsequently, Mufeng's elder brother, for one as cunning as he. The bonds of brotherhood held little sway. The only path to ascendancy lay in standing atop the corpses of others, even those of kin. They had all underestimated Mukang's insatiable lust for power. Below in the martial arena, Xuanchu sat calmly, the supreme Dao weapon, the Zhuri sword, standing guard before him. The brilliant sunlight bathed him in a holy glow. Ximing Chen's previous words were meant to instill fear within these sacred lands. However, he could not afford to act so against the Rain King's residents. Yun Qing, Gu Lu, and Luo Yin exchanged knowing glances, revealing sinister, menacing smiles toward Xuanchu. Their task was to ensure that the illustrious eighth sacred son could not descend from the martial arena, trampling the dignity of Jiuxiao sacred land into the ground. The three of them charged toward Xuanchu from different directions. The Jiyulu unleashed a chilling laugh, and bone-like claws manifested, ensnaring the area within a web that sealed off all escape routes, leaving no chance for retreat. Yun Qing, the main force among the trio, wielded a silver spear of heavenly rank, rushing forth with unstoppable momentum. Meanwhile, the cunning Gu Lu concealed his presence, waiting for the opportune moment to deliver a lethal strike while his opponents were caught off guard. The brutish Luo Yin manipulated emerald green beast flames, fixating his gaze upon the calm young man before him, feeling an unexplainable sense of vexation that a towering wave of flames surged toward Xuanxu, threatening to engulf him in a sea of fire. Facing this assault, Xuanxu slowly rose and pointed forward. Deep blue ice crystals suddenly plunged into the inferno, shattering the flames in an instant, transforming the fiery tide into frost and ice fragments, rendering it utterly ineffective. Xuanxu regarded them with disdain, perceiving their feeble flame techniques as utterly laughable. The earlier technique, 9 condensing ice spikes, belonged to the realm of winter's profundity. Over the past few days, Xuanxu had immersed himself in the fragments of the Dao ancestors' legacy, unexpectedly grasping a hint of the law's power. The 9 condensing ice spikes had begun to touch upon the frosty laws of power. Suddenly, a figure with a silver spear pierced through the ice spikes. Aiming directly for Xuanxu's neck at the same time, Xuanxu sensed the hidden presence behind him growing increasingly palpable, and a strange smile graced his lips that feigned a vulnerability behind him, fully prepared to counter the silver spear wielded by Yunqing. Meanwhile, Luo Yin roared in fury, invoking the red flame's sacred body's divine sun manifestation, engulfed in surging beast flames. Xuanxu, today we shall show you the true distinction between Xian Palace realm and Tianfu realm. The 3 towering, majestic palaces radiated an aura that weighed heavily upon Xuanxu. Luo Yin, born with the red flame's sacred body, awakened the divine sun manifestation even in the Tianfu realm. Above the Flame Emperor Palace, a formidable blaze transformed into a long wall of fire that lunged directly toward Xuanxu. Yunqing too exerted his full strength, summoning his Xian Palace Dao platform, manifesting the silver spear manifestation. Prepare to perish, Xuanxu, and accept the sacred judgment. The strands of hair on Xuanxu's forehead danced in the wind, his demeanor unflinchingly carefree as he struck the ground with force, causing the solid martial arena to crack instantly. At that moment, he deliberately exposed his vulnerable back to Gulu, who lay concealed in the spatial rift. This boy had no way out, resorting to desperate measures, perhaps. Gulu pondered for a moment, his malicious gaze intensifying, as his sinister bone claws lunged toward Xuanxu's back. Suddenly, he realized he could advance no further than a massive, dark hand seized his bone claw, and upon seeing the face of this monstrous being, he was filled with dread. What kind of monster is this? The creature, as dark as ink, wielded the elusive sun-vanquishing sword and executed a swift horizontal slash that in an instant, Gulu was engulfed by the terrifying wave of the sword. His body cleaved in twain. Yet this was far from the end. Emperor Shirtan emitted a cruel howl to the heavens and strode purposefully towards the remnants of Gulu, trampling them with ferocity. Flesh and blood flew, and organs were crushed underfoot. With eyes ablaze, Emperor Shirtan wore a thick, oblivious smile as he devoured Gu Li's fleeing soul into the abyssal maw. Subsequently, he stood obediently beside the enigmatic figure. Gu Lu had met his demise in such a manner. The elder from the underworld's sacred land, watching the battle, bore an expression of deep sorrow. Had it not been for the overwhelming presence of the great sword immortal, he would have intervened to save his disciple. Ah, you treacherous thief, Xian Su, I shall slay you. Unexpectedly, a cold snort echoed from Xian Mingchen. Defeat is defeat. Can your underworld's sacred land truly not bear the loss? The elder, humiliated, lowered his head, silenced. This young man indeed possesses some skill. The Yu Mo's fingers fidgeted involuntarily, his complexion resembling stagnant water. The great sword immortal, Xian Mingchen, cast a glance at the imposing figure beside Xian Su and chuckled inwardly. Is this what they call a sword servant? He had contemplated the use of sword servants before, but it required vast resources, particularly the rare metal known as Gungjin. To his surprise, his disciple had somehow forged such a formidable sword servant. The 8 divisions summoned by Xian Su were not mere embodiments of energy. The raw material for Emperor Shirtian was the peculiar stone human form derived from the Buddha monkey of Water Curtain Cave. It took immense effort to forge this entity. Its emergence had a remarkable effect, leading to Gu Li's downfall. Chapter 34, A Gruesome Battle. With the peak strength of the 9th level of the Heavenly Mansion realm, Xian Su's ability to eliminate experts from the Mystic Palace realm was truly astonishing. The elders from the Flame Sacred Land and the Cloud Void Sacred Land could not help but worry for the two young saints engaged in battle with Xiansu. Meanwhile, the elder from the Underworld Sacred Land displayed a visage of regret and despair. They had never anticipated that the seemingly frail young man in white was, in fact, a ruthless adversary. Could this be the fabled 12 swords of Xianyin? Luo Yin, enveloped in the radiant flames, furrowed his brow tightly, unable to relax that no, this is the 13 swords of Xianyin that Xiansu himself has comprehended. Yunqing gazed at the 13 blood-red sword shadows descending upon him, sensing the extraordinary sword intent, and immediately made his judgment. He cautiously scrutinized the white figure, feeling an ominous premonition stir within him that it was indeed unfathomable that a youth of the Heavenly Mansion realm could engage and annihilate those of the Mystic Palace realm. Most perplexing was the rumor that the 8th young saint of the Nine Heavens Sacred Land, Xiansu, had awakened the legendary Xianqi sacred body Dao. This time, however, Xiansu took the initiative, launching a rapid assault towards the two and unleashing a powerful punch. This punch, though unadorned, caused the surrounding space to tremble slightly, harboring the supreme might of dragon power, with resounding dragon roars echoing through the skies. It was Xiansu's 8 divisions heavenly dragon fist. Faced with this punch, Luo Yin and Yunqing's expressions shifted drastically as they sensed a life-and-death crisis. How could a mere Heavenly Mansion youth unleash a fist technique on par with that of a life-and-death realm master? Umo, standing upon the high platform, appeared unperturbed, slowly remarking, "Ultimately, those two have underestimated their opponent. They ought to remember who Xiansu once was." The two elders from the sacred lands lowered their heads in dejection. Having underestimated this so-called useless saint, in times past, Xiansu sat high upon the dais, bearing the title of the Xian God Clan Saint and mastering numerous profound secrets from his lineage. Although his cultivation had been obliterated due to the machinations of the Night King's estate, the martial skills of his original self remained intact within this body. Xiansu, in the Heavenly Mansion realm, was capable of skillfully battling 3 Mystic Palace prodigies, showcasing his extraordinary combat prowess. Naturally, this was also due to the direct guidance of the Great Sword Immortal, allowing his swordsmanship to reach a remarkable level in a short span. 8 dragon figures covered in scales manifested, relentlessly assaulting the Mystic Palace. Luo Yin and Yunqing each took refuge within their Mystic Palaces, barely withstanding Xiansu's 8 divisions dragon fist. However, the next moment, their hearts sank as they cursed under their breath. Emperor Shutian swung the supreme divine sword, the sun-vanquishing sword, in a frenzied and brutal manner. They failed to notice that black prison flames continuously erupted from Xiansu's palm, as trillions of cells in his arm were torn apart, generating a formidable power. His body was enveloped in a golden glow, a sign of the manifestation of divine light in the flesh. In the next instant, Xiansu's form surged like a fiery meteor towards the two, delivering 3 strikes of the prison god path, landing heavily upon the Flame Emperor Palace and the Silver Gun Palace. Why was this youth's physique so defiant? Before Luo Yin could complete his sentence, he spewed forth blood as the Flame Emperor Palace shattered into fragments, while he himself was sent hurtling backward like a released kite. Yunqing, struck directly, was caught off guard as the dark, abyss-like fist pierced through his Mystic Palace. The force of the punch obliterated him utterly, even his soul reduced to ashes by the black prison flames. In a state of panic, Luo Yin witnessed this hellish scene. His chiseled face marred with chaos, smeared with the remnants of Yunqing's blood and flesh. "Elder, save me." Yet this only drew Xiansu's cold, deathly gaze as he uttered a chilling word, "Kill." Luo Yin was yet to perceive the colossal figure behind him, only to see Emperor Shutian's mouth twisted into a bloodthirsty grin. It seized his feeble body and wrenched off his head, unleashing a piercing scream. The ground was drenched with yellowish brain matter, inducing nausea. Emperor Shutian gulped down greedily, a satisfied smile on its visage, yet such a smile was utterly chilling. Both master and servant were far from virtuous. The elders of the Cloud Void Sacred Land and the Flame Sacred Land glared at the seemingly harmless Xiansu with gritted teeth. "You wretched boy, how cruel you are to have slain our sacred son. Prepare to pay with your life." They lunged towards the martial arts arena, striking with unbridled ferocity, their peak prowess in the ninth level of the Mystic Palace realm causing Xian Su's body to sink. Is this the true pressure of the Mystic Palace realm? His golden eyes blazed with fervent combat spirit. He had managed to eliminate 3 Mystic Palace saints solely due to his superior skill. However, when faced with seasoned experts from the Mystic Palace realm, he felt inadequate. Suddenly, several pink peach petals floated in the air. As a simple wooden sword blocked the path of the two, the wooden sword thrust forward fiercely, revealing the previously concealed elder from the underworld's sacred land. Blood seeping from his mouth that a gentle voice echoed. Are the 3 elders considering disrespect for age, or do you believe the 9 heavens' sacred land to be defenseless? The elder of the underworld's sacred land clutched his chest, regarding the scruffy swordsman before him with trepidation. His cultivation was at the 8th level of the Mystic Palace realm, yet he suffered a grievous injury against this young prodigy from the 9 heavens' sacred land. The 2 elders also shifted their focus to Chu Wuxuan. They had long heard of the fame of Chu Wuxuan, the first saint of the 9 heavens' sacred land, who possessed the innate, indestructible sword body and had entered the sacred reserve realm at a young age. However, Chu Wuxuan now appeared to have broken through to the Mystic Palace level. Below, Xian Su's gaze flickered, realizing that Chu Wuxuan must have comprehended some form of power from the Sword Ancestor's legacy to achieve such rapid advancement. This was meant to be a friendly spar, so why has it turned into a life-and-death confrontation? This boy is malicious, deserving of execution for his actions. The elder from the Cloud Void, sacred land, glared at Xian Su. It was only natural that blades and swords could be indiscriminate. Perhaps Xian Su's junior simply overlooked this. Chu Wuxuan lazily replied. Upon hearing this, the 3 elders nearly spat out their anger in a fit of rage. How shameless the people from the 9 heavens' sacred land are. Enough, withdraw. Do not bring shame upon yourselves. Umo glared at the scruffy swordsman, knowing that with his own strength, he might not be a match for the Peach Blossom swordsman. However, dealing with Xian Su below was certainly within his capabilities. Xian Su, my clan's junior, I wonder if you possess the strength to battle. Your elder brother has long awaited this moment. Chu Wuxuan furrowed his brow, glancing at Xian Su, who nodded silently, allowing him to return to the great sword immortal's side with ease. Chapter 35. The True 13 Swords of Xianin. Within the martial arts arena, the cracked ground had been restored, the venue appearing completely renewed. Yet, the air still reeked of a nauseating stench. The Yumo and Xian Su exchanged calm glances. One was the illegitimate son of the Rain King's estate, while the other was once the so-called useless saint. Do you know? Many within the Xian God clan wish for your demise. Yumo's gaze was icy, his words laced with venom as he looked at the pallid Xian Su. Was it not better for you to have obediently met your end back then? Why must you emerge and cause such turmoil? Born of a brothel, how dare you speak so? Xian Su's words, though brief, ignited a fiery wrath within the other. Xian Su, you possess great audacity. The grotesquely contorted visage of Umo grew increasingly sinister and loathsome. Little did he expect that Xian Su would, right from the outset, unveil his deepest secrets before the watchful eyes of the crowd, an act that could hardly be deemed anything less than despicable. His maternal lineage remained entangled with the brothels, as a courtesan favored by the Rain King, thus giving rise to Umo over the years. The illegitimate son Umo had tread carefully among his half-brothers, as if walking on thin ice. Now, seizing this opportunity, he could finally showcase his abilities and prove himself before his father. He cast a sullen glance at Xian Su and pronounced, with deliberate emphasis, I had intended to spare your life and escort you back to the Eastern Sea. However, I now find it unnecessary. Depart this world. The heavens darkened ominously, clouds gathering slowly, unleashing a torrential downpour of rain, with droplets as large as beans that a shimmering barrier enveloped Umo, shielding him from the deluge. While Xian Su stood unperturbed, allowing the rain to drench him, sensing an enigmatic force penetrating his being. So this is the method of the Rain King's residence. Xian Su, today I shall allow you to experience the profound arts of the Rain King's abode. He continued, a mocking smile playing upon his lips. That I presume the techniques of the Xian Wang residence have all been rendered ineffective upon you soon. The spectators beheld the composed countenance of Xian Su, with 3 lotus flames dancing upon his shoulders and head. While others remained oblivious to the origins of the lotus flames, Chu Wuxuan was not. Yet, what truly astonished him was Xian Su's unorthodox approach. He placed the souls of the Emperor's qi, the solidified essence of the soul, and the ancient primordial spirit within the flames of the karmic red lotus, continuously refining them. This endeavor bore considerable risk. A single misstep could cause the heavens, earth, and human souls to succumb to the scorching heat of the lotus flames, resulting in their utter obliteration, leaving behind only soulless husks. With unwavering determination, Xian Su endured the excruciating agony akin to traversing a mountain of blades and a sea of fire, ultimately refining the three souls to unparalleled perfection. The inky rain seeped into his body, coursing through his meridians, seeking to disrupt Xian Su's aura. Alas, Umo had miscalculated. Besides using the karmic red lotus to temper his soul, Xian Su also combined the dark inferno to fortify his corporeal form. The mark of the lotus on his veins flickered into visibility, purging the inky rainwater with intense heat. Umo suddenly sustained severe injuries, black blood spilling from his mouth as he glared resentfully at the imposing Xian Su. Why had Master Umo coughed up blood before even engaging in combat? The disciples, perplexed by the unfolding events, were engulfed in confusion. Yuan Zhongju and Lin Hai's gaze darkened, as the two appeared to stand as immovable as ancient pines. Yet they had already clashed from afar. In that brief exchange, Umo had found himself at a disadvantage, suffering a backlash to a certain degree. Chu Wuxuan spoke calmly. Umo intends to rely on the rain calamity to outmaneuver Xian Su, his junior brother. His gaze swept towards the Rain King's residence and the others. However, one who engages in unjust deeds is destined to meet their downfall. You are audacious. Umo is the strongest. The individuals from the Rain King's residence were incensed, rallying around their master like loyal hounds. Chu Wuxuan merely smiled, yet concern for Xian Su's predicament brewed within him. After all, Umo's lineage was from the Xianshan clan, within the Rain King's residence, unlike the previous three sanctified sons, who were mere trifles. That if Xian Su wished to triumph over this illegitimate son of the Rain King's residence, he would undoubtedly need to exert his utmost effort. Junior brother, allow me, your senior, to witness the extraordinary aspects of your Xian Qi body. The misty curtain of rain swirled with a nebulous haze, failing to obscure the lethal intent lurking in Umo's gaze. Millions of rain blades, akin to featherlight snow, surged toward Xian Su in the distance. That a colossal whirlwind of blades stirred up waves of lethal force. Any ordinary person caught within would likely be reduced to mere bones. With a thunderous roar, Emperor Shirtian charged recklessly into the tempest of blades, his body marked with numerous jagged cuts. Umo gaped at this behemoth. What material is this creature forged from? Xian Su, too, was taken aback. Emperor Shirtian was crafted from the ancient stones used for mending the heavens, and now, under the gale's fury, he was battered and bloodied. The next moment, an unexpected turn of events transpired. Emperor Shirtian abruptly opened his gaping maw, revealing a sinister portal to the underworld, while dark energy emanated from the palm of Xian Su. Beneath the abyssal beast's maw, the hellish gate creaked open, unleashing a profound force reminiscent of the Nine Hells. What manner of power is this? It instills in me an inexplicable fear. A chill coursed through Umo's heart. Suddenly, 12 beastly figures, liberated as if from bondage, erupted forth, each distinct in hue, howling as though venting their frustrations. Xian Su cast a cold smile at the 13 beastly figures, including Emperor Shirtian, invoking 12 divine swords from the system's realm, which flew into the hands of the Eightfold Assembly. This magnificent spectacle astonished all present. Even the typically serene, great sword immortal Xian Mingxin found his breath quickening. Not long ago, Xian Su had proposed a notion to him. If the Xian sword formation were supplemented by 13 sword servants and bolstered with divine weaponry, such a formation would rival that of an imperial divine array. Little did he anticipate that his disciple would transform this concept into tangible action. Each of the 12 flying swords was renowned on the Xian weapon ranking. Xian Su gazed with satisfaction at the 12 members of the Eightfold Assembly and Emperor Shirtian, forming a hand gesture as he intoned, Xian 13 swords. Formation commence at the utterance of his command. The remnants of over 10,000 swords buried beneath the 7 holy mountains of the 9 heavens holy land surged forth, encircling Xian Su as if summoned by the decree of the celestial palace. The countless remnants of swords hovered in the air around him, rendering him ethereal, akin to a celestial sword immortal. Observing the battle, Yun Zhongju and Lin Hai stepped forward, appearing merely 3 feet away from Xian Su, unleashing a palm strike veiled in clouds, concealing lethal intent. Suddenly, a flickering feather of light intercepted this attack. To his surprise, a hearty laughter resonated through the void. Lin Hai, your interference in the sparring between juniors is rather excessive. Lin Hai finally discerned the figure behind the voice and exclaimed in astonishment. Long and Jun Luo Chongning. It is indeed you. Chapter 36. The 8 Swords of the Overlord. Long and Jun had long been the protector of the Xianxin clan's divine son, Xian Su. During the zenith of the Xian Wang residence, the it was Luo Chongning who had once saved Xian Su. Hence, both the Night King's residence and the Rain King's residence were already aware of Luo Chongning's guardianship over Xian Su, while the whereabouts of the other 10 heavenly lords remained unknown. Yun Zhongju and Lin Hai and Ming Jianjun Songxian had long since switched allegiances, aligning themselves with the Night King and the Rain King, leaving the remaining 10 heavenly lords to vanish without a trace. Yun Zhongjuan. After all, this is the 9 heavens' holy land. It would be prudent not to escalate matters. The esteemed individual behind the scenes may not appreciate such disruptions. Luo Chongning smiled benevolently, gently stroking his snowy, white beard. Lin Hai clenched his fists in frustration, letting out a muffled grunt, resigning himself to the situation that he had initially hoped to take advantage of Xian Su's distraction to claim his life. But Luo Chongning was ever vigilant at his side. Had he known a 10 heavenly lord was stationed within the void, he would have surely regretted it. Some individuals always rely on their own strength to commit vile acts. Disregarding their own dignity, Chu Wuxuan lamented with a sigh. Lin Hai's face flushed with embarrassment, feeling the weight of numerous gazes upon him. With a flick of his sleeve, he huffed in indignation. Within the martial arts arena, Umo wore a grave expression, filled with envy as he watched Xian Su command myriad swords. Why was it that he, having fallen into the abyss and lost his divine son status, could still shine so brilliantly, while he himself was forced to live like a cur, with his brothers from the Rain King's residence directing him westward, unable to venture east? Why was this so? Were there individuals destined to be invincible from the moment of their birth? Xian Su, at times, I truly admire you. I envy you. Why Umo's expression darkened as his movements did not cease, that he was acutely aware that certain figures from the Rain King's residence were undoubtedly observing from the shadows. Even if he were to perish in the arena, those individuals would remain idle, for he had always been but a pawn to test Xian Su. When you were the divine son, basking in the affection of the Xianxin clan, even the archaic sacred body of the Night King could not compare. Yet when your cultivation dissipates, and you are reduced to a mere shell, Long and Jun does not abandon you, and the great sword immortal takes you as his disciple. Why is it that someone like you, even when plunged into the abyss, still has others willing to assist you? Now, Umo openly expressed his sorrow, his figure appearing somewhat forlorn. Meanwhile, my life's conclusion hardly surpasses your starting point. The frenzied Umo roared amidst the misty rain, like a beast in its death throes. Those with discerning eyes could see that this illegitimate son of the Rain King's residence was merely a discarded pawn utilized by the higher echelons of the Xianxin clan to gauge Xian Su. You are mistaken, Xian Su retorted, his demeanor haughty as he spoke coolly. Only those who find themselves in the depths of despair can achieve rebirth through their own efforts. Xian Su recalled his arrival at Yutian Peak. Weak and ragged, often treated as a beggar by the outer disciples. Had it not been for the few outer disciples of Chun Daoji at Yutian Peak, he would not have survived those times. The gears of fate lie in one's own hands. If one cannot seize them, it merely indicates one's own inadequacy. This wretched heaven may ravage my flesh, but it cannot sever the backbone of my spirit. The rain blades surrounding him seemed to have erupted into a frenzy, and their master was equally exhilarated, his eyes blood-red, as the full might of the 8th heaven of the sacred concealment realm surged forth. Come, let us engage in battle, Xuanxiu. Allow me to fight desperately for this life of humiliation. The golden robes adorning Yumak burst apart with a resounding crack, flesh torn and blood mist swirling around him. In that fleeting moment, his cultivation soared to the pinnacle of the late stage of the ninth heaven of sacred concealment, poised to breach into the Xian palace. Xuanxu sensed the hint of danger emanating from within Yumak. Despite his mere sacred concealment cultivation, he was by no means comparable to the previous three saints. Born of a concubine, Yumak still possessed a faint bloodline from the Night King, which alone elevated him far above the majority. The gray rain blades sliced through the air, emitting a ghostly glow, their dark aura intensifying with each of Yumaka's strikes that Di Shirtian, wielding the sun-vanquishing sword, began to falter after just a few exchanges. In the next instant, Ashura, brandishing the true gang of the 8 swords of Yuang, charged forth with fervor. Countless rain blades coalesced into a tempest, barely managing to stave off the ferocious onslaught from the 2 killing gods. It is said that the Yuang, seeking vengeance for his past grievances, journeyed to Kunlun to seek out the Kunwa deity, thereby forging the 8 swords. With these 8 half-supreme swords, the Yuang ultimately annihilated the state of Wu. Now, the 8 swords of Yuang reappeared in the hands of the 8 divisions, provoking deep contemplation. The Yiksha demon, possessing a beguiling figure and enchanting visage, her pointed ears twitching, wielded one of the 8 swords of Yuang, the water-cutting sword, in place of her scythe of death. Simultaneously, Garuda swooped in, its beak opening like a blood-dripping cuckoo, casting a vast and malevolent sword radiance that illuminated the heavens. The fierce gazes of the Naga and Maharaga beasts radiated an insatiable bloodlust as they brandished the turning soul and annihilating spirit weapons, targeting the lower bones of Yumak. Yet 2 of the 8 swords of Yuang had yet to be unleashed. Lost in thought, Yumaka's hands weaved a myriad of incantations, his form transforming into 1,000 alluring phantoms. This must be the Rain King Manor's Rain Catastrophe 1,000 Illusions technique, the great sword immortal remarked. Each manifestation of the Rain Catastrophe 1,000 Illusions bore 70% of the original wielder's strength. In other words, 1,000 Yumoks of the celestial realm were battling against Xuanxu, who relied solely on the Xian Yin sword array. Whoosh, whoosh, 2 flying swords surged forth with the force of thunder. Striking fiercely at Yumaka's face point, one of the 8 divisions was the Dragon Division. This was the Jingyu. Alongside the Qian Deipo and Xian Jian, 8 united as one, attacking without a single blind spot. Their bodies infused with a ceaseless flow of Xian Yin sword energy, that it was widely rumored that the full deployment of the Xian Yin sword array rivaled that of an imperial-level divine formation. And the title of the Great Sword Immortal was indeed well-deserved. Even Yumak, with his 1,000 phantoms, found himself losing 300 illusions in that instant under the combined assault of the 8 swords of Yuang. He could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood, astonished at the deep sword wound that exposed bone, from which black Xian Yin sword energy seeped. His fierce gaze locked onto the Jingyu wielded by the Dragon Division. The Naga, with a serpent's head and a humanoid body, flicked its crimson tongue as it brandished the Jingyu, which dripped with fresh blood. Undoubtedly, Yumak had sustained significant injuries from the recent flurry of attacks. From the heart of the formation, Xuanxu was enveloped in a crimson tide of Xian Yin sword energy and Shura power, akin to an eternal emperor wielding the path of the underworld sword. His hair had turned as white as Snow Point 8 sword slaves, each on par with the celestial realm, coupled with the 8 swords of Yuang, unleashed an unfathomable Xian Yin sword array. Yet, there was one detail that all had overlooked. In the recent series of lethal strikes, Xuanxu had not deployed the 13 swords from the Xian Yin sword array. The prowess exhibited by Xuanxu's swordsmanship rendered the elders and disciples of the 3 great sacred lands momentarily speechless. Was this truly the strength of the so-called waste son of the Xian divine clan? It seemed that the demise of the 3 Xian palace saints was indeed justified. The outcome remained undecided. One should not rejoice too soon. Yumak had yet to reveal his final move. Should he do so, Xuanxu, the little thief, would undoubtedly meet a fate worse than death. Yun Changjin sternly declared. Chu Wuxuan unexpectedly interjected, sending chills down his spine. Do not forget, Xuanxu has only employed 8 of the 13 swords. There are still 5 remaining. Lin Hai, enraged, laughed in sarcasm. Ha! Have half-supreme swords become as common as cabbages lining the streets? The Peach Blossom swordsman smiled calmly. Yun Changjin, let us await the outcome to Ha. Overestimating oneself. Lin Hai scoffed coldly, dismissing the young man's words. Both Yumak and Xuanxu understood that neither had yet unleashed their most formidable moves. In the martial plaza, rain blades and sword energy intertwined, transforming the torrential downpour into a gentle needle-like rain. Enduring excruciating pain, Yumak calmly stated, "Regardless of whether I can slay you, I cannot return alive to the Rain King manor." Perhaps this is my fate, that he observed Xuanxu's once white hair now stained a deep crimson, realizing that the latter had activated the Shura power of the 13th sword of Xian, Yin. It seemed that Xuanxu's spiritual energy was running perilously low. Despite Xuanxu possessing an ocean of divine energy, the need to control so many sharp blades had left his own Xian energy diminished. The spatial ring adorning Yumaka's thumb emitted a blinding radiance, a terrifying aura pressing down upon many present, making it difficult for them to breathe. That it was a razor-sharp iron fan, the ancient surface adorned with the patterns of vengeful spirits, its eerie presence striking fear into the hearts of onlookers. Someone gasped, "Could this aura belong to the 100 Demons' Evil Rain Fan?" Ranked 129 on the Divine Weapon list, Lin Hai's self-satisfied gaze swept across all present. This fan is but one of the several imperial artifacts of the Rain King Manor. Merely a spatial projection. How can it possess the might of an imperial artifact? At most, it is a half-step imperial weapon. Chu Wuxuan coldly dismantled the claim. Chu Wuxuan, you are quite audacious. Lin Hai felt that he had lost face today. Having been bested by both Xuanxu and Chu Wuxuan, that he yearned to crush them into dust. Alas, both were adversaries he could not provoke. Xuanxu was protected by the formidable Chang'an Jun, rendering him untouchable, while Chu Wuxuan had gained fame at a young age. Weary of the honor disputes in the Chu divine clan, retreating into the sword tomb to cultivate, eventually becoming the first saint of the 9 heavens sacred land. Even the sword tomb alone was enough to give Lin Hai a headache, not to mention the Chu divine clan backing him. Although the 100 Demons' Evil Rain Fan had only the power of a half-step imperial weapon, it far surpassed your shabby swords. Prepare to meet your doom, Xuanxu. Yumaka's form twisted unpredictably, the remaining 699 shadowy rain phantoms working in unison to restrain the 8 divisions wielding the 8 swords of Yuan. Meanwhile, his true self wielded the 100 Demons' Evil Rain Fan, summoning droplets from the rain curtain and enhancing them with ghostly energy. One by one, the disheveled evil spirits, bleeding from their 6 orifices, raced toward the heart of the formation where Xuanxu stood. The chilling aura of the spirits surged forth, a multitude of white bones rushing toward the crimson-haired youth in white robes to go. Xuanxu's voice was devoid of emotion, his cold gaze revealing a crescent moon, exuding an indescribable, bone-chilling coldness. Beneath an imperial artifact, can your Xian sword array still turn the tide? If the 13 supreme swords were to be unleashed. However, it would indeed be a fierce battle. Upon seeing Xuanxu's calm demeanor, akin to still waters, Yumak felt an unbidden fury arise within him. Why, despite your evident predicament, do you remain so composed, showing no signs of fear? Yumak swung the fan heavily, sending dozens of vengeful spirits wailing toward Xuanxu. Boom, boom! A series of deafening roars erupted, momentarily stunning Yumak. 6 towering beastly shadows, exuding an ancient aura, circled around their master. Meanwhile, Xuanxu basked in resplendent celestial light, casting a radiant spectrum akin to a heavenly being descending to the mortal realm. Zuamingchen and Chu Wuxuan were filled with astonishment at this sight. According to Xuanxu's original strategy, the sword slaves of the Xian sword array should have belonged to the 8 divisions. However, Xuanxu had reversed this approach, manifesting 6 divine beast shadows into tangible energy entities to join the fray. In the next moment, Xuanxu placed his index finger to his lips and softly uttered a single word: Qi. The 8 divisions wielding the 8 swords of Yu Wang and the 5 divine beasts emitted ecstatic roars, their bodies inscribed with ancient, profound characters. The golden characters coalesced into a singular Qi. The 5 divine beasts opened their maws wide, and in a dazzling display of light, they unleashed 5 flying swords. Though the sword energy born of divine beast power was far inferior to ordinary half-supreme swords, it was not significantly lacking. The azure void became shrouded in golden light. The vast sky was replaced by a colossal Qi. 13 flying swords, imbued with the power to vanquish heaven and earth, surged through the annals of history, directly targeting Yumak, who held the 100 demons, evil reign fan, that as the dozens of vengeful spirits encountered the Xian Qi sword energy, they spun in disarray, dissipating into ghostly vapor. Yumak, did you not wish to witness the might of my Xian Qi body? Xuanxu sat atop the Kuanping, radiating divine majesty, resembling an immortal descended from the heavens, imperious and invincible. 13 flying swords bore the imprinted golden character of Qi upon their blades. Effectively sealing all avenues of retreat for Umo, he cast a desperate glance toward a certain point in the void. Suddenly, the watching great sword immortal opened his dual eyes of yin and yang, gripping the blood sword at his waist. Others remained oblivious to the fact that this was none other than the Blood Gentleman, ranked 10th on the divine weapon list. A heavy sigh resonated through the space. Enough. Enough! With a sudden burst, the 100 Ghosts' evil rain fan slipped from Umo's grasp, spiraling away into the distance, despair etched across his face. Just then, a piercing strike from the sword Jin Gang and Duan She pierced through his shoulders, leaving a conspicuous blood hole, and in an instant, blood gushed forth. I refuse to accept this. The 5 great beast swords, Azure Dragon, Vermilion Bird, Black Tortoise, White Tiger, and Qilin, gnawed at Umo's feet, while his upper body was simultaneously pierced by 6 other swords. Remnants of his organs littered the ground, and his decaying chest was riddled with wounds left by the flying swords. His lifeless head rolled a few paces away, beneath the feet of the Xuanxu. The Kuanping suddenly opened its mouth wide, devouring Umo's remaining soul. Following this, the sky cleared, and Xuanxu's gaze fell upon the void. In the end, they treated him as a discarded pawn. Chapter 38. The Second Holy Master. Xuanxu, in the vastness of existence, the affairs of the world resemble a game of chess. Some individuals traverse their entire lives, unaware that they serve as stepping stones for other success. Had the powerful figure from the Rain King Manor intervened, Umo might have survived. Likewise, the great sword immortal Shiming Chen would have employed the Blood Gentleman, thereby disrupting the tranquil waters. Perhaps this was a scenario both sides wished to avoid. Yet, in the face of superior skill, Umo perished in the sacred land of Juxiao, and even the Rain King Manor would not raise objections. However, this outcome meant that Xuanxu's true strength would be laid bare before the eyes of the Xian God clan. This absurd farce ultimately concluded with the victory of the sacred land of Juxiao. The 3 major sacred lands and the individuals from the Rain King Manor departed in disarray. The sacred land of Juxiao, battered from the battle, stood on the brink of reconstruction, with the master Taichi Jinren receiving assistance from the great sword immortal Dao of the 7 holy masters, for had perished, leaving only 3 survivors. The first holy master, Lung Xiaoye of the Moonlight Sunlight, the 4th holy master, Bailey Xian of the Fallen World Galaxy, and the 6th holy master, Qin Xueching of the Cloud Neon Abyss. Among the 7 holy sons, many were dead or fled, leaving only Yin Hui and Qin Xian as the last remaining heirs. The 7th holy son, Mu Feng, fell at the hands of Xuanxu, while the 2nd holy maiden, the 9-tailed fox, Su Qing'e, vanished without a trace, likely having departed the sacred land of Juxiao immediately following the incident. After discussions between the great sword immortal and Master Taichi, Yin Hui and Qin Xian were respectively appointed to the positions of 5th and 7th holy masters, while Chu Wuxuan naturally ascended to the role of the great holy master. Xuanxu, who should have been the 8th holy son, was compelled to heed the arrangements made by his master, Shiming Chen, and succeeded to the position of the 2nd holy master. The list of 7 holy masters of the sacred land of Juxiao underwent drastic changes, with the once illustrious holy sons swiftly rising to become holy masters of a new generation. Despite the dissenting voices below, they were ruthlessly suppressed by the great sword immortal, in the vast ocean of the Tsangming Sea, the great holy master, Chu Wuxuan, in the resplendent halls of the 2nd holy master, Xuanxu, the 3rd holy master, Lung Xia, the 4th holy master, Bailey Xian, the 5th holy master, Yin Hui, the 6th holy master, Qin Xueching, the 7th holy master, Qin Xian. Within the holy master ascension hall, Qin Xian's autumn water-like eyes shimmered with a ripple as she spoke softly to Yin Hui beside her. That Xuanxu, having only spent a few years in the sacred land, has already defeated Mu Feng and successfully succeeded to the position of the 2nd holy master, that a trace of envy flickered in her beautiful gaze. Yen Hui, still clad in scholarly attire with a snow-white headscarf, bore a hint of sorrow in his eyes. The invasion of the Buddhist clan had rendered them vulnerable in this recent campaign. He too had lost his esteemed master. He responded to the gentle woman before him with a faint smile. Perhaps this is merely his fortune. Yet regrettably, we did not witness yesterday's battle. The sacred land of Jiuxiao was now in a tumultuous period, urgently requiring their attention to numerous pressing matters. They had only just heard that the highly sought-after second Holy Master had consecutively battled the Holy Sons of the Burning Flame, Cloud, and Netherworld's sacred lands. Even the illegitimate offspring of the Rain King Manor had met his demise at Xuanqu's hands, illustrating the formidable nature of his abilities. Congratulations, Brother Xuanqu, on ascending to the position of Second Holy Master. Truly a cause for celebration. Xuanqu returned the gesture with a smile, harboring neither fondness nor disdain for the scholar before him. Yen Hui stepped forward and courteously inquired, while sensing the formidable aura emanating from Xuanqu. A sense of surprise washing over him. The last time he had seen him was in the library, where Xuanqu's cultivation had reached the pinnacle of the ninth heaven of the celestial realm. Yet Yen Hui understood that beneath this slender frame lay the power capable of slaying experts of the Xian Palace realm. Even the three-seasoned holy masters who had broken through to the Xian Palace realm treated Xuanqu with utmost respect. This was partly due to him being the direct disciple of the great sword immortal Xianming Chun, and partly because they had witnessed the magnificent spectacle of the 13 swords of Xianyin. It was known that such a powerful sword formation would yield little benefit for them. Thus, strength served as the foundation of all arrogance. Subsequently, within the Ascension Hall, Master Taichi Jiren announced the imminent emergence of the Supreme Treasure. In that moment, the system's voice rang out once more. Ding, ding, ding. Please proceed to the location of the Supreme Treasure for a draw from the myriad realms that Xuanqu's resolve solidified. Come what may, he would embark on the journey to the Supreme Treasure. Yet prior to that, he needed to expedite his cultivation. The second sacred mountain, Zhonghua Xinyu, was adorned with towering peaks and a mist-covered celestial bridge, upon which white cranes soared in unison. Within Zhonghua Xinyu, there existed 18 innate caves. Xuanqu made his way to the cave of Bietian, rich in spiritual energy. Upon entering, he paused in his steps, a hint of a smile emerging in his golden eyes. Sister Su, please come forth. Moments later, a delicate giggle echoed in Xuanqu's ears that a woman with a curvaceous figure emerged from the shadows, flashing a bewitching smile at him. Brother Xuanqu, you truly are astute to have guessed my presence here. Xuanqu let out a cold snort, his profound golden eyes piercing into the woman's thoughts. Whether I am the second holy master or not, I believe you would have sought me out regardless. Su Qing'er replied, this second holy master was originally meant for me. Yet it has fallen into your hands that I wonder how my junior brother intends to thank me. Xuanqu disregarded her words, even in his absence. Xianming Chen's caution would have prevented Su Qing'er from assuming the role of second holy master. After all, in his master's eyes, there was a clear distinction between humans and demons, and he harbored a deep-seated animosity towards the demon clan. Junior brother, I did not expect that your entrance to the library would lead to such a grand affair. But Su Qing'er surveyed Xuanqu from head to toe, perceiving that the young man before her was far from ordinary. She had recently witnessed the entire confrontation between Xuanqu and Umo wielding the 13 swords of Xianyin. Had she taken Umo's place, defeating Xuanqu would have come at a significant cost. In the near future, the Supreme Treasure shall manifest in the Eastern Wilderness, containing not only human heritage, but also that of the demon clan, Xuanqu informed her. Upon hearing this, Su Qing'er fell silent. Lost in contemplation, the Supreme Treasure indeed held considerable allure for her. She lifted her head, gently parting her lips to speak. Brother Xuanqu, shall we consider our previous collaboration still valid? Xuanqu responded with a smile. Sister, if you trust me, our collaboration shall forever remain effective. Undoubtedly, when the time came for Xuanqu to venture to the Eastern Sea, he would not be a solitary figure. The nine-tailed fox before him could certainly be an ally. Bolstering his confidence significantly. One day, I, Xuanqu, shall return to the Xian King Manor with renewed vigor. Chapter 39, A Gift of Swords. Within Bietian, Xuanqu's brow furrowed tightly, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. His three souls, the heaven, earth, and human, grew increasingly pure, faint outlines of figures becoming discernible. Under the refining flames of the red lotus of karma, his imperial chi, ancient Xian, and three divine souls had surpassed the average strength of those in the sacred repository realm. If one day he were to acquire the mythical technique of one chi transforming into three clear, his three souls would become three external manifestations, before the rain transformed into an unfamiliar presence. The rain calamity's myriad shadows manifested, which at best amounted to mere clones. The external Dharma body of the one chi transforming into three purities was equivalent to the true self descending. The divine soul within Su NX was arguably weaker than even the strongest of the Su Njing realm. Perhaps only those in the early stages of the life and death realm could compare. The three great divine souls gradually approached a state of saturation. While Su NX had already set one foot into the sacred concealment realm, to truly break through to the sacred concealment realm, a practitioner must cultivate three great divine repositories within to Su NX release the restraints on his own cultivation, causing the vast sea of divine energy within him to churn violently, as if stirred by some unseen force. The three repositories, DQ Ing, Gu Ing Gn, and Ji Su N, radiated peculiar glimmers, greedily absorbing the spiritual energy from the boundless as in an instant. Signs of desiccation began to appear in the expansive divine sea within Su NX. With a sweeping motion of his arm, he carelessly cast millions of spirit stones into the Su NC, maintaining the density of its spiritual energy. During the card-drawing process within the system, Su NX had fortunately exchanged numerous spirit stones for yellow-grade and profound-grade treasures that if others were to witness his extravagant use of spirit stones, they would undoubtedly scold him as a prodigal son. The three great repositories gradually took shape, and a searing pain akin to being gnawed by countless ants surged through his body. With a deep exhale, Su NX felt a hint of color return to his pallid face. And as he sensed the power of the sacred concealment within him, a smile of satisfaction emerged. However, just as he prepared to rise, his frail body suddenly trembled violently. The smile on Su NX's face morphed into a flicker of fear as he hurriedly turned his attention inward, only to see the 12 binding chains of restraint thrashing wildly. Alas, I have broken through to the sacred concealment realm, triggering the 12 restraints of the Su NQ body. Su NX immediately sat cross-legged, regulating his spiritual energy, as the fiery red lotus of the infernal flames coiled around the 12 binding chains. 11 of the chains gradually calmed, yet one stubbornly resisted. Damn it, why won't it cease? The innate restraints of the Su NQ sacred body harbored immense power, each acting as a ticking time bomb. Should the owner of the Su NQ body fail to withstand this formidable force after the restraints are undone, they would ultimately meet a grisly fate of self-detonation. Yet, with Su NX's current cultivation in the sacred concealment realm, how could he possibly withstand the might of the restraints? The ancient sacred body of Su NY from the Night King's manor also bore 10 restraints, deemed a useless body by the world. However, defying fate, Su NY broke free of those 10 restraints within merely 10 years, establishing his foothold within the Su NSHN clan. It was indeed the physical restraints. Su NX chuckled knowingly, resolutely deciding to unravel this restraint. Success or failure hinged on this moment. If the heavens are with me, let me continue to live. His delicate features revealed a steadfast resolve. With a mere thought, he retracted the infernal flames, relinquishing the restraints on his physical body, allowing the chains to assault him freely. Su NX's eyes turned blood red as he endured the excruciating pain, while simultaneously activating the heavenly prison's God-restraining path, tearing apart countless cellular particles within him, generating an overwhelming force of the heavenly prison's God-restraining power. In a fleeting moment, the nearly breathless Su NX became a bloody mess, his pristine white attire blossoming with crimson stains, akin to a demon wielding a black whip, mercilessly lashing at Su NX's form. Finally, the dark infernal flames and the red lotus flames enveloped his battered body, leaving him covered in dark red blood scabs. 3 days later, cough, cough, cough. A hand, akin to that of an infant, suddenly emerged, sending the dark red blood scabs flying. Su NX stared in astonishment at his body, now gleaming with a golden hue, laughing. In the final moments, I have actually succeeded. Ha ha ha. Beneath the Taoist bones of the immortal flesh, A layer of dazzling and blinding golden radiance enveloped him. Su-N-X traced the contours of his form, discovering that his physique had become even more robust than before. As Su-N-X stepped out of the Btion Palace, he caught the attention of Su Qing'er. "Just a few days ago, I heard your agonized cries from outside. They sounded quite intense. Can you manage alone?" Su Qing'er glanced at the tattered white garment of the Btion Palace, patting Su-N-X on the shoulder with an understanding demeanor. This left Su-N-X bewildered, akin to a monk who had lost his way. Su Qing'er's beautiful eyes scrutinized Su-N-X, sensing a notable enhancement in his cultivation. Yet this young man exuded an unusual aura that seemed to surface inadvertently. Could this be the scent of a mature man? I truly wish to experience it. Su Qing'er reined in her lustful gaze and prepared to discuss serious matters. Tomorrow, the Holy Land will dispatch 5 holy masters to lead the disciples to the eastern wilderness. Entering the supreme treasure, Su-N-X nodded slowly, as anticipated. The great sword immortal Su-N-M-N-G-C-H-N and the Grandmaster T-I-Y were too preoccupied with the affairs of the 9 heavens holy land to lend their aid, leaving the task to the newly appointed young holy masters. "Then, I shall rely on you, senior sister, to pave the way for us." That Su Qing'er showed no signs of doubt and quickly departed. Su-N-X observed her departing figure, exchanged a few words with Sichin Diaz, and then took flight on his sword, heading towards the BYU Palace. Sichin Diaz from the YTN Peak had once shown Su-N-X kindness during his downfall, thus becoming the steward of the second holy mountain. Indeed, fortune favored him, for others were not so fortunate. Within the BYU Palace, the 2 masters engaged in conversation. Su-N-X poured a cup of exquisite J-N-Asian Y-N-Chin for Su-N-M-N-G-C-H-N, saying, "In truth, I have many questions in my heart that I wish to inquire of my master." The usually stoic Su-N-M-N-G-C-H-N rarely smiled. "If that is the case, you have suppressed your doubts, so let us discuss them upon your return." Su-N-X nodded solemnly. The next moment, Su-N-M-N-G-C-H-N spoke earnestly. "The journey to the eastern wilderness is fraught with peril. Surely, the opponents of the Su-N-S-H-N clan are formidable. Take this." The blood-red Taoist talisman from the old man's waist floated directly into Su-N-X's hands. "Is this the Blood Gentleman of the 10th Divine Weapon?" "Indeed. If you wield the Blood Gentleman as your main sword and unleash the Su-N-Y-N-13 swords, even adversaries in the life and death realm would struggle to subdue you at once." Although Su-N-X was accompanied by 2 10 Heavens Lords, Su-N-M-N-G-C-H-N still hoped his disciple could carve a name for himself in the eastern wilderness through genuine strength. Disciple expresses gratitude to Master in advance. That Su-N-X respectfully clasped his hands. Unexpectedly, Su-N-M-N-G-C-H-N chuckled playfully. "Could it be that you think I am giving this to you for free?" Chapter 40. The Supreme Treasure. The 2 masters, one elder and one young, leaned against the railing, gazing at the 7 sacred mountains, shrouded in mist in the distance. "That I wish to ask you to create a Su-N-Y-N sword formation as the protective formation for the 9 heavens holy land. This request is not excessive, is it?" Su-N-M-N-G-C-H-N chuckled as he stroked his beard. "Rest assured, Master, I shall not fail your expectations. That I in just half a day's time, using the BYU Palace as the focal point." Su-N-X infused immense Su-N-Y-N sword energy, combining it with the terrain of the 7 sacred mountains, ultimately forging the Su-N-Y-N Shura sword formation. Compared to the previous Su-N-Y-N sword formation, it possessed an added depth and mystery. The following day, the 5 holy masters of the 9 heavens holy land set forth towards the distant eastern wilderness. The desolate lands of the eastern sea are referred to as the eastern wilderness. This place is sparsely populated, and no one would expect the supreme treasure to manifest here. As the hosts of the eastern wilderness, the Su-N-S-H-N clan extended invitations to the 4 major holy lands to participate in the unveiling of the supreme treasure. Su-N-X donned an inconspicuous green bamboo robe, his golden eyes reflecting a chilling demeanor. Nevertheless, he could still sense several scorching gazes glaring at him with ferocity. Beside him, Su-N teased with a smile. "Su-N shitty. You seem to have offended 4 factions all at once. Impressive, impressive." Su-N-X forced a bitter smile. He need not ponder deeply, for those individuals were likely young disciples from the other 3 major holy lands. Having annihilated their holy son in public, The young second holy master of the nine heavens holy land must be loathed by them to the utmost degree if they dare to come. I shall ensure they have no way back. Upon hearing this, Qin Su Xiaqing felt a surge of admiration for Su in X that a man ought to possess such grand ambition. This is the holy master of our nine heavens holy land. The great sword immortal and the grandmaster had specifically instructed him to safeguard these children. His expression grew serious as he addressed the four young holy masters. Once inside the supreme treasure, do not show mercy to those disciples from the holy lands. Make sure to reclaim our honor. Additionally, be mindful of your safety. If you encounter anyone from the Su Nshin clan, avoid them if possible. At this point, Qin Su Xiaqing cast a meaningful glance at the young Su in X clad in green, that if all goes as anticipated, the Rain King's Manor and the Night King's Manor will certainly seek retribution against Su in X. After all, one must eliminate the roots when cutting down the weeds. Yes, the four responded in unison. Although Qin Su Xiaqing was merely the sixth holy master, these young holy masters did not dare to behave too presumptuously before this elder. Just then, a red-robed dwarf leisurely approached the members of the Nine Heavens Holy Land. His shifty eyes locked onto the young man in the green robe, feigning a sniff. You carry the scent of Su in, YN, sword energy. Could it be that you are the Su in X of the Nine Heavens Holy Land? The young man in green regarded him with indifference, offering no response. Second Holy Master, let us settle our accounts within the supreme treasure. His sinister gaze swept over Su in X. Su in X smiled apologetically. I am always ready to accompany you to the end. The diminutive elder let out a cold snort, opting not to select an opponent under the scrutinizing gaze of the crowd. This was undoubtedly the wisest decision. Despite his seemingly advanced age, he was merely in his early 20s, making him one of the most exceptional talents within the realm of the underworld sacred land. Chu Wuxuan turned his head to explain to Xuanqiu. Suddenly, a purplish-black fissure appeared in the sky, through which numerous formidable practitioners from the Xian Palace and Sacred Vault realms entered in an orderly fashion that is for the cultivators whose bone age exceeded 200 years. They remained stationed outside, much like Qin Shueqing of the Nine Heavens Sacred Land.